Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had the Perfect Teacher? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, located near the heart of the Land of Fire. The leaf was usually a safe, happy ninja village. There was a sea of trees surrounding the surrounding landscape, starting a few dozen meters from the large protective wall. The village itself usually had a cheery air to it. The streets would bustle with activity by day and be patrolled by ninja at night, giving off a very non-militaristic feel to most citizens. Despite the lack of an intimidating presence, there have been several times where the leaf has shown its great strength. There have been a total of 3 great shinobi wars, all of which have bred powerful and famous ninja from the victorious villages, Konoha being among them every time. Aside from the devastating times of war when the leaf had to showcase its might, there was also this day. October 10th. The evening started off as both a trying yet exciting time for a very important couple, secretive though they may be. This couple was Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, otherwise known as the Yondaime Hokage and the secret love of his life. Kushina had just gone into labor, which on its own is a stressful, painful experience. Unfortunately, there was another fact about Kushina that compounded upon their worries. Kushina was a Jinchuriki, more specifically, she was the Jinchuriki of the widely feared Kyuubi. Due to the nature of the seal that held the 9-tailed fox at bay, as soon as the woman entered labor the seal would weaken. Minato, being the dutiful husband that he is, whisked her away to a remote, safe place with a trusted team to ensure the safety of his wife and child. Despite the Yondaime's best efforts, however, disaster was sure to strike. This brings us to the current tragedy within the leaf. The Kyuubi had broken free of its jailer and was on a rampage throughout the village. Everywhere there were ninja, defending either the powerless citizens or their beloved home. The Yondaime himself, however, was nowhere to be found. The ninja were rallying behind their previous kide, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Lord Third. Valiant as their combined efforts were, nothing could stop the chakra beast. All that was left to do was buy time for the fourth to return and save his village. Outside of Konoha, birthing safe house. There were 3 people in the small underground room. Well, 2 people and a newborn baby. Minato Namikaze looked longingly at his exhausted wife who cradled a crying Naruto. As the blonde man gathered his things in preparation to save his village, he heard his wife speak out. "I really hate that you have to go," the fiery redhead said in an uncharacteristically soft voice. In all honesty, Minato was also hesitant to leave his small yet precious family. "Bah, you know my crazy heroics are the reason you love me in the first place, Kushinaheim," he replied with false confidence, keeping his back turned to hide the apprehension in his eyes. Stealing his nerves, he strode over to his wife and, "This is what I get for sharing my hero with the village, huh?" Kushina shot back with a little more of her usual gusto, but the tears brimming in her eyes gave away her fear for the love of her life. Stooping low, Minato placed a heated kiss on his wife's lips, and then a gentler one on his now quiet son's head. "I'll be right back, gotta go do hero stuff." And with that he was gone. In a flash, Naruto resumed his crying for reasons only a baby can understand, his mother joining in with him. The silent tears that streaked down her face as she comforted her son were for her husband. She knew firsthand how horrifyingly dangerous that fox was, but at least Minato had an entire village at his back. In the midst of tending to her child, Kushina was alerted to a bright yellow flash in the room. Looking up with hope in her features, she only saw a trio of what must have been shadow clones. "Minato!" 2 of the clones revealed scrolls and plain ink and immediately began writing off to the side. The 3rd clone approached Kushina and Naruto as he spoke. "I'm taking you back to our house. The basement stronghold should be secure and secluded, much more so than here." With nothing more than a determined nod of her head, the trio left in another bright flash that left the 2 clones to finish their work in silence. After the 1st clone finished with the contents of the scroll, it addressed it to a man he knew would not only get it but also heed the messages it contained. To Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lord Third. Hiruzen, I am now fairly certain that I will end up trading my life for my village. Do not mourn me too long, for I am honored that I have this opportunity to do the title of Hokage proud. I will also have enclosed 2 separate scrolls, one that details the last of the reform plans for the leaf that I have been messing with and one for Naruto's godfather, Jiraiya-sensei. The first scroll will be for whoever my successor turns out to be, and I pray to Kami that it isn't you, old-timer. Jokes aside though, this is goodbye. Keep an eye on the new guy for me, eh? These youngsters, as you call us, tend to muck things right? Please make sure Sensei gets my message as soon as possible. It's a revised request if the worst should happen to Kushina as well. Also, try to keep an eye on Naruto for me. That beautiful little boy looks like he'll have a bit of a red-hot habanero attitude to him, if you know what I mean. There will also be other circumstances that will make him require an extra eye, a circumstance I'm sure I'll hate myself for up until the very moment I bite the big one. With that, I'll see you later, old friend. Minato Namikaze, Lord Fourth. With the scroll to Hiruzen finished, the clone started on the scroll made out to his successor with his last wishes as Hokage described. As this was happening, the second clone finished the scroll to Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya-sensei? Hey there you pervy old bestiardi. If you're reading this, then it's a safe bet that I'm dead. I'm truly sorry that you have outlived yet another student, and I'll miss you, sensei. First of all, thank you for the training, for the examples you've given me, and especially for believing in me. I couldn't have done it without you, sensei, and I know that sometimes in my life I forget to tell my precious people just how much they mean to me. You are one of my precious people, and for that, I can't thank you enough. Also, remember how you said you'd be Naruto's godfather? Yeah, about that, thanks again. I'm going to have to ask you to take that really seriously if tonight or any other night the unthinkable happens to Kushina. I'll try to prevent that with every fiber in my being, but I can't really do much when I'm dead, right? Little bit of dark humor for you there, my bad. By now, you probably already know about my plan to enlist Naruto's help in saving the village. Unfortunately, I know that the village won't see it that way, which is why Kushina kept the fox hidden during her time here. If worst comes to worst, sensei, I need you to take care of my boy for me. You are the only man left that I trust to keep him safe from both the villagers and the demed fox. I would also love it if he could grow to be strong, but just look at his parents. What am I even worried about? Seriously though, keep him safe, sensei. He'll take his mother's last name to stay safe from IWA and the rest of the idiots who hate me. Naruto Uzumaki has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? If you can raise him in Konoha. I know it will be hard with your spy network, but I want him to grow to love the village as much as his old man does. Take this as the last wish of your student. I'm counting on you, Jiraiya-sensei. Also, if you impart any of your perviness onto my son Kushina, we'll find a way to come back and castrate you. Her words, not mine. Minato Namikaze, your blonde baka. Suddenly, the third clone popped back into the room, adding another scroll to the pile. The scroll was already sealed and signed to his son. Naruto's scroll from him would be one of the only things he would have to remember his father by. With a sad smile, 2 of the clones popped out of existence as the final clone sealed the scrolls into a final sealing scroll and delivered them to the Hokage's desk. With only enough chakra left for a single Hiraishin and a few minutes after the technique, the clones flashed back to his family to at least send a few final memories to the real Minato. And from there, the rest is history. On the outskirts of Fire Country, 2 days after the Kyuubi attack, Jiraiya took in the haggard appearance of the heavily breathing Konoha Nbu with a critical eye. The man had obviously been moving nearly constantly to reach him. Jiraiya had received word by one of his informants Falcons a day prior to the attack on his village, and as such was on his way back from the land of rice. The fact that the Hokage had sent a runner did not bode well with the San. Hokage knew that he would be returning to bolster village strength after such an incident. Also, the fact that it was a runner sent to him instead of a bird was worrying. Jiraiya-sama, I come with grave news from Konoha. You have undoubtedly heard of the attack already, but I bring you the last words and wishes to you of our Yondaime Hokage. I am very sorry for your loss, the Nbu said in a somber tone, unable to meet the eyes of the renowned man. Jiraiya stood still, chest and stomach aching as if struck. He knew there was always a possibility, but the confirmation hurt. It hurt worse than almost anything. Minato had been his sole surviving pupil, and eventually, the barrier of sensei and student had dissolved. Jiraiya had never had a son, and Minato was deprived of a father, so the roles filled perfectly with both of them happy with the outcomes. But Minato was gone, and all that Jiraiya had was a piece of paper with his student's last wishes on them. Jiraiya would suffer in the stomach of the Shinigami itself before he turned away the wishes of Minato. With a heavy hand and a heavier heart, Jiraiya took the scroll. Thank you. I have to tend to this before I continue. Please, return home and help our people as much as you can. The ANBU left with a final bow, and Jiraiya was alone. Silently, he made his way to the nearest town and rented a room. Doing such was an unusual treat usually saved for when he brought company with him, but he needed the seclusion of a room to process what he had learned. In a cheap, dark room sitting next to a solitary candle, Jiraiya sat and read. And in the dark by himself, Jiraiya did something he hadn't done since he lost Tsunade. He cried. Konoha 1 week after the attack. Hiruzen sat behind the desk that had already consumed most of his life. Wearing the hat once more, Hiruzen once again looked at the scroll he had in front of him. This was the second scroll that he had from Minato, albeit unintentionally. There was a separate piece of paper to the side that had a few notes scrawled on its surface. Hiruzen was going to do his best to convince the council to instate the changes the Yondaime wanted. On the other hand, there was an old, familiar tingle crawling up his spine. Yes, it was unmistakable. Jiraiya was going to do or say something stupid. Not a minute later, a Jiraiya barged into his office holding a crying Naruto. Sensei, what the hell am I supposed to do with this thing? Yep, there it is. Well, Jiraiya-kun, you could start by holding him with his head above his feet, Hiruzen told him with a knowing smile on his face. Smiles of any kind were getting rare these days. Sensei, I don't know if I am cut out for this kind of thing, the Sannin said as the baby slowly stopped crying. And that's exactly why I think you're perfect for the job. Thank you, I'm so relieved I don't have to dash. There was a pause as the Toad Sage cut himself off. Wait, what? Adorning another smile, Hiruzen gestured his old student to take a seat. Jiraiya, you have never had to care for a child before. This is a powerful experience that I think you would only benefit from. Not to mention young Naruto here having a constant watch on his seal. I can tell you myself, the headaches will eventually be overshadowed by pride. Jiraiya fell silent at that, but whether it was from his sensei's advice or from the mention of the seal that locked a beast of tremendous power in the newborn. If it wasn't for Minato, I'd be drowning my sorrow in missions and women right now. I guess, for his sake I'll make my way through this. I'm happy to hear that. I'll arrange for an apartment to be set up for the two of you. Now, let me keep working on this reformed academy idea, would you? Unless, you want to take the hat from me too. But Jiraiya had already bolted with Naruto, staying as far away from the job as he could. Hiruzen merely chuckled as he got back to making the notes he'd present to the council. Konoha Naruto age 4. Naruto sat in the park, playing idly by himself. Jiraiya, his father, had created a tight if odd bond with Naruto. Jiraiya managed well enough taking care of a child, and he was never alone in the task. Naruto had started to notice that people tended to avoid him, but his dad gave him all the attention he needed. And when he couldn't, Naruto could always count on his sometimes present Uncle Kakashi. Luckily, when one was busy, the other was always free. His dad was out of town on another trip, and Naruto was staying with his Uncle Kakashi. Kakashi sometimes let him play in the park while he read his books, but for some reason, older girls don't like it when he reads them. Since the yelling gets annoying, Naruto liked to go off on his own to play. Suddenly, there were 4 feet next to the small boy, and he followed them up to see who had come over to him. Hi, said a pink-haired girl who looked to be about his age. How come you're playing alone? Naruto didn't know exactly how to answer her. No one except his family really bothered to talk to him. Was that what he was supposed to say? He was alone because that's what happens? Yeah. Hey, you want to come play with us on the swing? Said the second girl, a long-haired blonde. Naruto answered this one immediately, and with a lot of enthusiasm. Sure. My name's Naruto, by the way. Great. I'm Sakura and this is Ino. We're best friends, the pink-haired Sakura told him excitedly as they ran to the swings. Do you want to be our friend too? Ino, the blonde, asked him as she clambered onto the wooden plank. Naruto was full of happy emotions, so much so that he could speak. His first friends. Naruto nodded vigorously and quickly wiped his eyes as he took turns with Sakura pushing Ino on the swing. Naruto decided then and there that these two girls, Sakura and Ino, would be his best friends. And for the next hour they had a great time, screaming on the swing, playing ninja, and just being children. Much too soon. However, a pair of moms could be seen and eventually heard, drawing the two girls away. We have to go now, Naruto. You want to play again tomorrow? Sakura asked as she helped Ino brush leaves from her long hair. Same time at the swing again? Naruto asked her, still ecstatic that he had made friends. Sure. Ino yelled as she and Sakura ran towards their mothers. See you tomorrow, Naruto. Naruto waved goodbye until he could no longer see their retreating forms. Naruto then ran back to where his uncle was still reading on a bench. Ready to go home, Naruto? The masked Jounin asked as he put away his book. Sure, Uncle Kakashi. And guess what? Naruto almost yelled. Chuckling, Kakashi answered, What is it that's got you wound up? I made friends. They're really nice and pretty and their names are Sakura and Ino and I want to come back tomorrow and… Naruto carried on all the way home. Kakashi listened, happy for his sensei's son and already planning to take him back the next day. Naruto jumped around the road, over and sometimes into old puddles, trying and always failing to soak his uncle as he talked about his plans for the next day. Naruto had left Kakashi in the same spot as the day before and was already sitting on the swing waiting for his friends. They were a little late, but he didn't mind, his uncle was always late so he was used to it. Naruto kicked his legs idly, his anticipation for the fun he would have with his new friends growing. After another few minutes, he saw a solitary figure, likely one of the girls who had cemented their places in his heart. As the figure walked towards Naruto, he noticed that it couldn't be one of them. This person walked differently, almost like they were afraid of doing so. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, what's your name? Naruto called out to this small stranger as he started to make out more details. Hello, I'm Hinata, came the soft response. The girl had almost pure white eyes and dark hair. Naruto noticed that she seemed really shy. I'm waiting for my new friends. Do you want to play with us when they get here? Naruto asked the shy girl a little too loudly, jumping down from the swing to talk. Why yes I would. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata told him, although she reacted like something like that would never happen. Some time passed in silence, Naruto watching the road and Hinata fidgeting with her fingers. Naruto, never being one to sit still for so long, broke the almost uneasy silence. Do you want to start anyway while we wait for them? Hinata looked at the blonde boy briefly before giving him a nod. Great. We can swing for a while so we can see when they get here. Come on, I'll push you. Before long laughter could be heard throughout the small park, the two children almost entirely focused on getting higher than their playmate. Well, at least the young girl was. Naruto, while still enjoying his time with his new friend, was keeping a diligent eye on the road for the two girls who had promised to show up. They're just late, they promised, and you can never break a promise. When Hinata was growing visibly bored with the swing set, Naruto asked her if she wanted to play ninja, following the pattern that had already succeeded in making him friends. She agreed quickly and watched in wonder as Naruto sprinted away with an energy that seemed boundless. The setting sun could find the two children resting with their backs against the tree that held the swing. Hinata was admittedly tired, but Naruto gazed at the road with an even breath. That hardly made sense to the girl. I've already started training with father and Nijinizan, but I'm more tired than Naruto is. He really is amazing. Eventually, the two had to part ways. You should, play more often, Naruto-kun. That simple sentence took almost all the courage the young girl had. You betcha, Hinata-chan. Naruto yelled back with what appeared to be his usual vigor as he ran off. Bye. Today was a lot of fun, thank you for being my friend. Friends. Hinata thought as she walked towards the Hyuga waiting in the road to escort her home. Kakashi looked up from his book when he heard the familiar energetic footsteps. Somehow giving an invisible yet genuine smile from behind his mask, his eye managed to show his happiness at seeing the child. "Make any new friends today, Naruto?" he asked, mostly out of politeness than expectation. The poor boy typically didn't receive many kind words from others. "Yeah. Her name is Hinata and she's really nice. Kinda quiet though, but I like her," Naruto yelled as he tugged on his uncle's sleeve. "Come on, I want ramen." Kakashi noticed the slight change in his tone, the small waver that hinted something other than happiness. "Sure thing, Naruto, and I'll even make sure Jiraiya takes us both when he gets back." "All right." Naruto jumped around once again as they made their way to get his favorite food. "Same time tomorrow, I'm guessing?" Naruto gave a slight pause, thinking. "Yeah, I think I want to come back again." Kakashi again took note of the repressed emotion behind his favorite brat's happy tone. Likely sadness, but from what Kakashi couldn't tell. In truth, Kakashi wasn't the most emotionally adept member of the village. The death of his father, followed by both of his teammates, and then his father figure sensei had wreaked havoc on the young man. Naruto was the only thing he'd put any energy into aside from his ANBU missions and the Memorial Stone. As much as he cared for the young boy, he felt himself becoming drained and needed time to recharge. Luckily Jiraiya was due back within 2 days, and he could hopefully help out the blonde bundle of energy. The next day, Naruto stood shocked in front of an ashamed Ino. "What do you mean you don't want to be my friend?" "It's not really that I don't want to, it's just that my daddy says you're no good," the blonde girl told him. But why doesn't he like me?" Naruto asked her in a quiet voice, his eyes downcast. "I don't know, but if my dad doesn't like you then I can't either." "Bye, Naruto," Ino stated, slightly confused by the words. As she walked away, Naruto walked to the swing, devastated. "Why don't any of the adults like me? I'm a good kid, I haven't done anything wrong." A tear slipped from the tip of Naruto's nose and fell to his knee. "I guess I can't have any friends until everyone likes me. How am I supposed to do that? I don't know why they all hate me." Memories of the disgusted looks he'd get when shopping with his dad, the whispered nasty words he'd hear as he walked past groups of people, and every other instance he'd ignored flashed before him. At some point, Hinata had appeared by his side, laying a comforting hand on his shoulder. Will she leave too when she tells her parents? "I don't want to be lonely anymore, I like having friends. I'll just have to make everyone like me. I'll be Hokage just like Gigi. Everyone has to like the Hokage. I'll make sure to be the best one ever, even better than the Yondaime." Naruto thanked Hinata but told her he didn't feel like playing. She understood and watched as the blonde wiped his tears on his sleeve and trudged off. "I want to go home, Uncle Kakashi," Naruto said as he walked up to the reading ninja. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Kakashi asked worriedly, putting away his book. "I just want to go home." But Naruto could keep the tears from coming back. "Ino says she can't be my friend. She's not allowed to like me anymore and I want to dash," he interrupted himself with a half hiccup, half sob. "Go home." Kakashi picked up the crying boy, something he hadn't done in years since the kid never stopped moving, and started towards the apartment. Naruto wrapped his arms around his uncle's neck and buried his tear-stained face into them. Yeah, hopefully, Jiraiya would be home soon. Konoha, October 10th, Naruto's 6th birthday. Naruto made his way towards the small apartment that had been his home for the past 6 years. His arms were wrapped around a bag full of goodies, instant ramen chief among them. In his mouth was the remnants of a dango stick, the last bit of the treat hanging just past his lips. Naruto started to cut through his favorite alleyway shortcut and saw one of his newest friends. The puppy was brown and skinny, its ribs visible through its dirty coat. Naruto loved the dog, because no matter how dirty or sad the pup seemed, he always had a friendly smile and time for Naruto. Animals were much better than humans, the boy had found. Animals don't judge you. Animals don't yell at you, or chase you from their stalls or lie about being your friend. "Hey boy, miss me?" Naruto asked as he set his bag on top of a crate and knelt next to the dog. Happy Yips was his response, and Naruto surrendered his last bite of dango to his friend. You and Hinata are my best friends, right? You wanna go see her today, buddy? Naruto asked as he pet and played with his friend. Blissful. Minute passed. Very few things can be seen as more pure than a boy and a dog enjoying each other's company. Suddenly, Naruto heard a scuffle, then a small change in the air. Then all of a sudden his little friend gave a loud and painful cry, and blood splattered onto Naruto's arms and face. A kunai was buried into the ribcage of his puppy. Holy F dash, came a slurred voice from the far end of the alleyway. How you miss effing that? Hey guy, I just aimed for the one on the left MK? An equally drunk response was heard. Naruto heard nothing after that because his shock had given way to despair and desperation. His breathing increased as he cradled the head of his lifeless friend, tears trailing down his cheeks. No, please, was all Naruto could choke out. You hear that? One of the two shinobi said to the wall. Little demon boy is begging for his dash, a hiccup, his life. Ha! The drunk man's counterpart smacked him loudly on the chest as he reached for another kunai with his spare hand. How pathetical of him. I'll just take his tongue so he can't make to do it no more. Naruto picked up the still warm and hopefully still rescuable dog and backed away in fear. The two ninja were now towering over Naruto, weapon brandished menacingly. Naruto turned to run, but the kunai flashed by him and knocked over the crate and his bag. Naruto tripped over his own groceries, his birthday treats, and twisted his ankle. Dimin. Okay, rule new. No more throwing. A now weaponless attacker laughed as he approached Naruto. The first thing to go was his ankle. Naruto may have been able to limp off with it sprained as it was, but the merciless ninja stomped a foot down onto the injured joint, snapping tea loudly. Naruto screamed out in agony and reached down for his broken ankle. Shut up, demon! The second ninja kicked Naruto in the stomach powerfully, sending him flying into the alley wall and his puppy flying from his grasp. Naruto felt his head smash into the harsh surfaces of both the wall and the ground, making his vision swim immediately. Naruto's thoughts then became jumbled, and it only added to the confusion of why he was getting attacked and called a demon. Why did these men want him and his puppy dead? Suddenly, there was a hand gripping Naruto's throat, and he was hoisted up the wall by the cruel grip. Naruto futilely kicked his good leg at his attacker, and it was met with yet another kunai piercing his calf. Naruto didn't even have the breath to scream in pain. Looky here, demon, the man whispered into Naruto's ear. His breath stank of alcohol, and there was a sharp point digging into the side of his stomach. I'm going to stab you right here, straight through this little boy Yuri hiding in. Yeah, you'll pay for taking our mother from us, you bastard fox. A thrown shuriken followed this voice and found itself buried into Naruto's shoulder. I'm going to stab you, and you'll bleed out here on the ground. A slow, painful death. Still better than a demon like you, Naruto sensed more than felt the blade slam into him, deserves. Suddenly, the world started to fade out. Naruto noticed that somehow he was on the ground. Next to him lay his dead dog, and Naruto only had one thought as his vision filled with a somehow familiar white. At least I'll get to die with a friend. And all was black. Naruto opened his eyes and stood in wonder. Not only was he no longer laying on the blood-stained ground, he was standing in what appeared to be a sewer. Naruto had no idea what the afterlife was supposed to look like, but if this was it then he was severely unimpressed. Naruto ran a hand down the cold, damp pipe and noticed that it seemed to hum with power. The hallway he was in seemed to come to a dark, abrupt end. Naruto started a slow pace and began exploring his new environment. The hallway, while at first seemingly ending in a dark abyss, extended with every step he took towards its end. The experience was disorienting in itself, and Naruto stopped after a short while to sit and think. What's going on? Is this one of those ninja things Uncle Kakashi is always telling me stories about? Where people can make you see pretend things. I am surprised that you have found yourself here so early, you little flea, came a deep, intimidating voice. Naruto looked around frantically, more out of desire to find someone in this strange place than out of fear. Your ignorance nearly got us killed. You are a complete disgrace of a container. I'm in prison? What? Who are you? Naruto called back out, slightly stung by even more harsh words being slung his way. Out of the darkness in front of Naruto appeared a set of towering cage-like bars. In the middle of the set was a piece of paper with an incomprehensible pattern on it, but all that seemed to be caged was more darkness. I have no reason to speak with you. Be grateful I saved your pathetic life and leave me be. With this angry statement appeared a solitary, massive eye that looked directly at the diminutive child. The sheer anger and hatred that seemed to pour from the eye steadily increased as its gaze remained fixed on Naruto, waiting for the scalding reply that usually accompanied Jinchuriki. Naruto felt the overwhelming presence and stood in silence. After a long minute of the silent stress in the air, Naruto spoke out, "Thank you then. For saving me. Ninja are even scarier than Uncle Kakashi's stories made them seem like. Those two worthless piles of flesh are no more a true ninja than the insects I burn off my hide," was followed by an angry scoff. "Now leave me be. It is enough that I am stuck here. I should rip you to shreds for making this more annoying than it has to be. But I don't know how to leave, and does all that mean that you're really strong?" Naruto asked timidly as he slowly sat on the cold ground. This child's naivety will get us both killed. On the other hand, perhaps he could be molded into a suitable container, unlike my previous failures of Jinchuriki. Foolish child, flattery will get you nowhere. There was less bite in the ominous voice than before. Whose flattery? Is she stuck here too? Maybe we can get out if we all work together. Naruto said excitedly as he jumped to his feet. There was a low, dark chuckle. Foolish little flea, you do not honestly want me to escape this prison. Naruto appeared confused at this. How come? If you're stuck here with me and this flattery person, don't we all want out? The voice started to say something but stumbled over its words before shouting once more, "You absolute idiot! Flattery isn't a person, or even one of my kin. Flattery is a description of an action. Almost as useless as the concept of courage or some other human bullshit. Of all my containers, you are easily the least intelligent." There was a huff as the eye closed. "And no one wishes me free of this prison because..." The eye reopened and slowly rose in height. More of a body was brought into light as the eye rose higher and higher, and soon there was a towering form of a sleek and powerful-looking fox looking down on Naruto. The heavy presence from earlier returned increased 1,000-fold. "I will slaughter all in my sight upon my release. The scent of fear when they once again behold my power would fuel me, and soon all of mankind would be wiped away in penance of trapping me like a beast." Even Naruto could tell that this outburst was not a threat like the rest had been. After getting over his initial surprise of seeing a giant talking fox, Naruto could sense that the tone change from the fox was a pledge of vengeance instead of a hasty threat. Naruto wasn't quite old enough to grasp the severity of the action, but it still stunned him into momentary silence. When the fox heard the absence of stupid remarks from the flea in front of him, he continued speaking. With a tone of finality and power, the fox told the nearly quivering boy, "I am the great Kyuubi, the terrible and mighty nine-tailed fox, a harbinger of destruction and murder, an entity of pure hate and malice. Most importantly, I am the destruction of Konoha. Do not forget your place in the food chain, flea." Naruto was still silent, trying to make sense of some of the bigger words. Although some of the harder ones went over his head, Naruto got the idea of who the Kyuubi was. "I have been pumping the meager maximum of my chakra your pathetic body can handle through your real-world body. You will wake up soon and finally leave me to my dead peace." The massive fox curled up again, its now closed eye falling back into the position Naruto first saw it in. Darkness enveloped the inside of the cage, soon extending past the bars. Suddenly the walls and floor were gone, and for a split second Naruto stood in blackness before his consciousness blinked out. Immediately after the alley attack, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the Hokage desk, the office silent as he perused the papers of the recently cleared changes to the ninja forces and academy. Hiruzen sighed and wiped a hand down his weary, wrinkled face. He had worn the hat for too long, much longer than he intended. His chosen successor had met his fate far too early in his life, going out in a blaze of glory that left his name in history more prominent than his face on the Hokage mountain. The fourth Hokage had left more than a few half-baked ideas on the betterment of the village in his wake. The progressive ideas were expressly not meant for the third to retake the hat and implement. Minato had known that Hiruzen's best years were behind him and had only left a desire to see the next generation grow up. One such request was an overhaul of the Ninja Academy. Minato had likely known the difference between the peaceful times coming and the war-torn environment that he himself had graduated in. There was no real need to pump out as many half-ped ninja as there was in the war, so the decree that was put in place to allow lesser shinobi to graduate could be repealed. Hiruzen knew that this would likely save the village a lot of unnecessary deaths that came with unprepared genin. The only problem was, lesser shinobi were often civilian-born shinobi. Hiruzen had given in to the desires of his civilian council during the Second Great Shinobi War because their proposal both pleased them and gave Hiruzen more ninja to fend off Kyuubi. The decree lowered the expectation of graduating genin so the less advantaged civilians could make the cut more often. The civilian council had only grown in influence since then and kept the Yandame's wish from coming to completion for several years. In reality, the average of 200 graduates a year could be cut in half, possibly by cutting the semi-monthly graduation exam opportunities and holding them only every 3 months along with increasing standards. It would give the students more time to train and study before leaping into the deadly world of shinobi. Hiruzen would much rather have around 10,000 quality active ninja instead of the weak-link-riddled 15,000 strong the village was now. Excess missions could be sent off to the lesser Fire Country ninja villages who also pumped out a decent number of ninja every year. Nowhere near the quality of Konoha's academy is capable of, but Konoha wasn't the shinobi capital for nothing. The only other request was more for the person in the hat directly, as it was a call for a stronger hand than the third had used in the past. A firm but understanding hand Minato had wanted to use himself. Hiruzen had vowed upon retaking the med position that he would do his best to make Minato proud in that regard. Suddenly, the door to the office was sent flying off its hinges. The wooden construct was sent end over end quickly until it slammed into the desk and then over his head. The door was followed by his remaining, and visibly furious, student who was hauling 2 severely beaten and bloody bodies with him. Again, Hiruzen sighed and wiped at his face as he prepared for the shitstorm Jiraiya had dragged into his office. "I want them tried and killed, sensei. If it wouldn't cause you more of a headache, I'd have done it myself on the way here." Jiraiya snarled as he threw the 2 unconscious Chunin roughly to the floor. "What did they do offend you this time, Jiraiya?" Hiruzen asked with a tired, distinctly old-sounding voice. His years really were starting to catch up with him. "They tried their goddamned best to kill Naruto is what they effing did," snarled the furious white-haired Sannin. Hiruzen sat up straighter at this and narrowed his eyes slightly. "I found them pinning him to a wall with a kunai buried into his side. Drunkenly calling him a demon and basically asking me to obliterate them. Sensei, I want them tried and killed." Hiruzen no longer had his old man's aura about him. He was once again accompanied by the impression of a powerful Kage that had seen him through multiple wars. "Kill them. I find them guilty. Just be sure to drop off their corpses at torture and interrogation so they can identify them and contact their families." Jiraiya's fire cooled for a fraction of a second in his confusion. "What, so fast? I'm more than happy to, but this isn't like you, sensei." "Jiraiya, they attacked a civilian almost certainly unprovoked with more than intent to disable, broke my law of speaking of the Kyuubi in any terms, which is already punishable by death, and in truth they are lucky that Naruto carries his mother's name or he'd be within his rights as a member and head of an elite clan to have these Chunin's families stripped of honor. As his guardian, kill them and we will be done with the mess." Jiraiya reached down to the 2 shinobi and lifted each by their neck. With a flare of chakra and an audible crack, the 2 broken-necked ninja were tossed towards the door for a previously hidden Anbu to shun Shin away with the bodies. "Sensei, I've made a decision. Naruto and I are leaving." Hiruzen jerked his surprised and worried gaze to the face of his pupil. "What?" "Jiraiya, don't be rash because of a single incident dash." Jiraiya slammed a chakra-enhanced, clearly enraged fist into the top of his sensei's desk. Do not treat this as an isolated incident, sensei. We are both aware of the barely concealed hatred and open isolation Naruto receives. Hiruzen sat back into the chair and looked defeatedly at Jiraiya. I will need your help making changes to the village. And you can't expect to keep him safe while running your spy network. The Toad Summoner scoffed. We both know I do jack shit in cleaning up this shit hole of a village. I'm beginning to see why Tsunade left. And as far as keeping him safe, I'll be temporarily handing off my network to Kakashi. I know he's the ANBU commander, but keeping up with a few extra reports won't kill him, especially since he won't have to watch Naruto for me. You've spent your entire career cultivating that network, yet you'd really prioritize Naruto over it, wouldn't you? Hiruzen asked softly, knowing his cause was already lost. Jiraiya's voice also softened. As would you, sensei? Naruto takes precedence, we both know that. There was a silence as Jiraiya sat in a chair across the Hokage. We'll move between my safe houses for a while, and then I'll take him on as an apprentice. I swear we'll be back for him to take your new graduation and placement exam, okay? Just give us 6 years away from the village, sensei. He needs this. He can't grow up apart from kids his age, he needs to know social skills as much as he needs ninja skills. He sure as hell won't find that here. Fine, I accept. Now, is the little survivor in the hospital, or do we have to crush more skulls to see him? Hiruzen asked lightly to restore the even ground he had stood on with Jiraiya. Naruto's hospital room. Naruto's eyes opened slowly, the bright white of the room making him close them again almost instantly. Steeling himself, Naruto managed to open them fully to see his father Jiraiya speaking to Old Man Hokage on the far side of the room. Naruto watched them talk for a bit, but eventually his dad noticed he was awake. Ah, the tough little nugget decided to rejoin us, eh? Jiraiya said with an easy smile. The pair of older men made their way towards the hospital bed. Hi Dad, hi old man. Naruto said with a smile. How come I'm wrapped up like this? And can you take away this gross needle? Hiruzen smiled a grandfatherly smile before he spoke up. You don't like needles, Naruto? Naruto shook his head as he poked at the offending metal in his arm. Nah, needles are creepy. Naruto quickly transitioned to fiddling with the needle to ripping off the bandage on his face. Naruto! Jiraiya scolded as he leaped forward to catch the bandage. Why would you do that? It made my face itchy. Naruto yelled back as he indeed did start to scratch the uncovered skin. Hiruzen laughed aloud and messed Naruto's hair. You really should allow the nurses to do their job with these things, you know? Jiraiya looked between the bandage and Naruto's face while the boy argued with his sensei. There was clearly blood on the cloth, but Naruto's face remained unmarked. Naruto had always healed rather quickly for a child. Scrapes and bruises from playing as young boys do would often disappear overnight. What's more, sprains did nearly the same with not too much longer of a wait. Jiraiya stocked it up to the BSTRD Fox, wanting to keep himself alive through Naruto. Ahem, Jiraiya waited for the two to quiet. Naruto, how are you feeling by the way? Sore? Naruto stretched side to side, throwing his arms up like a cat might. Nah, just kinda stiff, you know? Kinda like I slept too long but just in my middle. Jiraiya went over to Naruto and started removing the bandages around his stomach. Jiraiya, you should really allow the nurses to do their job, Sarutobi chuckled as the white-haired man unwrapped Naruto. Oh wow. This feels way better. Naruto yelled as he jumped up on the bed. Naruto yanked out the needle when the drip went taut, much to the displeasure of the two men. Jiraiya didn't stop Naruto from standing so quickly. Instead, he marveled at the smooth, pale skin of Naruto's side. Hiruzen also noticed and spoke out, Naruto, where did you get hurt, my boy? Naruto grunted as he also examined his side. Oh yeah. Naruto sat back down on the edge of the bed to kick his legs. Some big angry fox guy told me he would help me by giving me chakra to get out of the sewer. Jiraiya and the Hogue alike stood in stunned silence. Naruto, did Mr. Fox call himself Kyuubi? Jiraiya asked slowly. Hey, yeah, he did. Did he get out too? I need to thank him. Naruto, Hiruzen started. You never have to thank that fox. Yeah, I do, old man. He said that he had helped me heal before too. He's actually pretty nice when you get past his anger. Naruto replied happily. Naruto, we can talk about your new friend later, Jiraiya said calmly, because you and I are going to go on a really nice, long trip. And we have to talk about getting ready. Naruto looked at his dad with a shocked expression on his face. Like a vacation? A nurse slipped in behind Jiraiya to start cleaning up the mess of bandages. Jiraiya moved to the side a bit before saying, kinda, but we're also gonna start your ninja training while we travel. Really? Naruto jumped again and screamed. Yes. I want to be as strong as Mr. Kyuubi and be a better Hokage than the old man. Jiraiya smiled at the child's current dream goal. It had been so for a couple years now, and Jiraiya had to constantly refuse the boy's requests for training. Jiraiya wanted his godson to have as normal a childhood as possible for as long as possible. The nurse made a strangled choking sound and stood quickly. Hiruzen went back into Hokage mode. You will forget you've heard this conversation for the sake of your health. The terrified nurse nodded and ran off with the bandages. When do we get to leave? Naruto asked, now bouncing in place. I'll go pack up while the third here works on getting you checked out of the hospital, and we'll meet at the gate, okay? Jiraiya said as he prepared to leave. Okay, but you had better hurry up. The third bade Naruto try and relax a bit before he left, and left the room before Naruto could see his saddened face. Back again so soon, runt? The Kyuubi guttered lowly, already awake in its prison. I was just trying to relax and sleep. How did I get back here with you, Mr. Kyuubi? Naruto asked in a confused tone. Idiot. Did you enter your mindscape by accident? How the hell do you accidentally meditate? Was the incredulous response that followed. I don't know. Naruto exclaimed as he sat down once more. I was just thinking about you and how come you didn't get to come out with me. There was actually a bit of surprise shown on the Kyuubi's face, though he hid it quickly. Why would you ever be thinking about me, oh little flea? The fox asked, his words dripping with sarcasm. I still haven't thanked you for helping me. Naruto responded, seemingly oblivious to the fox's tone. The Kyuubi looked at the small boy in near confusion. Humans don't do that. Humans are trash, lacking all respect for those that deserve it. He must be trying to trick me into letting my guard down. Insolent wretch. Also, I wanted to ask you if you'd teach me to be strong like you, Naruto called up, his voice quieter and noticeably nervous. What? The massive fox had no idea how to respond to such a request. Naturally, the Kyuubi resorted to his go-to attitude. Your puny body could never handle even an ounce of my teaching. As if I would ever even decide to help you. Naruto didn't take offense to the Kyuubi's harsh words, he just accepted the fact that this was how his new friend was. Does that mean if I get bigger and stronger first you'll help me? The fox growled in annoyance. Does it not bother you that I intend to turn your precious village into rubble? Honestly, I am more impressed that you can. Like, you must be super strong. And I mean, it can't be the whole village you're mad at. I'll help you find whatever is the real problem since you've already helped me get out of here before. The Ninetales took a hard look at the blonde child and tried to find the deceit hidden within the boy. And what would you require in return for this favor of yours? The distrust was easy to hear. I mean, you'd have to wait a while because I'm still small. But I'm gonna start training with my dad really soon. And then I can help you like I promised. But I already wanted to repay you so this can part of it. I always help my friends. Believe it. Naruto finished standing tall, a fist extended in exuberance. The fox felt a twinge of what he interpreted as anger. You dare assume I need or want friends? You are pathetic. But Naruto had vanished from the mindscape before Kyuubi could finish. Surrounding forests of Konoha. Geez, kid, I've been trying to wake you up for years now, Jiraiya joked to a groggy Naruto. Oh, sorry, I was accidentally talking with Mr. Kyuubi again. He seemed upset. Naruto yawned as he sat upon the head of the toad currently carrying him. Thank you for carrying me. Naruto giggled as he pats the side of his mount's head. Jiraiya looked uncomfortable. Naruto, I'm not sure talking to him is such a good idea. Nah, he's really angry at something, but other than that he's kinda nice. Naruto said offhandedly, still playing with the toad. Naruto, there's a conversation we have to have about your fox friend that I had hoped to put off for a few more years, Jiraiya said. Naruto started paying attention to his father. Actually, it can wait until we stop for the night. Yeah. There's a small town ahead with a decent hotel and hot spring, what do you think? We can go swimming? All right. Naruto had finished swimming in the hot spring and was now looking for his father. Naruto waded around the large pool of water and noticed a small shift in the leaves of a nearby tree. Moving closer, Naruto did see that it was his father in the tree. Deciding to practice being a ninja as soon as he could, Naruto snuck up the back of the tree. In truth, he wasn't all that quiet. Luckily, his dad seemed to be distracted by something on the far side of the dividing wall. Naruto followed his father's gaze and saw a group of women swimming. Hey Dad, why are we looking at people swim? Sanofa dash, Jiraiya's curse was mercifully cut off by his impact with the hard ground. Oh, Kamino not yet. He's too young yet. Oh shit, Kushina is going to literally kill me if she finds out. Dad, you okay? Naruto laughed as he came down from the tree, shaking leaves from his towel. Well you see, researches. Hey, how about we go in and talk now? Jiraiya asked in a lame attempt at changing the subject. But we can talk here, right? Naruto asked innocently. Not about everything we need to talk about. Jiraiya thought desperately for a way to placate his godson. It's about your training as a real ninja. Let's go! Naruto screamed as he dragged his father by the wrist, forcing the Sannin to grasp his towel and save his modesty. Ironic considering his favorite pastime. The room the two had booked was fairly spacious. It had 2 beds, a desk, a table, and a few chairs. There was a candle lit on the desk, and the 2 now dressed occupants sat in chairs. Naruto was nearly vibrating in his chair, he was so excited, and his father tried not to shake as well, out of nervousness. I want to go first, Dad. Mr. Kyuubi might help me be the best ninja ever if I get stronger first. So I want to start training right now so I can go home and go straight to wearing the old man's hat. Naruto yelled. Jiraiya winced at these words. Naruto, there's a few things I have to tell you about the Kyuubi before you decide to trust anything he says. On the day you were born, Konoha was attacked. Directly attacked by a force no one had ever gone against before. This attack killed many good shinobi. And the one who attacked was the Kyuubi. The 9-tailed fox sealed inside of you. Naruto sat in confused silence for a moment. But I thought the yondaime killed the fox monster? Isn't that what the village celebrates on my birthday? Naruto, the Kyuubi can't be killed. It is nothing more than a mass of chakra that grew to have a consciousness. It is what we call a biju, and is the strongest of the 9 because it has 9 tails. A biju can only be trapped. A biju that's strong can only be trapped in a living container, a living prison. A very, very young one, so its chakra network has time to adapt. Naruto had been silent until this point. You mean me, right? Yes, Naruto. The 4th chose you because, Jiraiya took a painful pause, because he knew you would be strong enough to be the prison of the Kyuubi. In this way, you are the legacy of the 4th. This was all Jiraiya was willing to say about Naruto's true father until he was older and more responsible. The Kyuubi did say he wanted to destroy Konoha, but it wasn't because he hated the village. Naruto protested. He said that I might be able to find the thing he's really angry at so he doesn't have to destroy the village. This news genuinely surprised Jiraiya. Truth or not, Jiraiya never expected to hear this. Well, you have a while before you can even think about that. Being a ninja is no easy thing to do, and you have to put your training first. Yes. I want you to make me the best ninja ever, Dad. Naruto exclaimed with his usual exuberance. Some families start training their children extremely early, like the Hyuga. They do this mostly because they want to develop their Kekkei Genkai as soon as they can. The Uchiha also do this much for the same reason. Most children, though, begin at around, this might be tough, but I'll turn you into a powerful shinobi if you follow what I say. Jiraiya started. Here's the plan then. We'll spend a year making you stronger and faster. Nothing but that and lectures about how to be a real ninja, okay? Jiraiya was met with excited nods. That will leave us 5 years until your 12th birthday, which is when we go back to Konoha. We'll spend a year on taijutsu, a year on ninjutsu, and we can ignore genjutsu since you probably won't have the control to use it to its fullest. The last 2 years will focus on your practical and survival skills and working it all together. I think we'll see how well you take to Fuinjutsu in your downtime. If you're anything like me, you'll be a natural. Jiraiya felt a pang in his heart. Think of Naruto's actual father. Yes, if Naruto had half of Minato's talent mixed with his Uzumaki blood, Jiraiya felt Naruto would surpass him in every way. I'll become the best ninja and Hokage ever, Dad. Believe it. Next came the part that Jiraiya didn't want to have to deal with. Naruto, you should start calling me sensei, okay? Fervent nods were the response. It's also because I'm not your real father. I'm your godfather. Do you find joy in bothering me constantly? Was the greeting Naruto received upon his arrival to his mindscape. He's not really my dad. Naruto mumbled to himself. What was that, you flea? If you must break my peace and speak to me, at least do so properly, the Kyuubi growled. Naruto didn't immediately respond. Right before the Kyuubi could flare his massive amount of chakra to drive away the pest, the boy looked him in the eye. I will spend the next year getting stronger. After that, will you start helping me too? Sensei explained to me who and what you are. The Kyuubi was surprised at that. You know the truth, yet I feel no hate from you. Why would I hate you? You've only ever helped me. Not because I wanted to, the response was immediate. Listen to me, flea. You are my Jinchuriki. I've thought over our deal, and I have decided that I want a powerful vessel to represent me. I'll be dead if I continue to fade into history. If you can impress me enough by the end of your year of training, I may consider helping you directly. Until then, expect nothing more than me keeping the both of us alive. Understand? Naruto only nodded. I suppose in addition I could start filtering more chakra through your seal. I may as well get your currently worthless body condition to my chakra. I expect to see the light of day before too long. Would you be able to talk to me even if I don't come in here? Naruto asked. I suppose I could, but why would that matter? My cell not pleasing enough for you? There was a bit of the usual fire in the fox's tone. No, I just thought you might get bored sometimes. If you want, you could maybe look through my eyes too? Can you do that? I know that some people in Konoha have really awesome eye tricks. There was a powerful growl from the cage. I do not wish to speak of the dojutsu of Konoha. And all you have to do is shake one of my claws in agreement to allowing me to link with your senses. You'll be able to cut me off whenever you wish. The Kyuubi tried to sound indifferent, but the opportunity to see the forest again lightened his hatred-filled heart. The two shook. The Kyuubi noticed the odd behavior of his prison keeper, and spoke, Go now, kid. Rest and then become strong. Hey Ero-sensei, wanna go back to that village with the hot spring today? Naruto asked his godfather and sensei. Ugh, the Sannin groaned in response. You've caught me conducting important research those 3 times, Naruto. How many times do I have to tell you? The pair continued to walk down the path, Naruto carrying both heavy bags with minimal difficulty. The last year had been full of tasks just like this one. Menial labor, chores, and everything his perverted sensei didn't want to do himself. And by God was it working. Naruto didn't quite understand it, but by the time he was done with everything the Toad Sage had asked of him, he honestly struggled with the actual exercises at the end of the day. I don't know, all those women beating you up kept calling you an old pervert. They can't all be wrong, can they? Naruto asked cheekily. Jiraiya grumbled and pushed his student over into the ditch. Hey, what's the big idea? My ramen could have been smashed. Naruto yelled as he dug through his pack to check on his precious sustenance. I just wanted you to sit down while I broke the news to you. Jiraiya laughed as he also took a seat on the ground. Still grumbling and checking over his ramen stash, Naruto replied, You could have just asked, stupid Ero-sensei. With little more than a smack to the back of the head to silence the brat, Jiraiya spoke. You just turned 7 a few days ago, which means that we are going to get you started on learning taijutsu. Heck yeah. Naruto yelled as he jumped up from his seated position. Hey, I wanted you to sit down for this. Jiraiya yelled as he attempted to get his student back under control. We'll work our way towards a very special place to train. It's where I trained for many years in my own youth. I actually still visit quite often. Awesome. So I'm gonna be stronger than you, sensei? Naruto asked excitedly. Oh ho, you're a few decades early to be beating up on me, squirt, was the response. As soon as you can handle more than 4 tails, I'm sure you could take the old one. Naruto heard the Kyuubi tell him in his mind. Stomach. Whatever. Naruto internally agreed with his tenant. Am I going to keep training on the way there? Yes, actually. I'll be amping up your training too, so don't expect any of this to be fun or easy. Jiraiya lectured. We'll also jump ahead a little, since there are a few skills you'll need to get to where we're going. Namely, tree and water walking. What with walking? Jiraiya sighed as he got up from his seat and calmly walked up the side of a tree. You will also eventually be able to do this on water too. These are just the basics of being a shinobi. That is so cool. Naruto. Jiraiya snapped as he came back to the earth. This isn't like it was before. Before this training, you were only a really fast and strong civilian. Once you start this, there is no going back. You'll be a shinobi in training, and therefore a target to many enemy villages. Naruto's enthusiasm quelled at this, but overall he didn't seem discouraged. Well, just you wait until I'm older. I'll be the ones they have to worry about. Jiraiya did his best not to smile at his exuberant student. Grab our stuff, we're making camp off the side of the road here. Naruto, I didn't tell you this, but I painted a gravity seal on you half a year ago while you were passed out from training. I've kept it relatively low at 1.25 times the usual gravity. I didn't want to risk your growth too much, but now that you're stronger I'm going to crank it up to double gravity. Naruto stood shell-shocked, amazed that something so absolutely and completely awesome was already on him. It will take you a few days to adjust, so I'll give you the jutsu known as the Academy 3 to work on. They're simple, Irank jutsu so you won't hurt yourself, but with the Kyuubi, you should be more than fine. Jiraiya talked as he led his student towards a clearing. I thought jutsu was next year? Naruto asked. The heavy stuff will be, but these light jutsu is what we'll use to gauge your chakra control. It will be extremely difficult for you to control the massive amount you have, so the closer you get to using these jutsu the better your control is. Okay, what 3 do I get to master? Naruto asked excitedly, bouncing in place. Jiraiya showed his student the hand signs for the kawarimi, the simple bunshin, and the henge. The kawarimi is used to switch places with an object or person, and it has to be in your line of sight to do it. The bunshin creates a non-solid clone. It's good for deceptions once you perfect it. And the henge is used to transform yourself, usually into someone else, but you can turn into things like potted plants to blend in during espionage. Naruto had wide eyes at the new knowledge, but the Kyuubi in him had other thoughts. These parlor tricks are hardly worthy of being called jutsu. Hey, I've got to start somewhere, was Naruto's inner response. He knew the fox got the message when he heard the scoff. Now, tomorrow you can start practicing all this. Jiraiya said happily as he grasped Naruto's upper left arm. What? How come I gotta wait for tomorrow? I gotta train now if I'm gonna be the Hawk? The poor blonde was driven into the dirt by an unseen force. Today, focus on setting up your tent and adjusting to the new pressure. Jiraiya laughed as he moved to his own tent, which was pre-made by a Kage Bunshin. Naruto took in the exotic-looking landscape with wide eyes and empty lungs. He had adjusted over the last 3 weeks of traveling and light training to the new level of his seal, but he was exhausted. Naruto looked behind him and saw the sheer drop. He had to wall walk for 15 minutes between ledges for the last 3 hours. The last hour had been torture, not to mention the lake he had to cross just to make it to the cliff. He had to admit that the view was worth it, though. He had never seen a place like the one he was currently in. Thinking back over his recent travels, Naruto decided that the old pervert had some great views on training. His sensei had told Naruto that the blonde had too much chakra to easily grasp the finer point of chakra control off the bat. Naruto had no qualms about learning the skill through more effort, and he had chakra to burn on nearly constant practice. After mastering the walking on various surfaces, Naruto paid more attention to his jutsu. He was a quick learner regarding the henge and kawarimi, being particularly adept at the former. Naruto's transformations weren't mere illusions, much to Jiraiya's shock. It made almost no sense, but it was as if Naruto shapeshifted into whatever he transformed into. Jiraiya accounted it to him supercharging it with chakra or Bijou-enhanced chakra, but he mostly ignored it. The Bunshin, however, Naruto couldn't make a halfway decent clone to save his life. He had the best results when he tried to spawn upwards of 20, but they still came out missing limbs or dead-looking. Naruto and Jiraiya made their way across the exotic-looking mountaintop. Jiraiya had said something about there being old friends that would take him in, and Naruto was excited, to say the least. Even when he didn't know that Jiraiya wasn't his real father, he didn't meet any of his friends. On the other hand, his sensei's friends were likely just as perverted as the Toad Sage himself. As sensei and student crested a small hill, Naruto saw an older-looking cottage. Naruto wasn't sure what he was expecting, but two old, wrinkled toads were not it. Naruto knew that his sensei was able to summon toads, just like the fourth could. These toads, however, weren't much bigger than normal toads. Were they special somehow? "Jiraiya boy," called one of the toads. "Yep, they can talk." "You really know nothing, Kit," the fox laughed within Naruto. "Those two are Fukasaku and Shima, although back when I last saw them they were just starting to get serious about dating." "What?" Naruto asked. "How long ago was that?" "Oh, it was back before humans started hating me, that's for sure." There was bitterness in his tone. "Jiraiya, I see you've brought a guest for supper. You know better than to surprise me like this," another old toad yelled. "Sorry, ma. I forgot to send a messenger toad ahead." Jiraiya responded apologetically. The perverted sage rubbed the back of his head much like Naruto would, much to the boy's displeasure. That was his signature, damn it. "I'll get started on an extra-large dinner right away," the elderly toad Jiraiya called Ma stated. "Naruto, since we dropped in on them like this, why don't you go help her? Pa and I have some catching up to do anyhow." "You got it, sensei. Lead the way, ma," Naruto shouted as he marched behind the toad. The two disappeared into the cottage before long. "So, Pa started as the two sages sat in the grass. This is the boy you've been telling us about." "Yes, Pa is. This is Minato's son, Naruto." "You didn't need to tell me that. The darn boy looks just like little Minato did." There was a pause. "What is he like, Jiraiya?" Another pause, but Jiraiya smiled in thought before he broke the silence. "Minato and Kushina would have been proud, Pa." "I know, I sure am." "Oh," there was a weary chuckle from the toad. "Care to elaborate?" "Well, he's just as dim and loud as Kushina was, that's for sure." The two stopped to laugh for a good minute, reminiscing over times past. "He has a good heart in him. A strong one, just like his father's." This few seconds of silence held no laughter or mirth in it. "What about the rest of him? Is he strong? Will he be strong?" "Pa, you have no idea." Jiraiya shifted his legs. "He's incredible. If anything, I've held him back. He'll be the strongest any of us have seen." "Don't forget, Jiraiya boy, that I have seen a lot more than you," the old toad bellowed in amusement. Still smiling, Pa asked, "Why in the world would you be holding him back? And how?" "Don't get me wrong, Pa, he's amazing for a 7-year-old kid. He's tree and water walking, he's got the Academy 3 down except for the Bunshin, and I've got him on a 12-hour double gravity rotation." The elderly toad didn't seem too impressed until Jiraiya brought up the gravity weight training. "I can think of a few ninja even recently who have a more impressive record at his age, but I will admit I am surprised. You've got a gravity seal on him at what, 7? A nod in confirmation. "I'm taking the gravity slowly, don't worry. It's stuck for probably another year before I'm comfortable bumping it again." Jiraiya rubbed at his face before continuing. "Would those other ninja happen to be Kakashi and Itachi?" "Yes, well, look at how those ninja turned out, Pa. Powerful? Beyond a doubt. But one has defective emotional control issues and the other defected entirely." Pa had no response for his student. I want him to brush his basics up before we get to the heavy-hitting stuff. Why do you want to limit him like that? You know how boys are. They love blowing things up, always setting firecrackers in my personal stuff, playing pranks on their senseis, setting fire to whatever they can. I think you're the only one with this problem, Jiraiya boy. I've had the problem with every boy I've trained. Jiraiya defended. Now what would happen if you taught that boy how to blow up villages before teaching when to blow up villages? There was a sad smile accompanying the question. You make a good point, my boy. How do you plan to go about this? If he has as much potential as you say, he'll need some pretty strong morals. Pa-sensei, Pa looked directly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya never called him sensei. I want him trained as a toad warrior. There was a long, P-Argenti silence. Emotions and thoughts flew through the air, and Naruto could be faintly heard yelling from the kitchen. Are you sure, Jiraiya? A human hasn't trained as a toad in a very, very long time. He needs to know when to be disciplined and when to be carefree. I've held back his growth this long because I want him to be capable of a real life, of making friends, of eventually making his own family. Yet he needs the strictest discipline regarding his strength. Yes, and I'm talking about his strength alone. That's not even considering the fox. A problem indeed. Doesn't Konoha have an agency you've mentioned that specializes in this? Root. Jiraiya huffed through his nose. That joke of an organization will never lay a finger on Naruto. I'd kill the lot of them before they did. Now Jiraiya boy. I'm using them as an extreme example, nothing more, the wrinkled toad laughed. Naruto will need a professional face almost as strong as theirs is, but he'll have to be able to put it on and take it off like a smile. That's what I'm counting on. The two continued to speak of lighter things for a while, but eventually, they heard Ma's call for dinner. Jiraiya stood and stretched, preparing himself for what was to come. Training would be a pain in itself, but first, he had to make it through dinner. 1 week after arrival to Mount Myaboku, Naruto sat down to another dinner of bugs. Naruto lasted 2 days before his ramen supply was depleted and another 2 days until his stomach demanded he eat something. At first, Naruto noticed that the taste wasn't too bad. Actually, the bugs tasted fairly decent. The taste, however, wasn't the issue. It was either the crunch of legs or the slimy lack thereof. I don't think I can watch you go through this again. Cut me off, came the inner command. In truth, it was closer to a plea, but Naruto obliged regardless. Naruto cut the link between the fox and his vision, but he left his hearing linked in case of important conversations. Okay Naruto, you've been working your strength and speed for a week, you're as ready to begin taijutsu training as you'll ever be, Ma said around a spoonful of worms. It's about time. I'm tired of going to bed exhausted without actually fighting anything. Naruto thought in victory. Now we can start actually pushing you, came Pa's amused voice. First, let's see how much you remember of your lectures. Jiraiya spoke next. What are the 3 ways to fight? Naruto racked his brain for only a moment. You can fight to learn, you can fight to subdue, and you can fight to kill. Kit. You fight to kill. That's the only way you should fight. To kill. Naruto felt his eye twitch. I knew that. I just hesitated. Never hesitate. Not to answer a stupid question, and especially not to kill. Else you end up the one that's dead. Good job, my boy. Don't get him excited over something so easy, Pa. He's not an idiot. Ma screamed over the table. Don't lecture me on how to teach woman, was the heated response. Besides, there's only one idiot here, and it sure ain't Naruto. This, of course, started an argument. Looks like I'm taking over from here. Jiraiya mumbled in annoyance. Okay, Naruto, what are our priorities? Naruto knew this one immediately. Family, duty, honor. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at the quick response. And what do those words mean, Naruto? I will protect those that I care about. I will do my duty as my mission commands. And I will honor. Naruto trailed off on the last part. I will bring honor to my name in both word and action, Jiraiya finished for him. I don't really care about the honor part as long as I manage the first 2. I'm sure honor will happen if I'm good at the first ones anyway, Naruto said nonchalantly as he bit into another crunchy beetle. I really hate hearing that, you know. Well, I like these ones the best. And what is our stance on orders? Jiraiya asked his godson. Orders given mean orders completed, Naruto answered hesitantly. But what if my orders put family in danger? Then, Jiraiya looked at Naruto with all the seriousness in the world. You make a choice. You choose between family and duty, and then you hope that honor follows in the wake your choice. Pray that the choice never has to be made. Naruto gulped with nothing in his mouth as the implications dawned on him. Before long, the two elderly toads stopped bickering to eat in peace. Pa ended the argument with a grumbled, I was talking about Jiraiya boy anyway. The rest of the meal passed amicably, and soon the table was empty. Before anyone could rise to clean, however, there was a knock at the door before it swung open. A dog-sized toad entered. Naruto, the great elder toad Gamamaru wishes to see you. Gamamaru? The fox's question felt like a shout. Oh, what an honor. You better get going, Naruto. Jiraiya gave his student a slap on the shoulder. We'll clean up here, don't worry. Naruto nodded and waved as he left, running after the toad. Jiraiya looked to his two old friends. He's not getting a prophecy, is he? I wouldn't bet on it, no. He's still a bit young. The great elder would let him live out his childhood before dropping a prophecy on him, Ma told him. Jiraiya was then heavily confused on the meaning of the summons. I have brought the boy, great elder, the toad that had fetched Naruto announced upon entry to a large room. The room was large, with a massive vaulted roof with equally massive pillars all around. There were 3 other toads surrounding a hulking, ancient-looking toad. Yes, I am aware that you are in fact a boy, came the quavery response. No, elder, I have brought Naruto for you. Yes, I need to see the boy. Naruto spoke up before things could continue. I'm here. What you need, Gramps? The toad that escorted Naruto spun on his heel. You watch your tone. This is the great elder Gamamaru. Naruto, it is so good to see you. Please, come closer, child, beckoned the wrinkled massive toad. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the indignant toad escort and walked forward. Hiya! Naruto called out cheerily. Such a wonderful thing, the elder toad chuckled to himself. We will not be speaking here, child. Suddenly, Naruto was stumbling in the dark confines of his mind. He knew that if he looked up he'd see the familiar bars of the Kyuubi's prison. What Naruto didn't expect, however, was the booming yell and crash. Uncle Gamamaru, the area shook with the volume. Naruto looked up in time to see the Kyuubi slam his head into the bars, the center of his skull in front of a large standing figure. The toad great elder stood, looking much younger now, with his hand extended. The webbed appendage rested lightly on the Kyuubi's head. It has been a long time, Kurama. I have missed you. Can you break me free of this wretched human prison, uncle? Naruto could do nothing but stand and stare in awe. Oh, come now, your Jinchuriki isn't so bad, is he? The younger, stronger-looking toad asked with a laugh. All humans are alike, uncle. I know this. You know this. We all came to you after the humans destroyed our homes, and you've said you watched them do it through your ball. My child, you do not burn the orchard to clear a dozen dying trees. Your father and I taught you this many years ago. My father is dead, and humans are not trees. My love for the forest and trees no longer extends to humans. The toad looked sad. My boy Kurama, you have grown to know only hatred. I have been keeping an eye on you, much like your siblings. You've had no one to speak to alleviate your anger since we last met. Not until Naruto here. My hatred makes me strong, uncle. Never before have I been more feared, the fox snarled his response. And never again will you be loved if this continues. Silence. Allow me to help you, my child. I need no man's help. Then it is a good thing I'm a toad. Now get your stubborn butt down here. I swear that all this time hasn't helped your stubbornness. The Kyuubi bowed his head once more, and once again the elder toad laid a webbed hand on the furry head. The sage held his other arm out, away from the caged fox. Naruto could see a black liquid-looking substance gather on the fur of the fox and move towards the sage. The dark liquid gathered above the elder toad's outstretched hand and formed a massive orb of swirling darkness. The elder stepped away from the cage and held his other hand aloft. In this hand formed another massive ball, this one a pale green in color and likely toad oil. The orbs met in a slow yet dazzling display of a yin and yang symbol, the two growing as they intermixed. The conjoined orbs flew skyward, and they were lit aflame by a fire jutsu that was also used by the sage. Am I allowed to ask what's going on? Naruto interrupted the silence that followed the mystical display. You brought the kit with you? The Kyuubi asked in confusion. I had to, started the toad. It's his mind we're in after all. So, was that a yes to an explanation? Or, Naruto, much of this story will come from your large friend here, Naruto was told. As for me, I have looked after and loved him for many years. I just took away all the hatred he was holding for all this time. I took away the damaging hatred, and now you have to heal him. He was not always hated for merely existing. Okay, but I thought you were super old. Naruto pointed accusingly. There was a long silence, broken by the sage's deep and annoyingly young laugh. You learn to mold yourself and your surroundings in a mindscape after centuries of meditation. It's not really that hard, I'm sure you can learn. Peach, I don't have to worry about looking old. Naruto responded. Regardless, my time here is short. I will see you upon your return. The toad elder departed with a final smile and wave towards the fox. Oh, hey, fox. Kurama. Ha! Kurama. It is the name my father gave me, and I would prefer if you used it. Oh, does this mean we're friends now? A chuckle. Don't go pushing your luck too far now, kid. It's just my name. Yeah. That your father gave you. You want to talk about that? Naruto felt a bit wary. He heard no malice in Kurama's voice. It was more teasing? Kurama took a deep breath. Well, seeing as it is technically my beginning, it's a good place to start. Naruto sat down for the story. Do you know of the Sage of Six Paths? Yeah, Ero-sensei told me the story all the time as a kid. Why? Because the man is no mere legend. He's also my father. This was met with a very, very long pause. I didn't think you knew how to joke. This is great. Naruto laughed aloud. I make no jokes, kid. The Sage of Six Paths created all of the 9 bijou from the power divided from the Kyuubi. The 10 tails. Wait, what? There's a 10 tails? Not anymore, weren't you listening? Kurama scoffed. Anyway, we were given life not long before my father's death. I'm sorry, Naruto interrupted quietly. Do not apologize. It is in the past, Kurama responded with the softest tone Naruto had ever heard from him. Still gruff, but it was an improvement. We were given temples scattered throughout the land. Beautiful homes that we lived in, and from them we protected the surrounding area. Humans used to worship and thank us for protecting them. That sounds awesome. What changed? You need to learn to listen to a story better. Stop interrupting me. There was an angry huff. The humans that had learned to HRNSS their chakra started using it for evil. We, the 9 bijou, rose up to oppose them, and we squashed rebellions like flies. Unfortunately, our raw power scared the humans, and their fear led to mobs of people destroying our homes. The temples built for us by our father. With no homes, we wandered. Eventually, the humans started sealing us, and this horrible chain has started. The hatred I harbored for your kind has clouded my memory and decisions, but I am better now thanks to my uncle. Is he really your uncle? He's a toad. Of everything I just said, that's your first question? Naruto looked at the ground guiltily. I mean, I already know that now I have to restore the temples, but I didn't know about your uncle, so I asked. Not by blood. He was my father's best friend. Naruto, look at me. Naruto did as he was asked, and he was met with a pair of fierce red eyes. Thank you. If you happen to fail at restoring my temple, the knowledge that you care enough to try means more than you can imagine. What are friends for? Stop pushing the friendship thing. No. The next morning, Naruto sat in the middle of the training field meditating. He had about 10 minutes before his first real day of taijutsu training started, so he wanted to speak with Kurama again. Naruto entered his mindscape once more. He preferred to speak face to face when he could. Back again? I'm out of stories for now, you know. I'm not here for stories. Naruto retorted. I want to hear your thoughts on us learning to fight together. Kurama thought for a minute. When you access my chakra, you will gain claws. Either of chakra or natural claws, you will have them. I suggest you learn a taijutsu style to accommodate them. How much chakra are we talking here? Naruto asked curiously. At the moment I am comfortable giving you 2 taels worth of my chakra. Your body still can't handle any more. I plan on giving you a tael for every year you train though. You're already planning out my birthday presents? You're such a great friend. Still not happening, Kit. Naruto snapped his fingers. Darn. Go now, you have company. Back in the waking world, Naruto opened his eyes to see Jiraiya, Ma, and Pa walking towards him. Well, Jiraiya was walking. Ma and Pa were hitching rides on Jiraiya's shoulders. Naruto also noticed the scroll they were carrying. Well, Naruto my boy. Looks like the great elder has taken a liking to you. Pa called out when the trio got close enough. When he heard of our plans to train you like a toad, he fetched one of his personal scrolls for us to teach you, Ma continued. Very fitting if you ask me. What is it? Naruto asked them as he stood up. You, Naruto, will be the first in centuries to learn the Fox Fist. Jiraiya told his student with abundant enthusiasm. I think I can guess why, Naruto said while smiling ear to ear. It is convenient indeed. Now, the form is heavily dependent on lightning-fast claw knife strikes, so you'll need these, Jiraiya lectured as he tossed a pair of weighted gloves at Naruto. There was a pair of audible poofs, and suddenly there were 2 more Jiraiyas. You'll be sparring with these guys as Ma, Pa, and I study the rest of this scroll. I can't spar with Bunshin, I won't be able to. Naruto was cut off by a sharp whack to the back of his head by one of the 2 Bunshin. No, Naruto. We are Kage Bunshin. I can wail on you all I want. One of the clones said cheekily. That's so awesome. Can I learn that one? Naruto yelled in excitement. How about we make it your first jutsu next year? The other clone answered. Naruto, while still unhappy with the compromise, nodded in agreement. Now Naruto, we can finally begin the first phase of your training. Fighting to learn. Both clones said in unison. Naruto took a stance as he heard a familiar laugh. My old Fox Fist. Kit, you're in for one hell of a year. I take that back. Naruto took the first hit of many for the day. Kit, you are fed. Naruto stood with his sensei at the edge of the cliff he had first arrived on. The sheer drop no longer scared him, and he stared down at the lake far below him. Naruto was 10 years old now, halfway to his 11th year. The last 3 years on Mount Myaboku had been tough. Grueling even. The results, though, Naruto would never complain about. Naruto stood a few inches below Jiraiya's shoulder now, and the 2 stood side by side as Naruto remembered the last 3 years of training. End of Naruto's taijutsu training. Naruto ducked under a straight kick from a clone of his sensei and twisted into a spinning heel kick aimed at the clone's head. The kick was blocked, and Naruto slashed at the clone's middle with a kunai in hand. Naruto, fight to subdue, came Jiraiya's order. There was an immediate change in Naruto. His movements became more violent and direct. Naruto rolled under a chakra-powered kick and came up slicing at the hamstring of the clone. The clone jumped off its stationary leg and flipped behind. The still crouched Naruto. Naruto stood, turned, and saw the wide swing coming at him. The kunai in his hand moved across his body to stop the wild punch. The blade slipped between the bones in the clone's arm and it popped out of existence. Naruto, staying true to his training, moved flawlessly into a spin that would have snapped the arm at the elbow. One more time. Fight to kill, was his order as yet another clone came into existence. Naruto had gone through the various orders for several hours, and he was starting to feel gassed. Naruto stood facing the clone, his kunai at the ready and thinking through the quick kill that had to follow. Use my chakra kit. You are still allowed 3 times today. 1 tael should suffice. Naruto's only response was to quickly form the cloak while jumping away from the attacking clone. His whiskers grew thicker, his eyes became more fox-like, and his nails morphed themselves into claws. Lastly, a bubbling red cloak of chakra enveloped him, adding a tail and even longer claws made out of pure, burning chakra. Naruto no longer felt the effect of the 2.5x gravity seal. Naruto threw the kunai at blinding speeds towards the heart of the clone. The clone turned and narrowly avoided the projectile, as Naruto knew it would. Even though his sensei gave the clones hardly any power, they retained little less than Jonin-level reflexes. According to Jiraiya at least. Naruto blurred behind the clone in an instant, his right clawed hand making its way into the back of his opponent. His left hand curved its claws into where the head would have been had it not popped from the initial hit. "Thank you, Kurama," Naruto thought to his still reluctant friend. "Meh. You're getting better." "That's enough, Naruto. You're getting better," Jiraiya said as he plopped a hand on his godson's shoulder. "It means more coming from me, trust me." Naruto laughed to himself. "Thank you, pervy sage. At least call me sensei when we're training." Jiraiya griped. "Anyways, Pa and I have decided that you should be set on taijutsu for now. You're getting pretty good, Naruto." "Really? So I can learn jutsu now?" Naruto jumped up and yelled. "After lunch, okay?" Jiraiya attempted to placate the excited blonde. "I get to learn Kage Bunshin first, right? You promised." Yes, you do. How about a lecture on it while we wait for the lunch bell?" Naruto let loose a long, exasperated groan. "I hate lectures. You'll like this one. I'll explain the uses of Kage Bunshin." "Lecture away, you old perv." Shaking his head again, Jiraiya sat down with his student and started. The Kage Bunshin is a Jonin-level technique because of how much chakra it uses. Without concentrating on the specific chakra distribution, a single clone you make will have half your chakra. 3 clones would each get a quarter of your chakra and you'd keep the last quarter for yourself and so on. I got most of that actually. What if it's different for me because of Kurama's chakra like the henge? Naruto asked. You're better off asking him about that, I have no idea. Kurama? Did you hear my question? Unfortunately. I'm trying to sleep in here, you know? And I have no idea, but don't worry about getting too exhausted with this jutsu. You've got enough chakra for several hundred clones yourself, and with me helping you I can't even guess how high the count goes. Kurama grumbled. Kurama says I won't have to worry about getting tired even if he isn't helping me, Naruto told his sensei. He also said let him sleep. He then cut off the link to his hearing. Well, that's reassuring at least. Anyways, there are a lot of uses for shadow clones, Jiraiya continued. As you've seen, they can be used to teach, spar, or help you out in a fight. The other, more important detail though, you get their memories when they disperse. What? No way, that's so cool. Yup, that makes them perfect for spying and scouting too. You can send a few into a base and have the place memorized in half an hour. I can also make them listen to lectures for me. Jiraiya smacked his blonde student on the top of his head. They aren't for slacking off, Naruto. Oh, I meant like 2 at a time. Or they listen while I spar. They could do a bunch of learning for me while I train, you know. Naruto defended himself vehemently. Jiraiya froze in thought, ideas hatching in his mind and running wild. That, my blonde little twerp, is not a bad idea at all. Suddenly the two heard the lunch bell start ringing. The two started towards the cottage, now both used to the bug diet. Naruto halted his sensei, though, and pointed an accusing finger at the old man. I bet you've used Kage Bunshin to help in your research, haven't you, pervy sage? Naruto then took off laughing for lunch as his sensei lay in the dirt with a case of severe blood loss erupting from his nose. The end of Naruto's ninjutsu training. That's enough, Naruto boy. Give me your lightest great breakthrough to clean our little patch of trees of debris and come sit with me, Pa instructed as Naruto bent at the waist breathing heavily. Naruto also happened to be standing stuck to the side of a large tree, the same way he had done almost all of his ninjutsu training. Naruto did so and joined the old toad. Can I drop the leaves now? Yes, you may. 2 leaves dropped from the surface of Naruto's headband, one more from the back of his head, and 4 from the back of each of his arms. After the first month of training, Naruto had been told to add a leaf after each month to increase his chakra control. Naruto let out a sigh of relief for the break. "I think that does it for your ninjutsu training," Fukasaku stated. "Yes, sensei," was Naruto's response. Naruto had learned that during training there was little room for jokes, but his free time was his to do with as he pleased. He wasn't too sure what this counted as though. "Now Naruto, do you know why I only taught you so many jutsu?" asked slowly. "Something about me mastering a few instead of half-butting a bunch?" was the hesitant response. The old toad chuckled. "Something along those lines, yes. Now, since today is the last that you'll focus on ninjutsu, I want you to list me the ones you know and show me the hand signs you've cut them down to." Naruto worked every jutsu he was assigned until he didn't need every hand sign to use them. He was told that hand signs were just signals that showed your chakra what the brain wanted from an order. Eventually, you didn't need all the signs and the chakra just remembered the correct path. Great breakthrough. I don't have enough control to downsize it into just a breakthrough. 2 of the 3 required signs. Naruto flashed through the seals as he spoke. Swamp of the Underworld. I've cut it down to a single seal. Shadow Clones, 1 single-handed seal. That one's your favorite, isn't it? Pa asked while smiling knowingly. Speaking of, the one studying Fuinjutsu with Ero-sensei just popped. He says we have 10 minutes before dinner is ready. Hurry up with your list then, Ma will kill us if we're late again. Fukasaku urged. Alright. Shuriken Shadow Clone, I just learned that one and haven't cut any out yet. I know both the double suicide decapitation and the hiding like a mole techniques. I can perform air bullets myself, and with Kurama's help I can make small drilling air bullets. Good. Don't be satisfied until you can perform them all, seal-less, understand? I believe you are close with your shadow clones. Now let's get moving. Pa then hopped to Naruto's shoulder as the boy took off towards the house. Will I be increasing my gravity seal to 3x soon? Naruto asked as he walked. Quite soon, I believe. Although for the next 2 days, you will focus on meditating with the Great Toad Elder and Kurama while Jiraiya runs an errand. It's about time I got to speak with Uncle Gamamaru again. Kurama will enjoy that, Naruto noted aloud as the house came into view. What's the errand? Jiraiya has to fetch us something to further your training. Your time with us grows short, Naruto. Your last year or so here will focus on preparing your mind for the life of a shinobi. Your body is ready enough to be a genin at the very least. 2 days later. Okay Naruto, I've brought back someone for you to meet. Jiraiya exclaimed as Naruto, Ma, and Pa walked into the training area. I have to meet someone to continue my training? Not quite, dear, Ma answered as she joined Pa near a tree. I would like to introduce you to Fujita. Jiraiya called out and gestured to a wide oak tree. From behind the tree stepped a dirty man, a bruise mixed in with the dirt of his face. This is him? Your student I have to beat for my freedom? The man smirked. Our good friend here used to be part of a bandit group. Unfortunately for him, that group met me. Jiraiya crossed his arms. I pulled him off the young girl he was raping. Luckily he had already killed her parents, so they didn't have to watch from their spot. Their spot on the dinner table next to him. Naruto's eyes narrowed and seemed to fill with fiery hatred. The air stilled, the birds stopped their songs, and Jiraiya spat on the feet on the disgusting man. Naruto didn't know it, but he was unconsciously leaking his killing intent. Jiraiya took note and made plans to teach that skill during the next year as well. I told him that I had already killed or captured the rest of his group, and all he had to do for his freedom was defeat my student. You, Naruto, Jiraiya turned to his pupil. This is your final test to see if you're ready for the last year of your ninja training. A bandit? Can he use chakra? Naruto asked incredulously, his furious gaze never leaving the still smirking man. I don't need anything more than my hands and a knife to take you out, brat. Fujita foolishly exclaimed. The simple bandit assumed that the bloodlust he was feeling came from the white-haired ninja that took out his whole gang and prepared to butcher the blonde child. Fine, Naruto responded as he drew a single kunai and took an offensive fox fist stance. Orders, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya knew that Naruto had slipped into his business mode. This kind of respect only emerged when the boy was serious about something. Usually training. Leave Kurama out of it, you have to do this on your own. No ninjutsu, you fight with your hands. Understood, sensei. You're making this too easy, old man. I'm not complaining, but that's a lot of handicaps for some kid. Naruto's bloodlust leaked out even more, the killing intent being the only noticeable response to the man's words. Jiraiya silently praised his student on the reserved reaction. He would learn to control the Ki soon enough. In that case, Naruto, fight to kill. Begin. This time Jiraiya noticed the almost imperceptible response. Naruto gripped his kunai tight enough to whiten his knuckles, too tightly for what his style called for. Understood, sensei. Naruto was not prepared for the order. He had expected to subdue the man at the most since there was no real reason to kill him. The man made a clumsy swing with the knife provided for him, and Naruto ducked but made no move to counter. What are you doing? Strike him down. Kurama called from within Naruto. Another wild swing came in for Naruto's head, and Naruto defaulted to a basic maneuver while his brain fought to come to terms with killing the man. Naruto's kunai slipped between the bones in Fujita's arm, and Naruto spun sharply using his free arm to snap the bandit's elbow. Naruto lost the grip on his kunai, but the man fell to his knees in pain. Naruto knew he was subdued, but those weren't his orders. Naruto had to kill this man. Do not hesitate to kill. Kill this criminal and become a man, Naruto. Become a shinobi. Naruto dashed forward and grasped the sobbing man's head in both hands. With a sudden, violent twist, Naruto went from looking at the man's bald spot to watching the life bleed out of his eyes. Naruto let Fujita the bandit slump over onto his side. Lips trembling, Naruto pulled his kunai free, cleaned it on the dead man's shirt as he was told to do in lectures, and returned it to his pouch. Naruto turned to look to his three teachers, stealing his voice, his face, and his heart. Objective complete, sensei. Jiraiya stood motionless for a moment, his face hard. You missed 2 opportunities to kill him with a counter. You could have ended the fight with a clean, silent kill before he struck out the first time. The resulting noise from your fight may have alerted your enemy, dooming you and your team. Your first counter was also designed to subdue, not to kill. That was sloppy execution of your orders. Naruto nodded shakily before managing a broken, "Wife, sensei." However, you are unharmed and your target is dead. Mission complete, Naruto. Then Jiraiya allowed his face to show his sympathy. Yes, sensei, Naruto spit out once more, not breaking from his professional stance. The mission is over, Naruto. Take the mask off. Now. Fukasaku ordered, breaking to see the boy he had grown to care for hurting like he was. Naruto let out a single sob as he fell to his knees, faced away from his first kill and his teachers. Ma and Pa gave Jiraiya a look before summoning a larger toad to dispose of the body. The 2 old sages then took their leave, leaving sensei and student. Jiraiya moved to Naruto's front, pulling his godson's tear-stained face into his chest. I'm here, Naruto. Sensei, Naruto started between sobs. No, Naruto. You don't need the man who became your sense. Right now, I am the man who called you my son for 6 years. Right now you need a father, and I am here, Naruto. Another loud, broken sob. Jiraiya felt his own heart break with it. Dad. Naruto spent the next several minutes crying on his father's chest and shoulder. Eventually, the tears stopped, and Naruto merely sat in the embrace of someone who genuinely loved him. I'm okay now, sensei. Jiraiya had to admit that he didn't like being called sensei as much anymore. You did well, Naruto. I am so very proud of you. Silence. Do you know why young toads have to make their first kills before they are considered real warriors? Jiraiya asked, now sitting back to back with Naruto. So they don't break down like I just did in the field? Naruto responded slowly, wiping his nose on his orange sleeve. That too, I guess. But the main reason is for understanding. Knowledge, the Sannin told him. A ninja follows his orders. Whether those orders are to save a life or to take one. And what do you believe you just did here? I took a life. I took a life when I could have captured and imprisoned him. No, Naruto. That man was cruel, guilty, and headed for execution anyway. You have saved many lives today. Do you remember what I found him doing? A grunt was the only affirmation Jiraiya received. He would have done that very same thing countless more times if no one stopped him. You saved people from that fate. Still, Naruto remained quiet. I know you have a good heart, Naruto. A heart that hates taking lives. Just remember that if taking a guilty life saves both time and, more importantly, innocence, take the life. How will I know if the person is guilty? Naruto asked. For now, you'll only follow orders. Until you learn to judge for yourself, I only want you to follow the orders of your superiors, okay? Naruto grunted again. Jiraiya stood. Take the rest of the day off. Tomorrow we'll start combining everything you've learned and maybe picking up a few more key skills. And we'll work on your stealth. Tomorrow morning remind to bump your gravity to 3x and we'll start your last year on the mountain. Naruto agreed and laid down in the middle of the training area. When Naruto was alone, Kurama decided to speak up. You will be strong one day, kid. You have earned my respect. Thanks, Kurama, but I don't really feel like talking right now. Well, I do, so tough sheet. Spill your guts to me, kid. I'm feeling nice today. Why do I feel like a monster, Kurama? There was a deep laugh from the fox. Naruto, if every killer was a monster, every shinobi village would be a fearsome version of hell. Exactly, what makes me different than people like Fujita? People who kill. I just kill for someone other than myself. The old me would have encouraged you to only kill for yourself. Old you was a JRK. I'm not the nicest now either. Regardless, there is a difference between killing and murder, Kit. Explain. You can save future victims from murder by killing the guilty party. You can kill to save, but you can only murder to satisfy. I have killed many murderous humans when I still protected this land. Well, with me you'll still protect people. That's what I plan to do. As Hokage, I'll protect everyone I can. I truly admire your fire, Kit. Just remember that even as Hokage, you will have to become a killer to stop the murderers. Thank you, Kurama. I feel a bit better. But I do not have many friends, and I hate seeing the few I do have upset. And Naruto smiled. Present day, MT Mayaboka's edge. Naruto remembered all the good and bad times he'd had here as he took the first step towards the wilderness below and beyond the mountain that had been his home for 3 years. The last year had yielded Naruto with a few more tricks and the few inches that brought him closer to his sensei's shoulder. The high-protein diet of bugs must have been good for something after all. Naruto had achieved greater mastery over his Kage Bunshin. He could create clones sealless if he had to, but he still preferred the half-ram seal. Naruto could use hundreds at a time to train. Here's the plan, Naruto. We will spend half a year making our way home. Towards Konoha. Are we really that far away, Pervy Sage? Or do you want to stop off at it? Few hot springs and... It's for your training, okay? Jiraiya interrupted quickly. And if I decide to conduct some research, I'll do so privately. Thank you very much. Sure, whatever you say, you old perv. Naruto laughed as the pair reached the start of the lake. Say, looks like you didn't have to stop this around, eh? Jiraiya mentioned. I'd be embarrassed if I did. Hell, at this point I'd be embarrassed if you did. Naruto gave a small smile in acknowledgement to Kurama's version of a joke. What type of training will I be receiving, sensei? Naruto asked after a bit of walking over the lake. I want you to finish mastering the Rasengan. I know you can manage it with clones, but don't consider it mastered until you can get one in each hand with little more than a thought. Alright, sensei. Also, while we travel, I want you constantly working on chakra control. It's still your worst attribute, you know. The white-haired hermit poked fun at his student. Who can blame me? I've got more chakra than even you do now, plus the Kyuubi in me. Naruto jabbed back. It has been a sore point lately on who had the most chakra now, along with the difficulty Naruto had controlling it. Anyway, Jiraiya tried to get back on track. I want you to travel with a kunai chakra balanced on each shoulder. Eventually I want them spinning, got it? Naruto nodded silently, already thinking about the difficulty of this new challenge. That had to be a Jonin exercise, right? DMN, he was getting good. Don't get a big head, kid. You can still only use 4 tails of my chakra. I'll get to 5 before too long, just you wait. We'll also exterminate any bandits and bandit camps we come across. I know you hate to do it, but I need you to become more accustomed to taking lives. Naruto walked in silence for a bit, the shore getting closer by the step. It is for the best, kid. It will make you strong and save innocence at the same time. You don't need to remind me, I just dislike the thought. Part of me knows that you're talking to the fox right now, right? Probably about not liking the idea of killing people? Jiraiya asked. It was true, of course, but Naruto had killed 3 more times since his first. It had been easier every time, but it always left a sour taste in his mouth, especially after he dropped his mission mask. Jiraiya didn't wait for a response. It's good that you dislike killing. I never want you to feel joy or satisfaction from killing. You only kill out of necessity, never in order to satisfy yourself. I know, pervy sage. Naruto then asked Kurama, didn't you say something like that after my first kill? Probably. I learned my philosophy from Uncle Gamamaru. He taught Fukasaku and Shima, who then taught your master. It only makes sense. Well, it's a long road home, might as well get moving. Naruto yelled as he took to the trees. Oh Naruto, didn't I tell you the worst of your suffering starts when we get back? Naruto slipped on the next branch he hit, stumbling to regain his balance. Yes, you will have to go through a semester at the academy. Mwaha. For miles around, Naruto's scream could be heard. The large, red gates of Konoha greeted both sensei and student. Naruto had shed his orange jumpsuit in the heat in favor of a light orange, tight t-shirt. The baggy dark pants had a single orange stripe down the side, in order to stay true to Naruto's favored color scheme. All of his supplies had been sealed into storage scrolls of his own making, so Naruto traveled light. Ah, these gates always make me feel at home, Jiraiya stretched as he approached the check-in booth. Kotetsu, are you asleep? Lord Jiraiya, came a voice from the booth. Bah, drop that lord stuff. Who do you think I am, Izumi? The Sannin laughed as he leaned on the windowsill. Where's your lazy partner? Kotetsu is running a few errands for Lord Third at the encryption division, I believe. He's not smart enough to decode a cereal box crossword. What's he doing there? Jiraiya asked in feigned disbelief. The man Naruto now knew was named Izumi let out a loud bark of a laugh. He's just grabbing papers. Phew, that was a good one, you should put that in a book. I'll think about it. Anyway, Naruto and I will head in now, gotta go see how my old sensei is holding up, you know? And Jiraiya led Naruto into the village. Naruto! Hokage's office. Old man! Naruto yelled as he burst into the Hokage's office. I'm either dreaming or Kurenai got drunk and is slinging genjutsu again. Naruto, is that really you? Hiruzen laughed as he embraced the child. It's been a while, sensei. Jiraiya walked in smiling. Oh, I finally got my boys back. The old Hokage mumbled, clasping Jiraiya's shoulder over Naruto's head. Well, how did it go? Did you get stronger, Naruto? I'll be wearing your hat in no time, old man. Naruto yelled as he jumped back. The two adults laughed before talking about the small things they each missed. Naruto butted in where he could, but as soon as the talk shifted to his enrollment to the academy, Naruto balked. No getting out of it, I'm afraid, Hiruzen grumbled. All of my genin have to attend at least a semester before attempting the graduation exam. On the bright side, you only have to wait for 3 months. 3 months? And then I can become a chunin? Naruto asked hopefully. The two men laughed long and loud at the boy. Jiraiya spoke up first. Why don't you head on back to the apartment, Naruto? Make sure everything is where it should be. Then get ready for your first day tomorrow. Naruto groaned as he left. Jiraiya chuckled again before turning to his own sensei. He wasn't kidding, you know. He could definitely pass the Chunin exam. Oh really? What makes you say that? The third asked with a small smile. He knew from experience how much a sensei could overestimate a student's abilities. He's got a pair of earth and wind release jutsu mastered, the shadow clones and your shuriken variation, a supporting technique or two, his Rasengan is battle-tested and ready, deep schooling in the ancient shinobi ways, a good grip on fuinjutsu, and around 24 kills under his belt. All bandits but two, a pair of Nukenin Genin I let him take after I finished their Chunin leader. Jiraiya listed as if reading from a script. In truth, the Sannin rehearsed his speech to impress his sensei. You trained him as a shinobi of the old way, didn't you? As a toad warrior, so yes. But he's so young, Jiraiya. And so powerful, sensei. I had to make sure he had a grasp on what his power is and when to use it. For all of us. There was silence as the two men sat in thought. Is he a good person, Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked quietly. One of the best I've ever known. Definitely, the best I've trained. Minato would be proud, sensei. Then that is all I could ask of you. You've done an amazing job, Jiraiya. As a sensei and as a father. Jiraiya smiled sadly at the ground. You were right, I definitely prefer being a father to being a sensei. And my pride for him did end up surpassing any annoyance he caused. It did years ago, actually. The two men looked at each other and smiled, memories seeming to surface like hungry fish. What's your plan placement-wise now that you know about his skill? Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe. Well, I still want him on a Genin team. I want him to go through the whole process, slightly so he doesn't feel like he cheated. A short laugh from Jiraiya. Yup, he'd be honorable enough to feel that way, believe me. I think I want to make him the focal point of a strike team. There are another few promising students that plan to take this next exam I could pair him with. And I think I'll put him under Kakashi since you can take your spy network back. Ugh, I forgot about that. Probably no chance I could get him to keep it? Jiraiya asked hopefully. Nope. A large, sheet-eating grin adorned the Hokage's face. He absolutely hates it. Fine. Might as well go break the good news to him. I'll keep your team assignment plans to myself though, don't worry. Jiraiya turned to leave. Thank you, Jiraiya, was the third's response. And Jiraiya, the white-haired man turned, it's good to have you home. Naruto had one stop to make before he went back to his old apartment. He weaved through the crowds of shopping people, the masses oblivious as to who he was. Many of the civilians walking around had children with them. All varying in age, but all also happy with their parents. Naruto shook his head to ward off any darker thoughts. Do not concern yourself with them, kid. You have already become more than they could ever hope to be. Ah yes, that makes me feel so much better. Thank you, Kurama. Naruto thought back sarcastically. The road and alleys felt so familiar, as if Naruto had never left. Every turn was the same, every nook and cranny he used to hide from his uncle. Always did manage to find him, though. Probably cheated. Naruto knew now that Kakashi probably cheated. Somehow. Before long, Naruto was there. The alley where his life changed. Where his life could have ended. He took in the innocent-looking surrounding, trying its best to appear as if nothing had ever happened at all. Naruto took note of the dumpster near the entrance. It was the last place he had seen his animal companion. Dark thoughts of vengeance threatened Naruto, but he knew that the two ninja were likely already dead. You know, Kit, this is technically where we first met. I didn't take you for such a romantic. A smile brought Naruto out of his own head. Shut up, you old flea bag. Talking to yourself, Naruto? The voice came from behind the blonde. It's better than talking to you, Naruto continued smiling as he turned around. Kakashi stood at the entrance of the alleyway, orange book in hand, his mask and headband leaving only a single eye visible. Naruto knew he was smiling behind that dark blue mask. His uncle's trademark, eye smile, gave him away every time. It's good to see you again, brat, the masked man said as he ruffled his nephew's hair. How'd you even know I was back? The two started down the alley towards the old apartment Naruto stayed in with Jiraiya. I'm a ninja, what did you expect? You know that excuse won't work when I'm giving you orders as Hokage, right? The foxy grin that accompanied the question made the older man chuckle. You must think you've gotten pretty strong to be talking like that. Stronger than you, I bet. All I've ever seen you do is read and get yelled at by girls. Naruto accused. Men with enough skill usually don't need it. Their reputation wins battles for them. Kakashi winked his only visible eye. You read that stuff in your book? Naruto asked skeptically. His uncle was never that wise-sounding before he left. What are you reading anyway? Oh, nothing of any importance, I assure you. Kakashi tucked the orange book away as the apartment complex came into view. Let's head in, okay? Naruto was suspicious of how defensive his uncle came across about his book, but he complied anyway. Everything was just the way Naruto remembered it. The small kitchenette still had a deserted look to it, and the living room still consisted of a beat-up couch and old chair. The whole place seemed like it had been cleaned recently, likely Kakashi's doing. Naruto dropped his bag near the door and belly flopped onto his couch. Oh, how I've missed you. Kakashi sat in the old chair across Naruto and cleared his throat. Well, Naruto, how about you tell me what I've missed? Naruto sat up excitedly and began his story. You wouldn't believe how strong Ero-sensei is. I used spar one of his shadow clones and he still kicked my butt. I only started to spar the real him the last couple of years. Oh no, I know how strong your sensei is. I'm impressed you can spar with him. No doubt Jiraiya was still holding back quite a bit, but Kakashi still allowed himself to be impressed. Yeah, I'm pretty good I'd say. Naruto waved his hand in blatantly fake arrogance. Anyways, I was taught how to fight 3 different ways. I've got a pretty good handle on a handful of jutsu. I'm making my own storage seals and explosive tags and stuff. The toads are letting me summon them now, and I'm really good at throwing kunai and shuriken. You need to learn how to tell a proper story. Kakashi laughed as his eye twitched. If even half of that is true, then the kids at the academy are dead meat. How the hell was Naruto going to last 3 months without killing anyone by accident? Hey, I think I did pretty good. No, you rambled on for almost all of that. Naruto spoke aloud. Actually, I guess Kurama agrees with you. Kurama? Kakashi asked, his eyebrow rising underneath the headband. Oh, Kurama, this is my uncle Kakashi, but you probably knew that. Kakashi, this, Naruto pointed at his stomach, is Kurama. I guess you might know him as the Kyuubi. Kakashi sat in stunned silence. Hello, Kakashi. He says hi. Kakashi managed a wave. We should probably talk about the next couple of months. Naruto groaned and flopped back onto the couch. I know, I have to go to the stupid academy for a whole 3 months. True, but I'm taking the top 3 students that will fit into an assault and defense team. 2 heavy hitters and a mezzanine. Kakashi told the blonde, dropping heavy hints as he did so. So I'll be on your team? Naruto said excitedly. Confident, are we? The masked Jonin laughed. I should probably tell you how things work now. There have been a few changes over the years. Hit me, maybe I'll even remember. Kakashi shook his head before he started. Kids who graduate are automatically genin. There are now 3 types of genin: pool genin, team genin, and support genin. Pool genin are only allowed to take D-rank missions unless they form their own team with a chunin to lead them. There is a section in the mission office for D-ranks where genin can go. So I could be a lone wolf from the very start? Naruto asked quickly. Yes, but it would be very difficult to take the chunin exams without an assigned team. Team genin are genin who are expected to become elite ninja. Either they are gifted individuals or the team they are assigned is extremely effective. Can't I just get a field promotion for chunin? Naruto asked. Technically, yes. But the chunin exams are an opportunity for a village to show off, so field promotions are pretty rare outside of wartime. If you really wanted to be a lone wolf, you could ask to be a support genin. You would get tacked on to any team that the Hokage decided needed the backup. The benefit of this is that come time for the exams you can fill in for a team that has a member that doesn't feel confident in taking the exam, or you can orchestrate your own team you pick from the genin pool. Kakashi finished his explanation with a heavy sigh. That's a lot of information to take in. I'll just be awesome and be on your team or something. I'll remember either way. Don't worry about it, Kit. Okay, thanks Kurama. The door opened and a familiar white head of hair walked in. Ah, I missed this piece of sheet apartment. Hello, sensei. Jiraiya. The toad hermit froze and looked at the pair in his living room. His eyes focused on Naruto as he recalled his expletive. Jiraiya tried quite hard to avoid swearing in front of his godson, mostly out of respect for what Kushina would have done to him. Naruto, let's get you ready for class tomorrow. The next day, Naruto sat in the hallway outside of the classroom. Jiraiya-sensei would come out and instruct Naruto to step in to be introduced. Naruto sat in boredom, chin on his hand, and debated on leaving a shadow clone in his place. Naruto? You can come in now. Naruto walked in and stood at the front of the class. All eyes were on him, the room was silent, and Naruto knew he was already being judged. Okay class, this is Naruto Uzumaki, and he'll be with us for the last 3 months before you all take the graduation exam. Here was an uproar of general disapproval. Why doesn't he have to sit through 5 years of these dumb classes? That's not fair. He won't even know how in 3 months. He looks like a jackass. That one came from an Inuzuka in the 3rd row. Irika tried to calm the class, eventually resorting to a strange jutsu to make his head massive. Silence. The room quieted. Now, how about we let Naruto introduce himself? Naruto felt the attention shift to him. Well, hi. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I've spent the last 6 years training under my adoptive father, and I'm pretty much already a ninja. The class groaned. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the skeptical crowd. In fact, I don't feel comfortable sparring with anyone here. None of the ways I've been taught to fight is safe enough for any of you. The class laughed out loud at this. Naruto, I have to have you fight at least once before the graduation exam, Jiraiya-sensei mentioned as the class quieted down. When's the first taijutsu session? Naruto asked as he looked around the room. We have one today actually. Right after the first lecture and before lunch. Perfect. I'll fight the class top fighter first to prove my point. Who would that be? Naruto asked in general. That would be me and Akamaru. The Inuzuka boy from earlier shouted as he stood up. There was a puppy in his hood that barked too. No way. Sasuke is way better than you, a pink-haired girl screeched. She was sitting next to a gloomy-looking boy. Yeah, Sasuke's the best at everything, came another high-pitched yell. This time it was a familiar-looking blonde next to this Sasuke. Sakura? Ino? I guess they would have a bunch of friends. They seemed really nice way back when. I guess it only makes sense that they'd be popular. Now, let's not get carried away. Irika stopped the growing noise before it got out of hand. Naruto, why don't you find a seat? We'll get started on the day's lesson and then head out to the field. Naruto walked up the stairs to get to the back. He planned on sleeping as much as he could in order to get the 3 months over with. Faces passed him as he walked, but as soon as Naruto got to the back, his eyes froze. There was a face he remembered quite well. Hinata, the blonde asked in wonder. Eep. The shy Hyuga hid her blushing face as Naruto slipped in next to her. Hinata. Long time no see. What are the odds of being in the same class, huh? Naruto smiled as he talked to the strangely blushing girl. Irika quickly shushed the excited blonde boy, and the lesson started for the day. Naruto spent the class switching between making faces to his quietly giggling friend and trying to avoid smashing his head into the table out of sheer boredom. No part of the current lecture, the political history between the 5 great villages, interested Naruto. In truth, there were only a handful of people actively paying attention. Should I be quiet so you can focus? Or do you care as little as I do? Naruto whispered to Hinata. And my father has already told me to memorize all of this, was her timid response. She still struggled to make eye contact with Naruto, but she could at least hold a conversation. How much longer until we go outside? Naruto's voice was almost a whine at this point. Hinata giggled again. We still have over an hour. Naruto couldn't resist. His forehead made an audible thump as it met the wooden tabletop. Outside at the playground training area, Naruto was the first one outside. It took a lot of willpower to refrain from using Shunshin to escape the classroom. The first person out behind him was the Inuzuka boy, who Naruto was fairly certain was named Kiba. Naruto took up a spot in the sparring ring and waited for the rest of the class. Eventually, everyone caught up and took position on one side of the ring. Iruka looked at Naruto skeptically, unsure if it was a good idea to allow him to go first. And he wanted to fight Sasuke of all people. Naruto, are you sure you want to go first? Maybe you could watch a few and see how it works, the concerned teacher asked. Naruto snorted in amusement, the sound almost a full laugh. Please, Iruka-sensei. Just give me your best and I'll follow my sensei's order and only spar. This should be the only time I have to fight. I'll shut him up, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke smirked and stepped into the ring. Several squeals could be heard from the more feminine portion of the onlookers. Get him, Sasuke. Wipe the floor with him, Sasuke. Sasuke, I love you. Everyone paused and looked around for the source of that particular outburst. Iruka had more than a few misgivings about the match, but couldn't find a good enough reason to deny the boys what they wanted. This will be taijutsu only, winner by disbemison, knockout or ring out. Understood? Yes, both boys responded. You may begin. Naruto didn't even bother to get into one of his stances. He was tempted to wake Kurama for the show, but he didn't expect it to be all that entertaining. Sasuke took an offensive stance and spoke out, "How can you challenge me and not even know enough to get into a stance? Idiot." Naruto didn't speak. The black-haired boy charged in with his fist raised, only to switch to a spinning kick aimed at Naruto's head. Naruto threw a light palm strike at the incoming shin, stopping the momentum immediately. Sasuke fell to the ground with a grunt and a sore shin. Gasps and cries of girlish outrage followed, accompanying Sasuke as he picked himself up. Lucky hit, try this. Naruto ducked under the left jab and countered with a lightning-fast uppercut to Sasuke's chin. The poor Uchiha was sent airborne out of the ring, his head snapped one made a sound, Sasuke's prone body not moving after the massive blow. Naruto dusted his hands off on his dark shorts and walked to the sidelines next to Hinata. You might want to get a mednin to look at him real quick. I didn't put any chakra into that, but it probably still stung a bit. Naruto nonchalantly broke the silence. Before anyone could move to fetch a nurse, Sasuke shifted. Naruto walked over to him and looked into the groggy eyes. You're awake. Good on ya, Sasuke. Naruto offered a hand to the downed boy. What happened? Sasuke asked as he dismissed the helping hand and rose on his own. There was plenty of whispering going on around the two boys. A winner. Naruto Uzumaki. Iruka shouted from the opposite side of the ring. What? No way you won. Sasuke yelled, now facing Naruto. There's really no shame in losing to me, Sasuke, Naruto started. I'm pretty much a ninja already. You don't CK though. There was no response, and Sasuke sulked off to the side. Naruto shrugged and returned to Hinata's side as Iruka called another pair to fight. You were very good, Naruto, Hinata complimented as the blonde reached her. Yeah, I've never seen anyone whoop on Mr. Moody like that, Kiba said as he joined the pair. He was okay for an academy student, but the genin I fought weren't much older than us and way better than him, Naruto said nonchalantly, looking at Kiba as he spoke. He didn't mention that he fought the genin when he was younger though. Had to let Sasuke have a bit of dignity at least. No way you fought a real ninja, but I will admit you're really good. The Inuzuka laughed as his puppy barked and wiggled out of his arms. Oh, Akamaru says he was impressed too. Why thank you, Akamaru. Naruto laughed aloud, the small puppy trying to climb up Hinata's leg. The girl asked Kiba and eventually picked up the little dog. Naruto decided not to tell anyone about the people he'd fought and killed. He figured it wouldn't help him make friends too much. Hinata laughed along with the conversing boys, alternating between listening to them and watching whoever was fighting. Akamaru left her arms and went back to Kiba after a time, and she focused more on Naruto. They had been pretty good friends before he left, but now he was still Naruto, just somehow more. He still had his fun and goofy attitude, but it seemed like he could put it aside. He seemed to do so when he fought Sasuke, and something about that drew Hinata to him even more. Naruto sat and ate with a pretty large group of people. He was ecstatic, The number of people willing to be his friend here astounded him. Naruto was especially keen with talking to Hinata and Kiba, of course, but there were two more guys that were pretty friendly too. Naruto caught their names a bit earlier, Choji and Shikamu. So your family literally fights with shadows? Naruto asked around a mouthful of rice. Yeah, we have a bunch of jutsu based around it, but trying to learn them all is such a drag. Was Shikamaru's response sounded lazy. The thin teen looked perpetually bored or tired and wore a spiky ponytail. Naruto thought it kind of looked like a pineapple. That is the most badass ninja thing I've ever heard about anything ever. And Choji's F family specializes in body enhancement. Hinata spoke quietly. It was one of the first things she'd said since lunch started. Whoa, what does that even mean? Naruto asked in comical awe. We can make parts of our body really big and really strong, and my dad can even do it to his whole body, the larger student answered. Naruto had noticed him munching on a bag of chips earlier too, but this bag seemed to be relatively full. Whoa, Naruto stuck out his hand as if trying to make it expand to no avail. He did, however, notice Sasuke surrounded by a group of girls trying to get his attention. Sakura and Ino included. Naruto decided that he had made enough friends and didn't have to worry about those two girls, but the thought of them still hurt a little. What's the deal with Sasuke, guys? He asked. The other kids all exchanged glances before Shikamaru sighed and began to explain. You wouldn't know since you haven't been here, but Sasuke's been really distant and depressed since his clan was murdered. Naruto's mouth hung open in shock. His clan was attacked? But how many survived? Now I feel bad for him. Naruto felt Hinata's hand touch his shoulder. Naruto, he's the only survivor left in the village. And the reason it's hitting him so hard is because his older brother is the one who did it. Kiba joined in on the conversation. Naruto didn't respond other than looking at the boy again. He really didn't seem to be enjoying the tension of his fangirls. I'll be back, guys. Naruto grabbed his remaining lunch, left the group despite their protests, and then he made his way to Sasuke and his group of fangirls. Naruto noticed their glances as he got closer, but he paid them no mind. When Naruto reached the table Sasuke was at, he spoke up, "Hey girls, can I get a few minutes to talk with Sasuke here?" "No way. Just because you got lucky earlier doesn't mean you're good enough to talk to him," screeched a brunette Naruto had never seen before. Sasuke gave him a questioning look. "I'll go, yeah," Ino said as she rose from her seat. Her action genuinely surprised Naruto, and he gave her a smile in thanks. The rest of the girls gave their opinions on Naruto's desire for them to leave. "Go." Naruto's voice changed by a tiny margin. Naruto let a bit of his killing intent leak out to get his simple message across, and the crowd left quickly. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked warily, his lunch sitting untouched in front of him. "You didn't seem to be enjoying their company," Naruto responded as he continued to eat. "And you thought I'd enjoy yours?" Silence. "The others told me what happened." "I don't know what." "About your family." More silence. "I don't want to talk about it." "Have you ever?" "That's none of your business." Sasuke was starting to sound more and more defensive. "Do you plan to get revenge?" Naruto asked bluntly. This time the silence was more awkward due to Sasuke's intense glare. "How did you come to that guess? What makes you think that I want to kill my brother?" Sasuke was definitely defensive now. "I never said that." Naruto smiled sadly at the last Uchiha. "I just know that everyone after a trauma like that is only alive for a specific reason, a reason that they usually put ahead of everything else. I also know that you'll be strong enough to do anything you want one day." "You don't know anything." Sasuke looked down at his plate of food, his fist tightening. "I know that I'm willing to help you with whatever it is you need." Sasuke's fist unclenched and his eyes rose from the table. "What?" Naruto placed a hand on his new friend's back. "I'm an orphan too, Sasuke. Only difference is I've been one since the day I was born. Also, we'll be brothers of the battlefield one day, so never hesitate to ask me for help." Will you help me get stronger?" Sasuke asked slowly, almost as if the words hurt him. "You're the strongest person our age I know, probably as strong as my brother was at this age. I need the strength. I need his strength." Naruto smiled. "That's something I think I can do." The bell rang and everyone started to shuffle their belongings around. Naruto cleaned up his lunch and started to walk next to Sasuke. Make sure you know what to do when you have the power, Sasuke. My sensei says that when someone dedicates their life to a single goal, they consider their life over after they achieve it. Don't let this be your only goal in life, because I know you'll kill him way before it's your time to die. Sasuke didn't say a word, but he walked more like a human that felt emotions than he had in a long time. Naruto's apartment. "Hi, I'm finally home," Naruto yelled as he walked through his door. "Do you have to be so loud about it?" Kurama asked as he yawned. It was obvious that he had slept the day away. "You aren't allowed to complain, you lazy fox." "Naruto, you're back," Jiraiya yelled from the small kitchen. "I made ramen for dinner, now come and tell me all about your first day of school." The Sannin laughed evilly as the look on Naruto's face gave him a hint at the coming story. Naruto sped to his bowl of ramen before he started his story. "It's so boring." A few bites of instant ramen while his sensei laughed at his misfortune. "I mean, I made a handful of friends, so talking helps a little, but the actual classes stink." "Only 3 months of this though," Jiraiya added helpfully. The two ate their respective dinners as Naruto gave a recap of his day, even adding in his budding friendship with the last Uchiha. Hinata was still his best friend, but Kiba was also pretty cool. Choji and Shikamaru were kinda his friends too, but they seemed to just do their own thing most of the time. About the Uchiha, Naruto, their murderer is still on the loose. "Yeah, Sasuke's brother. Itachi, right?" Naruto asked, slurping up the last of his noodles. "And you see, back before we left to train you, I ran a spy network to keep tabs on as many Nuke-Nin and other stuff as I could. And I have to start traveling again to pick up where I left off." "Oh, you're leaving? For how long?" Naruto asked quietly. "Probably about a year. I have to meet up with most of my contacts to let them know I'm taking back over. I'll have Kakashi and my sensei check in on you every so often, okay?" Jiraiya told his godson. "Yeah, I'll just suffer through the academy without you," Naruto smirked, trying to get the mood to lighten back up. "I'll be here too, Kit. Trust me, I know that much." They both laughed a little at this. "I'll have to leave tonight, I'm almost finished packing." Jiraiya stood up from the table. He rustled Naruto's sloppy blonde mop of hair as he walked past, preparing to leave his student as much as he hated to. "You know, you could get up to a lot of training since you won't be supervised." "Part of me doesn't like the way you said that." "It's a small part though." "What got, Kurama? Wouldn't hiding and running from security or ANBU be considered training?" "It's definitely hard enough. I'm so happy we're friends." "Dear Ramen, how many years have I been trapped here?" Naruto asked aloud, his face buried on the tabletop. The poor blonde was sitting with Shikamaru and Choji waiting for class to start. 3 days, was Shikamaru's curt reply. He didn't sound too excited either, but at least he wasn't sleeping yet. "Don't lie to me, Shadow Boy." "Naruto," Choji started around a handful of chips. "I'll give you a chip if it makes the suffering any easier." "Choji, you are an angel." Naruto gladly accepted the offered chip as their sensei walked in. "Okay class, today will be a lecture on chakra control and the genin level leaf sticking exercise," Iruka said. As he arranged the papers on his desk, Naruto fought a groan as Shikamaru laid his head down for his ritualistic nap. Choji didn't stop eating his chips, but his eyes unfocused as the lecture began. Naruto noticed his friend's similar disposition to the lecture and hatched an idea. "You guys, we should play a prank to get through this lecture." Naruto leaned to his friends and whispered. "Too troublesome, just sleep." Shikamaru's voice was muffled by his arms. "You would find breathing too troublesome if you didn't have to do it, Shikamaru," Choji whispered back. Some of his words were drowned out by the crunch of potato chips, but the message was clear enough. "Okay, here's the plan. I brought a stink bomb today," Naruto explained. "You just carry those things around?" Choji interrupted. "It helps pass the time, okay?" Naruto shot back defensively. "Anyways, Shikamaru, can you move things with your shadows?" "Who said I'd help you with your prank? Just answer the question." Naruto was getting a bit too loud and was shushed by Iruka. There is a variation of my shadow imitation technique my dad has had me working on, but it's not perfect or anything. Shikamaru told him reluctantly. Naruto knew better. Shikamaru was pumped to do this. Probably. What is it, Shika? Come on, this will be fun. Choji whispered excitedly. It's called the shadow neck binding. It's not as precise as the shadow sewing technique, but I haven't even started that one. It'll work. So the plan is I'll hand Choji the bomb. Choji, I know you always have gum on you for whenever you finish smelly foods, so stick some chewed up gum on one side. Then give it to Shikamaru to stick under Sasuke's seat. Naruto explained his plan while not looking at his friends. Iruka was currently facing them and Naruto didn't want to give anything away. Why, Sasuke? He'll beat us up if he finds out it was us. Choji asked, a little fearfully. I'll handle him if we have to. Now come on. He's only 4 seats down, Shikamaru should be able to hold his technique that long. The trio pulled off the first part of the plan flawlessly. The issue started during the transfer to Sasuke's seat. The fuse was already pulled, so there were only a few seconds to get the bomb stuck under the targeted chair. Unfortunately, Shikamaru really hadn't practiced enough and dropped the bomb halfway to the goal. The stink bomb rolled under a random civilian's chair. His name was Kaito, and he was nothing but an innocent bystander. The 3 guilty boys sat ramrod straight as the first traces of the stink were noticed. Do you guys smell something funny? Oh, God, it's horrible. Kaito, was that you? The boy under scrutiny yelled back. It wasn't me, I swear, but something smells horrible near me. Maybe it was Sasuke. This got the poor boy beat up by the numerous fangirls that sat as close to the object of their affection as possible. All the while, Jiraiya-sensei was covering his nose and yelling at all the children. As Naruto, Choji, and Shikamaru tried their best to hide their laughter, they noticed Kiba had passed out alongside his puppy. Naruto sat at the lunch table with Hinata at his side, the same side she sat at every day. Across the pair sat one of Naruto's newest friends, Shino. So your whole family uses bugs to fight? Naruto asked. Yes, the sunglasses-wearing boy answered simply. Do you use any other jutsu to support them? Naruto pressed, trying his best to initiate an actual conversation. No. Naruto shrugged. He had tried numerous times, but if that was just the way Shino was, then he could live with that. Naruto, how has your training been going? Hinata asked from Naruto's left. I can't really try anything new since I don't have access to the ninja portion of the library yet. And I can't use any of the ninja training grounds, and those are the only places I can use bigger jutsu I already know. I've mostly been doing physical exercises and shadow boxing to keep my taijutsu form up. Yes, it's been extremely boring. What's this? You're awake? During school. What of it? It's boring in here and I can only sleep so much during the day. You should sneak out and do some real training. You're probably still stuck at 5 tails. Naruto was about to retort when Hinata spoke up again. Oh, Naruto, maybe we could spend some free time together, then? Someone has a love interest, I see. Maybe I should be awake more often, Kit. Go back to sleep. But that'd be great. I'm always so bored at home. Shino, do you want to come too? Naruto asked with all the enthusiasm in the world. Having real friends was great. Shino looked at the downtrodden face Hinata made at Naruto's invitation, but honestly he wouldn't mind either way. We shall see. I may or may not be training with family, but spending time with such a powerful ally may be beneficial. My Kakashi tell me you really are quite strong. Naruto sat with his mouth hanging agape. That was a full sentence. Great job, Shino. Yes. Hinata giggled and Naruto threw his hands up in exasperation. How did you become so strong? Sasuke asked as he sat next to Naruto on a bench. The sun was setting and the two had just finished their weekly training session. Hours and hours of killing myself, Naruto responded. Chen. Did you just grunt at me? Naruto asked, his eyebrow raised. It's something all Uchiha do. Fortunately for you, this one hasn't been corrupted by his clan yet. You are great at holding grudges, you know that? It happens, Sasuke mumbled, smirking. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Naruto accused. You need a larger vocabulary, you know that? I don't need to hear this from you. Naruto cut the link for a while, stopping Kurama's laughter immediately. The two sat in comfortable silence for a while. Do you ever think about them? Naruto asked quietly. What? Who? Sasuke shot back. You know, your parents. Usually, Sasuke wouldn't even listen to talk of his family. Maybe it was the exhaustion brought on from the training. Yeah. Whenever I'm alone, really. Good memories at least? Naruto asked softly. Mostly about why they died. About how cruel and demented my brother is. Naruto noticed that for some reason Sasuke was actually opening up. What do you remember about that night? If you want to talk about it. He was my hero. I dreamed of growing up to be like him. I was training all day that day. He decided to test himself. It's the only reason that I was spared. I was walking back home, and I remember being excited to show him the new move I had perfected. Not my parents, not my father, Itachi. Naruto heard the shuddering breath he exhaled in. He didn't say anything and just let Sasuke compose himself since he was on a roll. As soon as I walked into the compound, I saw the bodies. In the streets, hanging out of their windows, everywhere. My first thoughts were if my family was okay, and if Itachi was home to protect them. A sneer grew on Sasuke's face. I knew that as long as he was around nothing could touch my family. He was too strong for that. Naruto shifted in his seat as Sasuke tightened his fists, the atmosphere shifting along with his tone. I walked in on him standing over our parents. I wanted to believe with everything I had that he was just too late to save them, and the blood on his sword was from whoever killed our parents. But as soon as he looked at me, I knew the truth. His eyes were dead. Cold. As lifeless as my mom and dad's body lying at his feet. Sasuke was breathing heavily, almost as if telling the story physically hurt him. Naruto almost wanted to reach out and lay a hand on his friend's shoulder in comfort, but he was afraid to break whatever trance made Sasuke so open about the past. I asked him why. And still call him brother. The words were bitter. He told me, he said, to test my own ability, Sasuke. And you shall be my greatest test. I will let you live so you may one day challenge me. When you have the same eyes as I, come before me. Tears were flowing down Sasuke's cheeks at this point. From that day, I've lived my life hating the brother that never loved me. And because of that, I will become stronger than him and kill him. I will return honor to my clan, even if it kills me. Sasuke hung his head and let the tears hit the pavement. Naruto put a comforting hand on Sasuke's shoulder and waited for the tears to stop. Sasuke, I don't think he told you everything. What? Sasuke didn't look up. I don't think he was testing himself. Who else has he killed? Naruto asked softly. What are you talking about? He told me himself. He put me in a genjutsu and showed me his memories of murdering everyone. Sasuke argued vehemently. Maybe he lied. Ever since I found out, I looked into him some. He hasn't killed any big shots after the whole, you know. If he really was testing himself, he would have killed more big names. There's more to this story, Sasuke. Don't try to get my hopes up. I'm not. He's still a traitor, but maybe he was forced. Maybe he actually loved you more than anything and that's why he spared you. Maybe someone threatened you or the village if he didn't what they wanted. So what do I do then? I have to kill him. No. You can't change my mind. I know how much you hate me focusing on revenge. All I'm saying is that maybe you should focus on getting the whole story from him before killing him. If any, think of it as gaining intel for whoever else deserves your vengeance. Fine. But killing him is still a priority. I can't do anything until I avenge my family. Naruto sat with Sasuke a bit longer, his heart aching for him. Maybe I was wrong about this one. The evil of his clan didn't corrupt him, it broke him. Naruto, if there's anyone that can help him, it's you. You helped me, you can help him. What? I thought Gamamaru helped you. No, he only reminded that the anger I held wasn't mine. None of the Biju are hateful beings. I never told you, but I've been under the control of the Uchiha before. Their genjutsu is a kind that even I can't break. Only a sage can break it. But you gave me something other than hatred. Without you, there would have been nothing but the hatred that genjutsu left. Naruto was stunned but determined. Thank you for telling me, Kurama. I plan to help him anyway, but thank you. Don't go mushy on me, Kit. Maybe it's time you accepted a new family, Sasuke. People can care about you. I do. Let me help you in battle and at home. As your brother. Sasuke sat silently, not acknowledging Naruto's words. I'm heading home. Thanks for training. And with that he left. Graduation day. He did it. Naruto made it 3 months without snapping and blowing up the academy. Granted, he mostly did it with a combination of sleeping, shadow clones, and small pranks to help the time pass by, but he did it. Today was the graduation exam, and Naruto couldn't wait to be done with the wretched classroom. It had been a busy 3 months outside of the classroom, though. Naruto didn't shirk on his training, studying Fuinjutsu daily, laps around the village, and hiding from the ANBU who were sent to find the perpetrator of multiple pranks. The stink bombs in the Inuzuka compound was one of his favorites. Simple, yet elegant in the way of him managing to plant one in the drawers of several female members of the clan. He really didn't want the blame to fall on him for that one. His sensei's perversion must have rubbed off on him a little. Somewhere deep in river country, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming surge of pride. Naruto must have done something, but what could it have been? Are you distracted by something? A shadowy figure asked Jiraiya. Just thoughts of home, nothing to worry about. Getting soft, old man? The smirk was invisible, but implied. If I didn't need you conscious, I show you how soft my fists have. Gotten. Naruto sat in the front row alone for once. His leg was bouncing in anticipation, and he watched as the class filed in. He had told everyone that he didn't want any company during class today, he just wanted to get things over with as soon as possible. Soon enough, everyone was present and Irika stood at the head of the classroom. Okay, class. Today is the first opportunity at the graduation exam for this year. Here's how things will work. First, we'll have the taijutsu examination in the training yard. We'll have help from my friend Mizuki, a chunin who teaches another class that has today off. Next, we'll test shuriken and kunai accuracy, and then we'll finish the day with ninjutsu. Understand? Meet me in the yard in 5 minutes, and be lined up by name. It was finally Naruto's turn to spar with Mizuki. Naruto was starting to dislike the fact that his last name starts with a U. So far, only Kiba and Sasuke had managed to land a real hit on the chunin examiner, but to pass you only need Mizuki's approval. If you asked Naruto, Mizuki was a poor excuse for a chunin. Maybe teachers didn't train as much or something, but he seemed subpar to the other chunin Naruto occasionally spied on. For training reasons, of course. Naruto stepped into the ring and caught a disgusted look on the face of Mizuki out of the corner of his eye. Naruto no longer had too much prejudice coming in because of the fox. The little he did was from second-rate ninja who hated anything to do with the Kyuubi, and Naruto just happened to be included on the list. Naruto paid it no mind and he heard Irika give him the signal to start. Naruto cleared his head and heart, having already decided to fight to subdue. If he was trying to impress Mizuki, he wouldn't settle for fighting to spar. Naruto was sure that the chunin wouldn't last too long, he was obviously out of practice. He must only train to fight academy students. Pathetic. Naruto blurred forward, the looks of surprise on Mizuki's face was probably mirrored on Irika. Naruto had kept true to his word, having only ever fought Sasuke his first day of class. If Naruto was forced into the ring, he would always bow out somehow. But now, he was fighting someone who could keep up with him and survive. Naruto threw a chakra-enhanced kick at Mizuki's head, the sheer speed blurring the motion and the power behind the kick nearly breaking his teacher's block. Naruto twisted in the air and landed a powerful punch on his target's ribs. The grunt that followed was a precursor to Mizuki's counter, a hammer fist aimed at Naruto's head. Naruto shifted and let the attack graze along his arm. Naruto then grabbed his teacher's right arm as he kicked out his legs. Naruto tried to twist the arm behind Mizuki's back, but his teacher rolled and stood back up while freeing his arm. Mizuki attacked next, dashing to the left and lashing out with a blazing kick meant to hit Naruto in the middle of his back. Naruto jumped, flipped in the air, and attempted to land a falling kick. Mizuki blocked with both arms, his knees bending with the force. Naruto set one foot on the ground, keeping as much pressure as he could on Mizuki's arms. Suddenly, Naruto sped to his teacher's side and landed another powerful punch to the exposed ribs. If Naruto had Kurama's cloak activated, it would have been a killing blow. Regardless, Mizuki cried out and dropped his arms to cover the injured area. A series of quick, straight punches landed in a barrage. Naruto finished the fight with a chakra-powered roundhouse kick to his teacher's skull, knocking Mizuki unconscious. Naruto stood panting, wary of another move from the Chunin. Pass? Iruka sounded rattled. I guess it's a good thing you were last on the list. I didn't expect him to leave himself as open as he did, I was just trying to impress him, Naruto responded sheepishly. Naruto was hyper-aware of the many students who were whispering about not even seeing some of the fight due to the speed. If their eyes couldn't follow a fight, then they probably weren't ready after all. The next test was for throwing. Naruto stood on the line next to Sasuke, training shuriken and kunai in his hands. Sasuke managed a perfect score, and Naruto matched him. The two had met up at least once a week outside of class to work on various ninja arts and to talk. They were both technically living alone and had plenty of free time, and much of it was spent training. The test itself wasn't much to get excited about, the 20 yards not being difficult at all. After everyone finished up trying their hand at throwing weapons, Iruka herded the children to a larger training field to start testing them on ninjutsu. Standard graduation demanded mastery over the Academy 3 jutsu, but students were also allowed to try for bonus points by demonstrating 2 additional jutsu. Additional jutsu made a candidate more likely to be elected for an elite team. Students were called one at a time to eliminate any extra pressure. Again, Naruto was the last to be tested. Naruto, I need you to show me the kawarimi, the henge, and any form of bunshin. You can also show off 2 additional jutsu if you want extra points, Iruka explained to him. Naruto wore a thinking expression for a split second before he made up his mind. Naruto made 2 shadow clones, one of which hinged into Jiraiya-sensei. The second one used a shunshin to appear in a deserted area of the training ground. The Jiraiya clone then used kawarimi with the normal shadow clone and swapped places. The original Naruto fired off a massive daitapa at the Jiraiya lookalike. The great breakthrough sent the clone flying into the distant trees, many of which were toppled by the force of the gale. Did that count? Or am I not allowed to have my clones do the jutsu? Naruto asked slyly. Jiraiya stood staring at the devastation the wind jutsu wrought. His mouth closed before he responded. Yeah, no, it's fine. Pass for ninjutsu. Naruto walked back inside, the rest of the students already finished. I wish I could have watched you, Naruto, Hinata said as the blonde took the seat next to her. It was nothing you won't see soon enough since we'll be able to use practice fields as ninja. Naruto assured her. I'm not as confident that I passed as you are, Hinata replied softly. Nah, I'm sure you did great. You probably even made it onto a team. Naruto tried his best to keep her hopes up, but she was still terribly shy and lacked confidence. Her stutter had lessened ever since he started talking to her, but she still seemed nervous all the time. Eventually, Iruka walked back in with a stack of papers. Okay, class. I have the results here. If I call your name, you can go to lunch. A good half of the class left for the lunchroom. Iruka continued after the last student he called left. Now, if I call your name, please go into the classroom next door. All but 10 names were called. Now, you kids are going to come back tomorrow, Iruka smiled then, for your team placements. The uproar was immediate and quite loud. Yeah. I did it. I can't believe it, I made it on a team. Sasuke, will you be on my team? Naruto sat and smiled to himself, happy that the 3 months of torture was over. Naruto opened his door, excited to grab some cash and head over to Ichiraku's to celebrate. He didn't spend as much time at the stand of the gods as he would like. Ever since Naruto went on the bug diet of MT Mayaboku, he had picked up a diet with more protein in it. At the end of the day, though, miso ramen would hold a special place in his heart. I hear you made it to the team placements, Naruto. Naruto whipped around to see Kakashi sitting in the old chair. Uncle Kakashi, when did you get back from your mission? The mission Naruto was asking about had been a month-long S-ranked solo mission. Naruto had to admit that Kakashi actually was one of the best ninjas in the village. I've been back for about a day. The Hokage has me preparing for an even longer mission now. Kakashi noticed the frown Naruto wore at the statement. He's gotta take on a group of troublesome brats, gods bless him, came another voice from the kitchen. Naruto knew that voice instantaneously. Sensei. Naruto was suddenly crushing Jiraiya's chest with arms that now reached all the way around the man's trunk with length to spare. Jiraiya felt happy for a moment, and then he felt a tinge of regret. Regret that he had both missed so much of the boy's growth and that he called him sensei instead of dad. Maybe Hiruzen had a point and Jiraiya really missed out during his younger years. Hey there, Naruto, don't go crushing me now, the Sannin laughed. When did you get back? Naruto asked, pulling away from the bone-crushing hug. Couple of hours ago. I'm the one that told Kakashi about your test results. What? How did you know about them? Naruto asked in total confusion. Well, I'm Konoha's spy master for a reason. Jiraiya didn't mention that a genin gave the results to the Hokage just as Jiraiya was checking in. You couldn't let me have a bit of glory, Jiraiya? Kakashi called from his spot in the chair. Nah, you gotta earn that for yourself. The white-haired man sat at the table and gestured to the food he had brought home. Take out. From Ichiraku's. You know me so well, sensei, Naruto exclaimed just before he dug into the miso ramen. It's all you ever ask about to celebrate things like this. Jiraiya opened his own carton as Kakashi joined the duo at the table. You still remembering to turn off your seal at night? Naruto finished what he had in his mouth. Usually, sometimes I just forget, but it's only about once a week. How about after we eat we head out to a training ground and let you cut loose? Kakashi offered around his own food. Somehow the noodles were disappearing behind the mask, but it never left his face. Really? I'm allowed? Naruto asked in amazement. I already got permission from the Hokage? Yes, Jiraiya told the boy. All right. Naruto then, somehow, managed to down his ramen even faster than before. Naruto looked across the field at Kakashi, who still had his book out in front of him. You might want to put away your book, Kakashi, he called out. Don't overestimate yourself, Naruto. Jiraiya then called out to his student. Okay, Naruto. Seal off, fight to subdue, no restrictions other than to leave Kurama out of it. Why does the old one have to impede on my fun? We already know that you kick butt, this is to see if I live up to the hype of being your Jinchuriki. Flattery will get you everywhere, kid. Hey, Jiraiya? What is his seal set at? Kakashi asked, still refusing to put away his orange book. He maxed it out at 4x gravity before we got back to Konoha. Kakashi seemed to debate a moment and then tucked the book away. Okay, Naruto. Let's see what you've got. Naruto darted forward, drawing a kunai as he went. Kakashi mirrored him, and the two exchanged blows in rapid succession. Naruto knew he wasn't getting anywhere close to hitting Kakashi, and used Kawarimi on a log a fair distance behind the man. Kakashi hit the log with a light scratch of his kunai and then whirled around to block a volley of shuriken. Kakashi didn't bother dodging as it was simple enough to block 4 shuriken. Kakashi kept an eye on the far treeline where they emerged from, cautious since the shuriken weren't the real threat. Suddenly, Kakashi whirled back around, where Naruto once again stood in place of the log. More blows from Naruto's kunai were blocked, and then Kakashi managed to land a rib-shattering punch on the boy. Kakashi knew better than to be worried. The Kyuubi would patch him up by morning. But something happened that Kakashi honestly should have expected. The Naruto in front of him dispersed in a poof of smoke. A shadow clone. Suddenly a pair of hands grabbed Kakashi's ankles, and the masked Jonin used a kawarimi of his own to escape the headhunter technique before he was pulled into his knees. Every ninja knew that once your legs were submerged in the ground the kawarimi became much more difficult to pull off. Naruto popped out of the ground and brushed off his shoulders. Inwardly, he cursed at the missed opportunity. Kakashi called out from the opposite end of the training field, "Clever, Naruto. I assume you went under after your first kawarimi and made the clone at the same time? Good tactic." Naruto, of course, didn't respond. He never talked unless he was fighting to teach or learn. Instead, a quick, sealless shunshin brought him behind his uncle, who he attacked with vigor. 2 clones popped into existence, and the 2 clones and Naruto threw a combination of kicks and swipes with the kunai at Kakashi. Kakashi had no problem blocking or evading all of the strikes and periodically hopped backward to avoid a simultaneous downward swipe from the clones and the original. Suddenly, the original Naruto went underground. The 2 clones jumped in the air with a Rasengan each, both of them trying to pin Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi simply jumped up and lashed out with kunai and foot to dispel the surprised clones. The real surprise came when Kakashi heard a jutsu muttered from the direction of the treeline. Futon de Tapa. Kakashi looked up as he neared the earth and saw a wall of powerful wind speeding straight for him. The Jonin didn't hesitate and blazed through a few hand signs before he hit the ground. Kakashi didn't have to mutter anything as an earthen wall sprung up in front of him, shielding him from the blast of air. Kakashi felt the wind threaten to topple the defensive construct. Rasengan. The swirling ball of pure energy slammed into the Jonin, and then the wall. The entire wall fell to the attack, obliterated by the chakra. Kakashi went up in a poof of smoke, and Naruto stood in place, panting from the effort of the battle. Nice job, Naruto. I didn't actually expect you to hit my clone. Kakashi called out as he left the safety of the trees. Do you always call out the name of the move that you think is going to finish your opponent? Naruto smiled, knowing he had been fooled by his uncle once again. Nah, I just thought it would hurt your pride knowing what made you lose the fight. You didn't do too bad, Naruto. Good tactics, you still move pretty well, and your use of the jutsu was almost flawless, Jiraiya complimented. Let's head on home. You have a big day tomorrow. The trio left, Kakashi messing up Naruto's blonde mop as they walked. Naruto and Jiraiya sat in their living room. Kakashi had left earlier to get some rest of his own. Naruto, after you become a ninja, you will be considered an adult, Jiraiya said as he reclined the chair. I know. I still can't drink yet, so don't worry about me doing that. That's not what I'm worried about, Naruto. There was no room for joking in Jiraiya's tone. Naruto rarely heard this tone from his sensei, usually only when they discussed the heavier topics of being a shinobi, such as killing. Naruto, I know that you're a great shinobi already, and you don't really need a sensei anymore. Anything you want to learn now, you can. I'll be here when I can and you can always ask me for advice, but you are your own man now. Naruto felt his throat start to get tighter than usual. He didn't say anything until he knew his voice wouldn't break from the recognition he was receiving from the most important role model in his life. With that being said, I need to know that you'll become a good man. There is a difference between being a man and a shinobi, and I need to know that you'll be both. Naruto only nodded. From here, your choices are your own, and I won't tell you what's right. Just remember, whatever path you choose, I will always, always love you. I am already so very proud of you, Naruto, so I don't want you to ever have to worry about that. Make your goals in life for yourself, and be happy. Naruto hung his head now, hiding the tears that slowly streamed down his face. He was so lucky that he had someone to care for him like this, and his thoughts briefly flashed over to Sasuke before coming back to the present. I do suggest that at some point you write down who you want to be. Trust me, it helps when times get tough. Write to remind yourself what you think a good man should be like, and what you aspire to be. I'm not worried though. You are your father's son after all. And once you become a Chunin, you will know who he is, and you can decide what to do with the information on your own. Jiraiya stood and brushed at his own eyes, glad Naruto was fixated on the carpet. I'm headed to bed. Good night, Naruto. Naruto remained on the couch for a time. He's right, Your father would have been very proud of you. Your mother no doubt as well. You know who they are. Yes, but I will adhere to the old one's wishes and let him be the one to tell you. He has earned that much respect from me at least. Thanks, I guess. I just didn't expect all this tonight, I'm still kind of reeling. I didn't even expect him to be home. Don't underestimate the love of a father. My own would have done anything for my siblings and I. Jiraiya may not be your biological parent, but he raised you. And he was right about writing down your values. Yeah, I think I'll do that now to clear my head. Maybe then I'll be able to sleep. Naruto trudged to his room in the apartment and sat himself down at his desk. He pulled out a scroll, some ink, and his feather pen. Usually, he practiced his Fuinjutsu here, but he felt like he was now doing something much more important. Naruto Uzumaki's list to live life by. Shinobi have no room for honor. That is for samurai and dead ninja. But a man is allowed to be as honorable as any samurai. All ninja are tools to protect the village from harm. But all real men put what they love above all else. I will never abandon my friends. Nor will I ever disappoint my family. I will not let what happens on a mission affect what happens in my home. Mercy isn't for the weak, it is for the deserving. Death may be mine to deliver, but it isn't mine to control. If I am able to help someone, I will put their needs above my own. If I ever have to choose between honor and duty, I will choose both. Or die trying. Naruto left room to add more and put the writing tools away. He crawled into bed and tried his best to sleep. The next day. Now, there are a few teams that are still in rotation from the years before you guys and other classes, so your team number may be a bit odd, Irika explained to the students in front of him. No, the genin. Irika had to remember that they weren't his little academy students anymore. Irika-sensei, what happens if our Jounin-sensei don't like the team they get? Sakura asked. Any team that doesn't meet their sensei's expectations shall be sent into the genin pool, so you can still become a ninja. Don't worry, Irika assured her. Okay, here's the team assignments. Irika cleared his throat to get the utmost attention. Team 7 will be Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Kaido. The three looked to each other, Sakura focusing solely on Sasuke. Sasuke looked extremely upset, almost depressed. He had likely been sure that Naruto would be the other person on his team since he was the only one to beat Sasuke's scores. And why Sakura? All she was good for was her brain. Literally, all of her best scores come from written exams. Kaido was decent enough. He was pretty crafty in a fight and hit pretty hard, but nowhere near Naruto and probably even less so than Kiba. Team 8 will be Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata. Naruto looked to Hinata. The only other person he'd rather be on a team with was Sasuke. She was impressive, and Naruto knew she'd grow to be strong one day. One day soon if she would gain some confidence. When he thought about it, though, the team was a good one. They were definitely a tracking team, and with Hinata and Kiba they would be able to knock the target out fairly quickly. Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Those three also made a lot of sense to Naruto. Shikamaru and Choji were already super close friends, and Naruto often saw them spending time with Ino when she wasn't fawning over Sasuke. Plus, with Shikamaru to hold a target steady, Choji could squash almost anyone. Naruto wasn't too sure on Ino's ability, but she would probably help if she made it on a team. Suddenly, Naruto froze in thought. He was the last one left. There was no team for him, he would be solo. He wouldn't be on his uncle's team like he had wanted. Would he go to the genin pool? Or would he be allowed to support full teams? Uzumaki Naruto, I am proud to announce that you will be Konoha's first support genin since the introduction of the program. A round of cheers went up as Naruto stood and gave a few mock bows. Thank you, thank you. I will give autographs after the show. Irika cleared his throat again. Naruto, you are to report immediately to the Hokage. The rest of you, please wait here for your Jounin-sensei to show up and give you instructions from there. Well, new genin, are you excited? Hiruzen smiled warmly at Naruto, who took a seat across from the old man. You bet. Now I can get into the library and use the training grounds and go on missions, and Naruto immediately started listing off his plans. Whoa, now, let's focus on one thing at a time, now, the Hokage laughed. Okay, what's the plan? Well, I should probably explain your position to you. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe. Naruto, you are really only a genin in name. If I was being honest, you are more like a middle-status chunin. So I can skip a rank? Naruto asked, his head pinged to the side. Technically? But I want to show you off at the next chunin exams, which will be held here. It will be a great way to let the world know that Konoha is still powerful, and also a great way for you to start making a name for yourself. Naruto sat in contemplation and began to nod his head in appreciation. I have no problem showing off for you, old man. Another chuckle. Believe me, Naruto, I know you don't mind showing off. He's got you there. Stop talking. Make me. Bite me. You like women, no? Namely Hinata. Naruto thanked every god for the training he received to hide emotions, else the blush would tip off the Hokage to his inner thoughts and conversation. Here's how things work, Naruto. You have to complete 6 D-ranked missions to be allowed to partake in any C-rank. Now D-ranks are little more than chores that civilians need help with, but they are a steady flow of income when bigger missions go dry. Also, I use them as punishments, so don't forget that. The Hokage gave Naruto a slight glare. He probably knew that Naruto was behind most of the pranks in the village. Aside from that, you can start deciding on where you want your ninja career to go. I want to be the Hokage. Where do I sign up for that? Naruto asked quickly. There was a loud, genuine laugh from the old Sarutobi. Oh Naruto, you can't just jump into the hat and robes. You need a name for yourself, a reputation. Most of what I do to keep the village safe is paperwork and intimidation. Only a fool would attack a village protected by someone like the Yellow Flash or the God of Shinobi. Plus you need the support of the village, which is best gained through service to it. Well, you didn't have to laugh at me. How do I do that then? Naruto grumbled. Join a division. Serve your village. You can't officially join a branch until you're a Chunin, but you can prepare as a genin. The Yondaime was the head of our sealing corps before he was the Hokage. I ran the research and advanced teaching department. There's been several nominees from the ANBU, the interrogation and torture department, and even the medical corps. So I just pick one and get really good, right? Naruto asked in confirmation. That's the gist of it, yeah. Well, I guess I should go bang out those D-ranks and start thinking. Naruto stood to leave, the bounce in his steps still noticeable. Good luck, Naruto. I know you'll be great, Hiruzen muttered the last part to himself since the blonde child had already left. Great indeed. Naruto went home before he went to get his ninja ID photo taken. He figured that he'd change, grab a few supplies, and then head straight to the mission board reserved for genin. Naruto looked through his closet and noted the one-dimensional color scheme. Sure, orange was a great color. Sure, he no longer wore a literal suit of his favorite color. But he still had to get some darker clothing for stealth purposes. Naruto currently had one dark blue short-sleeve shirt and a few pairs of black pants with an orange stripe down the side. Throwing on the shirt and a pair of the darker pants, Naruto promised himself that he'd go to a ninja clothing store as soon as he finished the day's missions. Naruto left the apartment and headed back towards the Hokage's building. Naruto passed more than a few people on his walk, most of them oblivious to his presence. A few groups of kids were running around, playing like there wasn't a care in the world. The sight brought a smile to Naruto's face, and he entered the administrative building with his mood set high. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist asked as Naruto entered the lobby. I'm here to register as a ninja. Naruto Uzumaki. A few papers were shuffled and the light-haired lady reached into a drawer. One standard Hitayate, one pass to for an ID photo, your registration papers, and one free genin level weapon kit. Your kit has 6 kunai and a dozen shuriken. Naruto Uzumaki, your identification number is the door to your left will take you to the photo room, she told Naruto with a rehearsed tone and professional smile. Naruto accepted everything she gave him, looking oddly at the weapon kit. When he thought about it, he figured that many orphans did try to become ninja, and they wouldn't be able to buy weapons for themselves. Naruto thanked her with a smile and walked into the next room with the pass in his hand. Inside the photo room was a camera on a stand and another civilian girl reading what seemed to be a copy of Kakashi's favorite book. As soon as she took notice of Naruto, though, the book was tucked away and her dark hair flipped over her shoulder as she stood. Hello, do you have a first-time pass or are you paying for a retake today? She asked, her bubbly voice pleasant to Naruto's ears. First time today, I just got my papers and forehead protector, Naruto informed her as he handed her the pass. She looked briefly at the paper as Naruto tied the hitate to his head. Just stand over on that X, whenever you're ready. Naruto stood in the aforementioned spot and smiled at the camera, holding up a two-fingered salute. His smile was large and proud, and his forehead protector was proudly holding up his spiky blonde mop of hair. Naruto started to drop his smile and open his eyes fully to ask what the delay was when the flash blinded him. He staggered a bit, the effects reminding him of the first time he tried to make a flash tag. There we go, sometimes the button sticks, the photographer said aloud as she inspected the photo. I've seen better, but I've seen worse. This'll work out just fine until you decide you've outgrown it. How long until the ID is done? Naruto asked, moving to sit down at a table. You're the first one in today, so there's no line. Probably no more than 10 minutes. Naruto left the photography room feeling accomplished. He looked at the clock and noted that it was only approaching 10 in the morning and decided that he had time to finish all 6 of the D ranks he needed by dinner time. Naruto walked down the hall, following signs towards the various lounges. Just past the Jonin lounge was the Chunin lounge, but compared to the Jonin one it seemed more like a mess hall with a few extra benches. Past those still was the mission board's office. The long room had only a few ninja in it, all of them Chunin but one genin that stared at a mission he had obviously just grabbed. Naruto walked in and took stock of the boards. Every board was labeled with their respective missions D through B. All of the higher-ranked missions came directly from the Hokage, and it was the same thing with lower-ranked missions that paid extra for immediate response. If Naruto remembered one of the few interesting lectures right, the Hokage still occasionally assigned missions, usually ones that were important or close to expiration. Naruto walked up to the D board and noticed that they were indeed chores. Painting fences, fetching groceries, catching stray bothersome animals, retrieving pets, the list went on and on. Their payouts were anywhere between 2,500 Ryo and 10,000 Ryo, with a 10% tax on any missions that would go back to the village. Nothing too outrageous, but it would be enough for a day of honest work to a genin. Well, Naruto didn't have to do them one at a time. Naruto grabbed 2 that requested fence painters, 2 that asked for help moving construction supplies until lunchtime, 1 from the Hokage asking for a park to be cleaned of litter, 1 that called for walking an elderly civilian from one end of town to the other, and 1 that mentioned something about a missing cat named Tora that was strangely worth a full 10,000 Ryo. Why'd you grab so many, kid? Friends send you in here or something? One of the older Chunin asked from the C-ranked board. Nah, I just have to get 6 done before I'm allowed to go on real missions, Naruto told him absently as he read the details of each mission. You should just come back here as you complete them, you know. Someone else could do one while you finish another. That way the client doesn't have to wait. The kind Chunin was obviously trying to help Naruto, who had the look of a fresh genin. To be fair, he technically was. Oh, they won't have to wait, Naruto told him as he made a total of 24 shadow clones. The Chunin in the room all stood with their mouths agape. Holy what? I've never taken missions before, but I assume that most people will be expecting 3-man teams at the most, right? Naruto asked politely as he handed out the various missions to his clones. Hey, are those shadow clones? And aren't you a genin? The first nice Chunin from earlier questioned loudly, voicing everyone else's thoughts as well. Naruto laughed. Yeah, they're shadow clones and I'm technically a genin. Do you think that 3 per painting and construction job is enough? And what about 6 to clean a park and find some cat named Tora? Naruto planned on helping the old lady personally, so he knew she'd be more than fine. The assembled Chunin nodded numbly, their mouths still trying to form coherent words. The first one had the most luck. Are you sure it's smart to use clones? What if they dispel early? And you might need the chakra. These guys all have 12 hours worth of chakra without using jutsu, and maybe 10 hours with light jutsu use. And I don't really worry about chakra, Naruto explained as he finished passing out the missions to the clones and separating them into groups. There was silence in the room as Naruto turned to his audience. Well, gotta get these done before dinner. Later guys, thanks for the advice. And all 25 Narutos vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving even more shocked shinobi in the room. The genin in the corner walked out angrily muttering, "That's not even fair." Naruto swirled into view in front of the door that read the address on the mission request. Naruto knocked politely and waited patiently. Soon enough a young woman opened the door, a smile stuck on her face. "Oh, are you the ninja here to help get grandmother home?" she asked warmly. Naruto was really happy with all the positivity he'd been getting lately, but he was afraid to say so aloud and risk jinxing it. "Up. Wherever she needs to go I'll get her there." Naruto responded just as happily. "Okay, great. Hold on just a second and I'll go get her," the woman started, but she was interrupted by a second voice. "No need, darling, I'm all ready to go," said a short, wrinkled, and hunched-over woman. Her gray hair was tied back in a neat bun, and she had a suitcase in one hand with her other clutching the head of a cane. Naruto could tell that she had lived a long, full life. "Oh, grandmother. I didn't know you were so eager to leave," the younger of the two women fake pouted. "Ah, I was a newlywed once too, believe it or not. I don't want to risk being here any longer than I already have, darling. Now, I'll be on my way, so you go get started on my great-grandbabies." The elderly lady laughed as her granddaughter blushed scarlet and hurriedly closed the door. Naruto pretended to be oblivious until the woman's attention shifted to him. And you are the young man that'll be taking me home?" she asked Naruto. "That's right, ma'am. I'm a newly promoted genin and you're my first client," Naruto told her as he took the bag from her. "And she was his first. Well, personally his first. My husband used to be a ninja. We made a fair bit of money in our lives, so I like to hire new ninja to give them a little boost in my husband's honor. May he rest in peace," she told Naruto as they started the long walk to her home. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that he passed," Naruto told her sincerely. "Thank you, but he died honorably in the line of duty, and he gave me two beautiful girls. I can't complain about that in my old age. The woman you met is my youngest daughter's only child." "I see, she seemed very happy," Naruto stated. "My name is Naruto, by the way. And your name is Akiyama?" "Yes. That's right, and my husband's name was Riku. I still remember the day he swept me off of my feet." "Have you been in love yet, Naruto?" she asked, trying to keep the small talk going. "Not yet, no," Naruto smiled softly. "How did you fall in love with your husband?" The old woman smiled even harder than she did before. "He was a ninja by the time I met him. A chunin, I think. He asked me out for sushi after meeting me at the market buying fruit. I didn't fall in love with him until our fourth date though. He picked me up and carried me over rooftop after rooftop and would bring me to his secret hiding place. It's still my favorite memory." Naruto noticed the faraway look in her eyes. "Would you like to travel by rooftop again?" The tears in her eyes were immediate, and Naruto knew he made the right choice. "Could we?" "Oh, but what of my bag? I don't want you overtaxing yourself." Naruto waved off her concern and handed the luggage to a clone that appeared behind him in a puff of smoke. Naruto then gently picked up Akiyama, leaped to the nearest rooftop in an effortless leap, and traveled with her to relive her memories of the person she cherished most. Naruto sat inside the mission department's main lobby, waiting for the rest of his clones to enter. They couldn't shunshin inside due to the protective seals, but Naruto knew that once they finished it wouldn't take them long to find him. The park cleaners were done first, and they strolled in at 11:30 nearly on the dot. Naruto took the signed mission form and prepared for the incoming memories as they dispelled. The memories weren't much. Mostly cleaning, a few conversations with passersby, and one or two clones chasing after a squirrel. The first set of painters was followed in by their counterparts half an hour later. Naruto took the two mission forms and again prepared for the memory search. Nothing but painting there. The 6 clones sent to construction had the most interesting memories by far. The clones only had to move equipment every 10 minutes or so, and between that time there was a lot of jokes between workers and even an arm wrestling match with one clone. Naruto smiled at some of the memories and regret not being present himself. Naruto decided that from then on, he would avoid using clones to do missions if he could help it. Sometimes the people were worth more than the reward. Naruto sat and waited for the 6 clones to return with the cat. And he waited. And waited. Once 12:30 came around, Naruto felt a surge of chakra, signaling the demise of a clone. Naruto focused on the memories and discovered that this was a clone made by one of the 6 Naruto sent after Tora. This clone was made purely to dispel and give information on the cat's location to the other 5 searching clones. Naruto was actually impressed. The cat had managed to evade his 6 searching clones for almost an hour and a half. Suddenly, another surge of chakra. And then another. Were his clones seriously getting taken out by a cat? Inspection of the memories told him that yes, this devil cat was dispelling clones with its claws. 2 more clones dispelled, but the last one had memories of another clone securing the possessed feline in a blanket of some sort. I'm never talking about this, Naruto said to himself. 10 minutes later and 2 clones walked into the lobby, one carrying the signed mission paper. The clone looked Naruto dead in the eyes. We never talk about what just happened. Agreed, chorused Naruto and the remaining clone. Naruto approached the desk with all 6 mission papers. The receptionist gave Naruto a suspicious look before he double-checked the signatures. You completed these all today? The civilian man asked. Yeah. Shadow clones, Naruto responded easily. Ah, makes sense, the dark-haired man muttered as he added up the total of Naruto's payment. 22,500 ryo for the total of your mission payments. I see you are a new genin, so you'll simply have 10% taken off for the daimyo's tax. After taxes, you come out with 20,250 ryo. Do you have a bank account set up yet? He asked. The teller hid a sheet-eating grin as he handed Naruto a slip of paper. It was a check made out to his name. And it was the most Naruto had ever held in his life. By the logic I mentioned at the beginning of the chapter, this has the buying power of about $2,025. One mission has a maximum payout of 25,000 ryo, $2,500, but none of those kinds of missions were displayed. Split 4 ways for an average team, each member would get 6,250 ryo, $625, before tax. The missions Naruto are doing bring in only 2,500 ryo, or $250, Tora being the exception. Split 4 ways and everyone ends up with 1562 ryo, roughly $156. That's pretty reasonable for a mission that should take a few hours, and would be enough to live on if a ninja never got promoted. Also, Naruto has yet to be properly introduced to taxes. Not yet. Where is the bank again? Naruto asked sheepishly. The receptionist clearly got the question quite often. Head straight out the door. At the second intersection, take a right. You'll see the Tandai building before you see the bank. The bank is the 4th building on the right before you get to torture and interrogation. Just give them that check and your ID and they will make you an account. You can then either deposit your check in full or keep some in cash. There is a 500 ryo deposit that you have to put into your account right away, but it shouldn't be a problem. Thanks again, Naruto said as he turned and ran out the door. Naruto entered the bank and got his account set up with little fuss. The bank teller was nice enough and Naruto left with 10,125 ryo in his account and a full 10,000 in his wallet. Naruto kept true to his word and started walking around the district. He usually saw the most ninja in for a suitable store. Naruto settled on a ninja store with weapons out front on display. Naruto entered Higarashi's and took note of all the weaponry that adorned the walls out in the front of the store. They were all beautifully made and polished to a reflective shine. Hello, can I help you? A young girl asked from behind the counter. Yes, actually. I was wondering if you guys sold any clothes? Preferably those made for ninja? Naruto asked hopefully. The cute girl walked out from behind the counter, and Naruto knew immediately that she was a shinobi in training. She had the walk. The pair of buns on her head had distracted him at first, but she did indeed have a hitayate on. First time in here I take it? She asked. My dad makes all the best weapons in town, and the clothes are more practical than fashionable. The way a ninja should be if you ask me. Naruto followed her towards the back end of the store. Yeah, I just got registered this morning. I figured I'd come in and blow an entire half of my first paycheck already, he joked. The girl laughed and gestured to a rack of shirts. This end has all the smalls, they'll fit you the best. Shorts and pants are on this side of the aisle, she pointed to the other end of the aisle. Most of our clothes run right around 200 Rio, but if you're feeling fancy there's another section with higher quality stuff. She gestured to another entire section of clothes, but Naruto was feeling that simplicity was the way to go. Just come see me when you're ready. Name's Tenten by the way, she called over her shoulder as she walked back to the counter. Naruto gave his thanks and started browsing the rack. There was a sign on the shirt rack that stated that with the first 2 shirts you purchased you got a free fishnet undershirt. Naruto picked out 2 plain, black shirts right away. One was a t-shirt and the other had sleeves that came down to the middle of his forearms. Naruto grabbed a mesh shirt from the hangers next to him and continued his search. Naruto ended the hunt with another 3 undershirts, 2 more dark blue shirts with an orange stripe running down from each armpit, a deep red-colored shirt, and a completely orange shirt just to keep old habits alive. Naruto then picked up 2 pairs of dark green and 2 dark blue pants. They were full of pockets, perfect for any tools he might need. Naruto also grabbed 3 pairs of shorts of the same design and dark blue color, just for when he had missions in hot weather. Naruto started back towards the register and browsed on his way. Naruto had kept things pretty simple and only spent 3,000 of his available 10. Not too bad, Naruto did tend to stay on the cheap side. On the way to the counter, Naruto's eye was caught by a pair of gloves. The gloves were fingerless, had metal studs over each knuckle, and a sign that read, "One size fits all." The only 2 colors, however, were black and dark blue. Naruto grabbed the black pair and made his way to the counter. "Hey Tenten, would you happen to have these gloves in orange?" Naruto asked as he set the rest of the clothes in front of the girl. I'll go ask my dad real quick, hold on." Naruto watched her leave and then became more curious about the swords surrounding him. Naruto walked over to one that had old-looking, elegant engravings. The weapon seemed to chant his name, and Naruto was enraptured. He walked over to the mystical-looking blade, and he drew it with a beautiful metallic ring. Naruto stood, feeling both out of place and at home with the blade in his hand. Naruto brought it up to eye level and adopted a stance he once saw a master take on a practice field. The blade shone in the dim light, and Naruto ran it through a simple motion, and cut the sheet out of his forearm. And then he panicked and knocked over another display sword. Naruto tried to wipe his blood off the blade with his sleeve, but he ended up cutting into his bicep too. Commend this store and their care for their merchandise quality. Oh gods, Kurama, wake up, I need help. Kit? What's the matter? Why do you smell blood? Naruto managed to clean the blade, slip it back into its sheath, and started to pick up the other one. I'm in a weapons shop for clothes and I was playing with this cool sword and I cut myself and I need you to heal it before Tenten comes back and sees my cuts. As Naruto fixed the toppled display, Kurama just couldn't help himself. Which dear gods, you are such a child. I really don't need this right now, please, just speed up the healing. Please. Naruto heard the Kyuubi continue to laugh as he frantically watched the wounds close. With a sigh of relief, Naruto rushed to the counter and wiped away his blood with the inside of the red shirt he bought. You're in luck, Naruto. Dad had 1 dark orange and 1 purple off the shelf because no one wanted them. Tenten talked happily as she walked back to her counter, oblivious to the blush that Naruto wore. I can probably give it to you for 2,000 Rio. The metal is chakra conductive so it's a bit pricey, but one day you should be able to use it as a pretty good taijutsu enhancement. Is that blood on your shirt? Naruto immediately turned his clean side to her. What? Oh no. I mean no. Tenten gave him an odd look. So, what's my total? Naruto tried to change the subject. Looks like 5,500 Rio. But I like you, so I'll sell you the lot for an even 5,000. Can you cover that? Naruto nodded and shelled out the cash. Oh, I thought this was your first paycheck? You must have had a pretty big first mission, huh? Tenten said as she put the money in the register. What? No. I just did 6 missions this morning. This actually is only a quarter of my check. This is actually covered by just catching Tora. Med Cat popped 4 of my clones. Naruto was happy for his first ninja small talk. He felt so official discussing missions like this, even if they were only D ranks. Wait, 6 missions? And Tora's only worth 10,000 Rio. Did your team not want any of the cut? Are they that loaded? 10-10 paused the bagging process to bombard Naruto with questions. 6 missions. And you know about Tora? That devil has escaped before? Naruto asked incredulously. 10-10 didn't drop her gaze, still demanding answers. Oh, and I don't have a team. I'm a support genin as of today. 10-10 continued to bag the clothes with her mouth hanging wide. Then how did you complete 6 missions in a day? A shadow clone popped into existence and took the bags. Shadow clones, it said before it disappeared in a swirl of leaves, speeding back towards the apartment. You're actually a support genin? 10-10 asked as Naruto prepared to leave. Yeah, first one too. At least that what Jiraiya-sensei said. Must be really good. Like really really good. Not even Niji made support genin, and he's a literal prodigy, 10-10 said. Hey, I'm having team practice later at Training Ground 1. Why don't you show up and meet a team you might support one day? That's actually a great idea. I've been pretty bored since I haven't been allowed to actually train yet. I'll see you there. Naruto then ran off, still hiding his bloodied sleeve. We meet at 6. 10-10 called after him. 10-10 noted that he wasn't sticking around to acknowledge the time they were meeting. He is one crazy kid. Hiruzen Sarutobi was relaxing in his chair after a hard day of paperwork for the new genin batch. The genin pool was about as full as it had been the past 2 years, and the number of teams this class had managed to pump out was just short of incredible. Usually, 1 elite team would come out of a class. 2 was exceptional, but 3 was just amazing. Granted, this year did hold a few of the major clan heirs, but still. And a support genin in one Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen knew to expect greatness from that boy, but word from his receptionist in the missions office was that Naruto had already qualified for C-rank missions. Absolutely unheard of, even before the reform. Suddenly the door opened. Hey, old man. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. What can I do for you, Naruto? I was getting ready to close up for the day. I just wanted to check something is all. I finished all 6 of my D ranks, so I'm allowed to do C ranks now, right? The blonde asked. Yeah, but it is quite unusual for even a chunin to do C ranks alone. C-ranked missions have a chance of real combat and can turn deadly in a second. Hiruzen warned wisely, trying to get Naruto to slow down. Okay, but I've killed before. I don't really like to, but I'm really good at it, I promise. A couple years ago I fought real genin, and now I'm way better. I can handle it, so please. Naruto pouted in a way that the Hokage believed may have worked on Jiraiya in the past. No. Not until I know you're ready. Okay, compromise. After I support a team on a C rank and get the Jonin's approval, can I do them? Naruto asked desperately. Hiruzen had to admit that Naruto was being pretty mature about the whole ordeal. And Kakashi did say that he was better than some chunin, and he did manage to knock out Mizuki. As soon as I get a Jonin other than Kakashi to vouch for you, I will allow it. Yes. Naruto threw a fist into the air. Okay, I gotta go meet Tenten's team now for training. Thanks, old man. Hiruzen smiled knowing that the boy would manage to reach whatever goals he had one day, no matter if they were to be Hokage or not. Naruto took his time walking to Training Ground 1. Since it was just past 5 in the afternoon, Naruto took a few minutes to look at the various stalls for once. It was something he never did before he was a ninja. Now, he had money of his own and could spend it without guilt. Not like he would, but the option was there now. Eventually, Naruto started heading towards the training grounds. He didn't mind being early, more time for him to warm up is all. Naruto saw a familiar figure headed towards him, coming from the direction of the training grounds. Hinata, he called out. The figure froze in place before seeming to relax. Hello, Naruto. Hinata called back, giving a small wave. As the two met, Naruto turned and started walking back towards the village. You just getting done with training? Today was mostly getting to know everyone better. We did a little bit of light training, but nothing too strenuous. The two came up to a bench and they each took a seat. That sounds like a pretty good time to me. Do you like your team so far? Naruto asked excitedly. Yes, Shino is still quiet almost all the time, but Kiba talks enough for both of them, she giggled. Naruto laughed along. With her. Who's your sensei? Yuhi Kurenai. She's Konoha's top genjutsu expert, and she promised to make us all the best tracking and apprehension team Konoha has, Hinata told him. How was your first day as a support genin? It was okay. I rushed through 6 missions today, but they were mostly chores. Bought some clothes. Not much really. But I am going to go train with a team in a bit. Naruto exclaimed. W8 Naruto. 6? 6 missions? Hinata double-checked with the blonde. Yeah. Shadow clones and all that. You know how it is. He waved it off like it was a much smaller deal. Naruto knew genin usually take a mission a week until they get enough training in. Did you leave any missions for the rest of us? Hinata laughed in surprised delight when Naruto confirmed his story. Yeah, totally. The board was full of missions, probably because people know that there's new genin looking for work. I wonder how the pool genin will do. Naruto. Hinata giggled again. Most pool genin don't stay in Konoha. They go to a smaller town or outposts for the D ranks there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough missions to go around here. Oh, I knew that. Definitely knew that. The two sat and talked for a few minutes more, but eventually, Naruto had to remove Hinata's head from his left shoulder so he could make it to training in time. As it was, he'd only be 5 minutes early. We'll have to hang out again soon, Hinata, Naruto said as he stood up. I should be free in a few days. Sensei wants to get 2 days of training in before we take our first mission, she told him as she also rose from her seat. Okay, I'll find you in 3 days. Maybe try to meet me here? Naruto asked as he started to walk backward towards the field. You got it, Naruto? Hinata turned to hide her blush, and she heard his footsteps get further and further away. I can't wait, Naruto. Naruto stood facing Lee, a spandex-wearing genin on Tenten's team. So you're a taijutsu specialist? Naruto asked as both boys stretched for a spar. Yash. My flames of youth burn brightest in my fists, and Gai-sensei has promised to make me a splendid ninja, the strange genin yelled in response. You're really loud, you know that? I am. It is to keep my spirits high when I need motivation. We're ninja. Our entire job is to be quiet. Thank you for finally saying it. Tenten called out from her side of the field. She was getting ready to square off against an oddly feminine yet distinctly male Hyuga. Don't listen to them, Lee. Focus on training your way until your flames of youth burn brighter than anyone else's. The team sensei also seemed to speak unnaturally loudly. Naruto wasn't too sure, but judging from matching green spandex and eyebrows, then Gai-sensei was Lee's father. Except he wasn't. Dear F-, Naruto, why are you here? Please cut me out or leave, I'm going to die. Ah, don't be a wuss. Besides, we'll have to get used to them if we are going to work with them. There are some days I still hate you, you know that? Love you too, furball. Naruto cut all links before he got a reply. Okay, Lee, you ready for our taijutsu match? Naruto called out, finally done stretching his muscles. Yash. Only, I do not wish to limit you to a single ninja art. Just because I can only utilize taijutsu doesn't mean you must have the same restrictions. I must learn to fight regular shinobi as well if my flames are to burn even more brightly, the bushy-browed genin proclaimed. Naruto was starting to seriously doubt this genin's sanity. I believe in fighting on equal ground with my comrades. After this, if you want training to defend against ninjutsu, I will happily help you. But for now, let's stick to taijutsu, Naruto told him. With tears of joy streaming down his cheeks, Rock Lee responded, Yash? Prepare yourself, Naruto. Naruto got into a neutral stance of his fox fist. And then, Lee sped at him. Naruto smiled as he saw Lee jump into the air and start things off with a flying spin kick while shouting something about the leaf. Naruto ducked the kick and spun hard, trying to land a vicious backhand in the other genin's gut. Lee used his hands to springboard off of Naruto's outstretched hand. As Lee landed gracefully, Naruto started his own charge. Naruto stayed low to the ground, keeping his options of evading a sudden attack as open as possible. Lee turned to face him, and Naruto started off the next exchange with a flurry of punches. Lee managed to avoid most of them, blocking the ones he couldn't. Naruto landed the odd hit every now and again, but they were improvised at angles that took away most of their power. The two boys ended the short but furious exchange by landing simultaneous axe kicks to one another's skulls, knocking them both back. Lee never dropped his determined smile, and Naruto adopted a feral-looking one. The two boys charged back in, fists ready to fly. This time, Lee got the initial momentum in the exchange, leaving Naruto on the defensive. Naruto couldn't help but focus on dodging and blocking and appreciating every strike as he did so. Every one of Lee's attacks would have seriously hurt if they had landed. There was no initial contact hit that most styles had to open an opponent up for a longer combination of attacks. With Lee's style, any lesser shinobi hit with a solid strike wouldn't last an entire combination. Naruto created some space between his opponent and himself by sweeping around Lee in a manner that may have taken off the green-clad genin's legs if Naruto had more than two tails out. Naruto landed a shattering elbow to Lee's kidney area, blasting Lee away to recover. Naruto was impressed. Very, very impressed. Lee showed almost no signs of taking a shot to one of the most vulnerable areas on a ninja, and he stood ready for the next exchange. "Lee!" Naruto called out, dropping his guard. "What is it, my youthful friend?" the boy in question responded in a jovial tone. He was really enjoying this. "You're a taijutsu specialist, so I know you train with weights. Take them off and fight at full with me," Naruto requested, debating on trying to learn his new friend's strange language of youth. Lee looked at Naruto oddly before replying, "I do not want to put you at an unfair advantage, Naruto. You have been a most youthful opponent and I wish for our fair spar to continue." Naruto smiled then. "Fine, you take your weights and I'll take off mine." Lee looked excited at the prospect and looked over at his sensei. Lee rarely got to train with his weights off, usually only when his sensei was sparring with the team. Lee figured he could probably do so more often with Niji, but Lee wanted to save his true speed for his rival match with the Hyuga prodigy as much as he could. Guy-sensei looked pensive for a moment from his perch squatting on a bench, and then he nodded to the almost shaking Lee. "Yosh. Let us do it, Naruto." Lee then sat to remove his leg warmers. Naruto watched as he focused his chakra into the seal at the small of his back and released the effects. The two stood in place and jumped to get a feel for unrestricted movement. Soon enough, both were ready to continue and resumed their stances. "Prepare yourself, my youthful friend." And then he disappeared. No jutsu, no tricks. Naruto just straight up lost sight of him. Naruto started to mutter to himself, "Dear F, what have I gotten?" The same flying spin kick from Lee is what cut him off, the impact blasting into his jaw and sending Naruto spinning away. Lee hit hard. Naruto opened the link to Kurama as he stood. "And oh good goddamn piece of s. Hello Naruto, what are you doing back so soon?" Naruto ignored the insults for the time being as he relocated the speeding Lee. "You're gonna wanna see this." Lee was zipping back and forth in front of Naruto, likely to throw him off until Lee was ready for his next attack. The speeding green blur was almost invisible due to his insane speeds. Every time Lee touched the surface of anything he was rocketing off in another direction. No normal person would be able to track him at this speed. Naruto smiled. Normal funny. Within the span of a blink, Lee went from zooming around in a distraction tactic at speeds that would boggle most anyone, especially a genin, to being draped over Naruto's leg. Naruto had moved without warning, without pretense, and now he stood with a folded Lee on his outstretched leg. And then Naruto was in the air. What the actual F-dash? Lee had somehow managed to shake off what should have been a rib-shattering kick, plant a single foot on the ground while wrapping his bandaged arms around Naruto's leg, and now Naruto was in the air. The ground sped at Naruto's face at incredible speeds, and Naruto prepared to take the hit and retaliate. And then green. Even more green. That was a splendid battle, you splendid students of mine. Such displays of fiery youth are rare these days, ever. Since my rival has increased his hip attitude. Guy exclaimed as he disentangled the two genin. "Sensei, I apologize for going overboard with my actions. For disappointing you I shall lap Konoha 10 times on my hands. And if I cannot do that, I will do 10,000 push-ups." And if Lee was silenced by a bone-crushing hug from his sensei. No, Lee. Naruto would have taken your hit just as youthfully you took his. The only problem is now I must pay attention to my other two splendid students as their fires are growing hotter and hotter. Naruto sat in the dirt confused as the two rambled on about their youth and their fires. You were right, I did want to see you have your butt handed to you. Totally worth it. Shut your yap, it was an even fight. Naruto, that is a taijutsu specialist who has obviously trained harder than you did, and likely for just as long. He and his sensei are masters of the strong fist, a brutal fighting style to both use and learn. It was brutal all right. Suddenly Naruto heard the sound of scroll paper. He knew and loved that sound, so he looked over to where it seemed to come from. Rising like an ascending angel of war, Tenten trailed a pair of unraveling scrolls from her hands. Naruto sat in awe, completely enraptured by the sight. Ah, it seems her temper has gotten to her once again. Let us see how dear Niji handles it. Lee, if I interject and get Niji, be prepared to catch Tenten. Yash. Naruto's mouth gaped like a dying fish's when he saw the purpose of the scrolls. Tenten was raining hell on poor Niji. Weapon after weapon came pouring out of the scrolls. Shuriken, kunai, swords, maces, axes, spears, everything Naruto could think of to kill someone was pouring down on a single genin, one who looked completely at ease with the incoming wall of forged death. And then he moved. Niji made small, precise movements that somehow kept him out of harm's way. The gaps between those falling weapons must have been tiny, yet Niji hid in every one. Near the end, the hail of weapons grew thicker. Naruto saw the stop in weapons, but the back end of the rain let almost no light through. Niji brought his hands up, and then he started poking at the weapons. One of the swords went flying towards Naruto, which he gave a healthy distance since the last sword he touched cut him. Niji made it through unscathed, blasting weapons away with his fingers. Soon he was spinning along with poking, and Naruto noticed how dance-like his style seemed. 2 green blurs later, and Lee was in the air holding a surprised Tenten, and Guy himself had a restrained Niji in one arm and a massive axe in the other hand. Niji was spun around in one of his dodges and must have missed the incoming weapon. Naruto knew of the Byakugan. He had learned most of the prominent clans and their abilities both with the Toads and with Jiraiya-sensei. But it was one thing to know of a dojutsu and to see a prodigy with one in action. Naruto knew he was good and could likely find a way around all of this team's bag of tricks, but they were pretty damn impressive. Naruto walked up to the group, and he heard them all talking amongst themselves. One of your attacks almost managed to hit me. You're slowly becoming less of a disappointment to the village. Don't get too excited, that one was Niji. What a prodigal JRK. Tenten, your twin rising dragons has become so impressive. Truly you are a more youthful part of the village than Niji suggests. Lee assured the fuming girl. That's quite all right, all of you. Take 2 cool-down laps of the village and we'll call it a day. Good work. Guy stood with an odd pose as the 3 took off, his thumbs up aimed at their back. Naruto, you are quite impressive. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Naruto bowed. This man must be one hell of a shinobi to have trained and earned the respect of those 3. I don't believe I've taught you anything to warrant being called sensei. Come, sit with me, the man said, never dropping his smile. Naruto did so, following the jonin to the bench. You are a support genin, yes? Yeah, but it hasn't been all that great yet. Dear Naruto, you are blessed with opportunity. You train and work on your own time, and you may choose your path for yourself. You can take missions as often as you'd like, and soon the buffer missions will end. Buffer missions? Did you really think our ninja would be wasted doing menial chores? Yes, the odd job comes in every so often, but most D ranks in the real world consist of handling lowest level threats or helping the community in other ways. We're surrounded by woods, so wild animals are a common mission. Pest threats. The most common is searching for lost people or pets. Tora is the closest example, but she's always within the city. Pulling weeds is not a ninja's job. Naruto sat in contemplation, trying to absorb all the information he could. He wouldn't have a sensei to get his missions for him. Either he'd be added to one that needed him or he'd get his own. The real world is a scary place, young Naruto. You will want to move out of your old home, find love in your youth, and make a living as a shinobi. To do so, you have to understand a few things. Okay, Guy-sensei, I'm ready to learn. The sun was starting to sink ever lower as Guy neared the end of his lecture on life. Remember, people aspire to be ninja because it gives the best opportunities for a comfortable life. You are a ninja, but there are many different kinds that are all acceptable to our beloved Hokage. Lee and I like to idolize the concept of being a nice guy, but Ibiki makes his living by being dark and intimidating. Be who you wish to be, and don't change unless it's who you've become. Naruto sat at his kitchen table, eating instant ramen with a few extra vegetables thrown in. He had a lot to think about from Guy-sensei's lecture earlier. Did he want to move out? Well, eventually, but it was because he wanted to be truly independent. This apartment was a figurehead of his past life, and he wanted to be completely immersed in being a ninja. What did he want to do with his career? Maybe a hunter nin? He could subdue people for a living. Or in extreme cases kill them. Bounties were good money, and Naruto did like to fight. We like to fight, Kit. Oh, you've been quiet for a while. I don't like to interrupt your personal stuff. You might start asking my opinion. Naruto took that as a hint. What do you think we should do? You do realize this is what I wanted to avoid, right? I think you should become a hunter nin. Maybe a solo assassin. I mean, you're pretty much your own team. Army even. I'm starting to get my taste for battle back, and you haven't been in enough of them. Don't worry. I'm sure we can go on a mission with Tenten and them where we have to fight. Don't kid yourself, Kit. When we get to fight, I'm part of you, I know how you feel about it. It's okay, I am a born fighter. I've been fighting all my life, whether it was to save or to destroy. But I'm good at it. So are you. And I love it. So will you. You seem pretty set on this. Naruto raised an eyebrow, hoping the feeling would bridge the link. There was a knock at the door. Naruto? You home yet? I smell ramen, I'm coming in. It was Kakashi. Oh yes, of course. Barge into my home, why don't you? Naruto joked as he made room for his uncle at the table. I just came by to tell you I spoke with all the Jonin-sensei today. I see you've already impressed Guy. You know him well? You could say that. We've been rivals for years, so you pick up a thing or two. What? He was talking about you. Kakashi leaned back in the dining chair. Anyway, Guy and I convinced all the Jonin to have you stop by tomorrow and get acquainted with their teams. You'll probably back them up one mission or another, so you might as well get to know them. Okay, what time's tomorrow? Training Ground 7 with me at 8. Kurenai will be at Training Ground 3 at 10, and Asuma will have his team at Training Ground 10 around noon. So get there by 1. Okay, see you tomorrow at 8. Naruto strolled up to Training Ground 7 at 7:45. He had expected to see a team already working, training their buttes off and improving as ninja. Instead, he found a sulking Kaito, a brooding Sasuke, but according to Kurama he's an Uchiha and that's expected of him, and a fawning Sakura. Hey guys. What cha doin'? Naruto asked as he approached the three. Naruto. Hello, Sasuke greeted, never removing his chin from his hand. 2 words, not bad, Naruto commented with a smile. Kaito laughed lightly at this, and Sasuke smirked. Sakura though, she went from pink to red real quick. What makes you think you can interrupt our team training like this? And why are you making fun of Sasuke? She grated. Is this why Shikamaru doesn't like talking to girls? Sakura, Sasuke said plainly. Looked at him hopefully, almost as if it was the first thing he had ever said to her. Shut up. She looked devastated, and Kaito looked furious. Naruto watched the exchange and was in a state of nearly morbid fascination. Why do you have to be such a Sasuke? Would it kill you to have a bit of decency every now and again? Kaito started to ramble. This had definitely happened before. Hey, don't yell at Sasuke like that. He didn't mean it. I meant it. Sasuke. Kaito. Naruto crossed his arms and leaked his killing intent. Not a lot of it, just enough to make them all stop yelling at each other. You guys are a team, right? Naruto asked, absolutely incredulous. We try, Kaido cracked back. You guys know that one day you'll be killing for each other, right? Naruto's voice didn't change. This made the three shift a bit, clearly uncomfortable now. Sasuke, Sakura is your team Mednin, and you want to openly insult her? When she could decide to let an infection eat your arm away or allow poison to kill you off. I would never let anything hurt a... Sakura started. You mean what Kaido is trying to do for you? He tried to defend you, and you bit his head off. You guys don't have to love each other, but at least respect each other enough to trust everyone here with your life. All three of the Team 7 genin looked at the ground in shame. And why aren't you training? Naruto continued his questions. Kakashi-sensei was supposed to be here an hour ago, and now we only have the field for 2 more hours, Sakura explained. He's always late like this, we hardly get training in, Kaido added. And you're wasting your time away waiting for him? Naruto couldn't believe his ears. What would you have us do, Naruto? Sasuke asked, more than a little upset at being looked down on. The Fionji get along for starters. You have this field for 3 hours, and you don't make use of every second you're here? That's going to get you killed. Or even worse, your friends killed. Naruto was not happy. And he knew it, avoiding looking him in the eyes. Will you help us then? We don't know what to do without a sensei here, Kaito asked sheepishly. Fine. How good are you all at tree walking? Give me a fighting time. No responses. Guys? Naruto asked, totally confused. How long can you fight on a tree? After we learned in class I never really tried it out. Sakura spoke softly. Naruto actually sat down and buried his head in his arms. These kids are so fed. Go to sleep. I have to fix them. Okay, new plan. You all are gonna spar against me, and after I'm going to give you my honest opinions. Naruto told them cheerily. Do you have a death wish? Kaito asked, his eyes wide in surprise. He'll mop the floor with all of us, don't worry about him, Sasuke said as he entered his favorite offensive stance of the interceptor fist style the Uchiha preferred. Okay. I can do this with Sasuke's help. Sakura said aloud and took place next to her. Obsession. Interest, sorry. Kaito slipped into the academy stance and filled into Sasuke's other side. Naruto entertained the three for a solid half hour. He didn't move from his spot more than 3 times, the 3 times they accidentally worked together. Naruto called a stop to the poor excuse of a spar and watched as they all collapsed in a heap of sweating bodies. Well, you tried. How what? Kaito managed between gasps of air. Well, you guys are honestly horrifying to watch. Sasuke, you have the best form and the most jutsu, but they are both unrefined. You lack DSPLN and patience, and you have no idea what teamwork is. Sakura couldn't even manage an insult. Kaito, you rely too much on Sasuke and not enough on your own skills. And when you do, you don't really use them. You try to copy what Sasuke did and hope you do it better. Attacking someone like me head-on is a horrible idea. Kaito looked up for a split second to nod in acceptance of Naruto's critique. Sakura, you were probably less than useless in that fight. Naruto's words froze everyone's breath. Sakura looked up with tears threatening to overflow at the harsh words. And Naruto didn't say them to belittle her, she could tell he spoke with his own truth. You are not a fighter. You are a medic, at best you are a support fighter. When we started the match, the 3 of you surrounded Sasuke, hoping to use him as a spearhead. Which might work, if the 3 of you could fight somewhat equally. Sakura should have been in the middle, preferably behind you. To be protected. The 3 had stopped panting and sat in the dirt. Sakura, you weren't put on this team because you're a heavy hitter like Sasuke. Kaito is here because he's so middle of the road, very versatile. You are here because of your smaller chakra reserves. Which means better medical ninjutsu. And possibly genjutsu. I'm not saying you can't learn offensive techniques, but you will serve your team better as a support. You're probably right, the girl sounded dejected. Don't worry about it, Sakura, Kaito started. We may be protecting you, but once you learn medical ninjutsu you'll be saving us. She looked up sharply as if to snap at him again, but she seemed to think better of it. Thank you, Kaito. What about me, Naruto? Sasuke asked lowly, still staring at the dirt. You told me that one day I'd be great, that you believed in me. You didn't even attack us. And we're defeated. How is that great? Naruto knew Sasuke was close to breaking. Because you're narrow-minded, impulsive, selfish. You're so determined to grow that you're trying to grow on your own. I am this strong because I trained every day for years, with people helping me, guiding me. You have an entire team to help you. Learn to accept it. Sasuke nodded and walked to the far side of the training ground. Sakura got up, looked at Kaito and followed him. You weren't horrible today, Naruto told the only remaining member of Team 7 as he sat. We didn't even touch you. The dejected black-haired genin said. Not many kids our age will. Yesterday I sparred with another team. They've been together for almost 2 years, and each one of them could wipe the floor with every one of this year's teams alone. Time will lead to growth, Kaito. Especially on an elite team. Where did you learn all this stuff? You're so good at all of this. And teaching, Kaito looked at Naruto expectantly. While I was training there was a lot of lectures on shinobi lifestyle. Actual, useful, interesting lectures, Naruto joked with the other boy. Tension started to ease up as the two laughed. My teachers were very wise. The two sat in silence for a bit, but Kaito had something he was struggling to get out. Naruto could see it. Naruto, I should be honest with my team, right? Always. But I want to tell you too. About my family. Naruto was visibly surprised at this. I thought you came from the orphanage? Yeah, the Hokage put me there. He's the reason I'm still alive. Naruto scooted closer to the boy. My full name is Kaito Ito. The Ito clan were not necessarily. Kaito struggled with the words. Upstanding citizens? Naruto offered. Yeah. So you know. Not all of it. Go on, I want you to tell me. Naruto lied about his ignorance, but Kaito needed this. My family rebelled. They weren't happy with the village, with the Hokage. I was told that they moved to a smaller town south of here, a glorified lumber mill really, and killed everyone there to make it their new home. They tried to get into the slaving business and kidnapped a lot of younger girls to sell from nearby villages. The Hokage didn't hear about it until a while later. He thought that the Ito simply left Konoha. The Hokage ordered a total eradication of my clan. Naruto sat quietly until this part. Do you hate him? No. He made the right choice. We were all guilty, except me I guess. The Hokage led the attack himself to restore honor to the village for allowing the Ito to do what they did, but he didn't kill me. I was just a kid, I don't even remember any of this. He brought me back, erased my last name, and set me at the doorstep of the orphanage. Naruto grasped Kaito's arm to comfort him. You're on a good path. I'm sure opening up with your team will make you all closer and stronger. Go ahead, I have a few words for Kakashi before I go. Kaito spun around, looking for his sensei. Kakashi appeared next to the two genin, also sitting down. Kaito spun and screamed, his nose almost touching Kakashi's orange book. Go ahead, Kaito, I have to speak with Naruto too. Kaito slowly nodded before making his way to the others. You are a shitty sensei. I was giving you time to work on them. No, you were reading Aro-sensei's book in a tree while I did your job. This literature is an art form. You're just a pervert, Kakashi. Ouch, no respect at all. Listen, I know what you're trying to do with them. Oh no, you're going to give me one of the speeches you got from the toads, aren't you? Shut up. You're trying to bind them all together to make a powerful chain. Here we go with the metaphors. You should just grow warts and be a toad, Naruto. Kakashi, their chain will break at the weakest link. They're all weak links. I mean, knocked out by a rabbit kind of weak links. You have to step it up. Naruto, I think I know how to do my job. I'll tell Jiraiya-sensei to postpone his next release. Dear God, calm down. Fine. Just get out of here and see Kurenai. Blackmailing little. Kakashi continued to grumble as he went to spend an hour training with his team. It was much of the same with Kurenai. Naruto sparred with her team and gave them feedback after. Hinata struggled around him, but otherwise, it was both as good and as bad as he had expected. Kurenai gave Naruto free range during his assessment, so she stepped back to watch and listen. Shino, your bugs are very impressive, Naruto started. Thank you. But you are one-dimensional. You are an amazing asset for tracking, but in a fight, you risk becoming a liability to your team. Your bugs can SEK chakra, yes. But that takes time. And the stronger the opponent, the more time you need. You have to add more to your fighting style somehow, so you aren't an open target for your team to protect. Shino only nodded stiffly. Kiba, Akamaru, Naruto shifted his focus. That's us. Kiba piped up, his puppy tapped next to him. You need control. Over your techniques and your emotions. You can't let failure to hit an opponent make you lose focus. And don't talk about what you're about to do. That's FNG stupid and will get you killed. You fight someone ruthless, they kill you while you talk. You fight someone smart, they figure you out before you finish and kill you after you talk. Kiba twitched at the harsh words, but he knew Naruto was telling the truth. Hinata. The girl eeped. And blushed. And looked away. You looked the best, Naruto stated simply. When she started hyperventilating a little, he realized his mistake and his own blush threatened to show. In order to save face in front of the guys, Naruto continued quickly. Fighting. You were the best-looking fighter. There was a snicker from Kurenai's direction. You obviously have the most training. I know Hyuga start very early and it shows. You have the most fluidity in your attacks, and you have the clearest head. Your gentle fist is formidable, but I really suggest adding to your arsenal. There may come a day when you face someone you can't hurt with your clan style. Oh, quit talking about yourself so much. Shut up. I'm working here. But most of all, you lack confidence. You won't take any small risks, and you are constantly visibly second-guessing yourself. Stop that. You are the most skilled fighter on your team. Shino is the stealthiest, Kiba is the strongest, and you have the most skill. You have to be willing to be confident in your choices. It's the only way you'll improve. If you want to be the leader of your team, try. Do you want to learn more jutsu regardless of clan opinion? Do it. Know what you want, and grab it by the ball. Don't be timid. Naruto had a bit more invested in Hinata's speech than he cared to admit, but he was volunteering so he was allowed to play favorites. Right? Hinata struggled to speak at first, but then did so the loudest anyone had ever heard from her. Thank you, Naruto. Her clear voice was unmarred by stutters or fear, and Naruto nodded to avoid following that beautiful sound with his own voice. After the silence, Kurenai cleared her throat. Naruto, why don't you come back after you go see Asuma? I have something I want to discuss with you, but it will have to wait until after my team's training. Sure thing, I'll be back later. Naruto started to walk away. Once Naruto was well off the field, he heard footsteps running up behind him. Normally, he'd be on edge, but he knew those footsteps. He had played tag with them many times before. Naruto! Hinata called out. Her stutter was all but gone, but her voice still rang with indecision. Yes. Naruto walked back towards her and saw her team watching them from the field. I've made my choice, she said this with finality. She left no room for fear or indecision, or even room for Naruto to breath. In the books, this is where she'd kiss him. But she had already grabbed him by the ball. Literally. And Naruto couldn't breathe, mostly out of fear. And a bit of pain. You are my choice, Naruto, she said again, placing the other hand on his not-moving chest and leaning in to hear his answer. Naruto was ecstatic to hear the words, to be sure. But he was still a decent human being and he wasn't sure if she knew what she was doing. Hinata, great. Now he had a stutter around her. Yes, Naruto, her eyes half closed as she leaned in. You are literally crushing my teeth. His voice was strained to the max, a whole octave higher. Hinata also froze. And then, a fountain of blood erupted from her face and launched her backward. Luckily her grip loosened, and the boys were free. Her team started running towards them, and Naruto escaped via Shunshin as Kurama filled his head with laughter. Shikamaru, you're too FING smart, Choji, don't be afraid to hit people, and Ino, be prepared to take suggestions from your teammates. They aren't orders, none of you can do that. That being said, don't try to boss them around. You are a team, not a hierarchy. Asuma, can I go home now? Naruto rushed through the final evaluation. He was both rattled due to Hinata and upset that he fell for Shikamaru's trap. "You headed somewhere, Naruto?" the bearded Jonin asked around a cigarette. "Just home, it's been a day." "Now Naruto, what you're feeling is totally natural. You're a growing boy and she's very. Please stop, it's been an hour. We've got a lot of time together, Kit." Naruto cut the link again. He'd been doing that a lot lately. "Just home." "Yeah." Asuma nodded in approval, and Naruto prepared to leave. "It was great hanging out again, Naruto." Choji called as Naruto grabbed the few things he had brought. "Yeah, come by more often. You make things a bit less of a drag," Shikamaru commented, totally nonchalant. "Naruto? I was hoping I could talk to you," Ino said quietly. She didn't meet his eye. "Oh yeah, sure, whatever. Tomorrow or something, meet me near the park after training, gotta go by." Ino watched him leave and made sure to save the time for tomorrow. She had to talk to Naruto. Naruto woke up early, the same way he had for the last 6 years. The sunlight hadn't quite started peeking through his window, but the sky was light enough to let Naruto know it was time to roll out of bed. Today was going to be different. There wasn't a whole lot he could do until he went on a mission with someone, and most of the older ninjas still didn't like him. He knew they didn't hate him per se, but Kurama. Bah? A bunch of idiots if you ask me. I have to work with a handful of these idiots, you know. That stalled the conversation within Naruto's head as he made his breakfast. He wasn't a stellar cook by any means, but he could manage a fried egg and rice. Maybe Naruto could train today? More like look for techniques to try and learn. That was the plan. Naruto would go to the library for a few hours, maybe try out a jutsu or two, then meet Hinata on the path to the training grounds. No. I think you mean Naruto. What am I supposed to do? I mean, that's a pretty obvious choice. Crush one and meet the other like an idiot, or you can do what any sensible person would and use shadow clones. Since, it's literally impossible for someone to tell the difference. If you distribute the chakra right. Naruto sat, slightly miffed about how easily Kurama came to the conclusion. That's too easy, it would never work. Kurama snorted in Naruto's mindscape. He knew Naruto was just being a stubborn idiot about it. Naruto decided to spend the early morning hours training his body with the gravity seal on. He might as well get out some frustrations during training, and he could do the same after he found a suitable jutsu to learn. Naruto also decided to spend as time possible in the library. Maybe if he was lucky, a nuke nin would break in and kill him. Naruto had started his slow walk to the park. The library was actually quite a nice place. As a genin, he only had access to a few low-level C-rank techniques. There was only one that Naruto was interested in, the futon, Rapusho, or wind release, gale palm. Naruto scoured the shelves for more, but he figured that most of the better ones were kept by clans. Naruto had gotten a decent start on the technique, not bothering to use shadow clones. He found that for learning a new skill it was best to suffer through it on your own, and then master it using clones. Naruto wanted to be able to get the jutsu down so well that he could fire it off with only his left hand, leaving his right one free to throw kunai or shuriken. Naruto went over the hand seals in his head as he walked and eventually realized that he was mainly trying to distract himself from reality. He had to decide which girl to send the clone to. On one hand, Hinata was his oldest, closest friend. But the tension between them right now is likely a bit hard to cope with. Ino didn't really mean much to Naruto, other than being a girl who listens to her father. That was positive in most senses. She didn't really have too much reason to speak to Naruto, so maybe Naruto could just get that over with and then speed over to Hinata. That's a great idea. He could send a clone to Hinata, ask her to wait a few extra minutes, and finish up whatever Ino wanted. Naruto made a quick messenger clone, one with hardly any chakra. It would only last about an hour, but it was enough to get the message across and keep Hinata company. Naruto then started the brisk walk to the park, now confident in his choice. When is something interesting going to happen? Naruto rolled his eyes as he walked. Look, just because life's going well for me doesn't mean that something bad's going to happen. You're a Jinchuriki. A known Jinchuriki. Just wait, I'll give it a month before someone tries to kill you. And who do you think could take us on? Huh. Naruto thought with a smirk on his face. Oh, then how about that? Naruto focused on the outside world instead of his inner dialogue, and his heart dropped. Ino was indeed at the park bench waiting for him, but someone else was there too. Someone taller, just as blonde, but more father-like. Demon Kurama jinxing his good fortune. What's the worst that could happen, right? Well, hello? Naruto managed to stumble through the greeting. Ino didn't look up from her shoes. Hi, Naruto. Naruto looked at the other man in confusion, and then back at Ino. Ino's father, presumably, cleared his throat to speak up. Naruto, I believe there is a tad bit of history between you and my daughter. By extension, there would be history between you and me. Ino's father spoke in a tone that betrayed little of his feelings or thoughts, and Naruto swallowed his apprehension in order to respond. I mean, that was so long ago, I don't really see why there would be a need to bring it up. Naruto tried to slip out of the predicament. Naruto, I'm sorry. About what happened when we were kids, Ino spoke up suddenly. She was now trying to look at Naruto, glancing away every few seconds. What? Naruto was dumbfounded. We both are, Naruto, her father said. It was purely my decision, and I hope you hold no ill will towards my daughter. Naruto's mind went blank for a split second. Yeah, no. I don't really care anymore, so there aren't any problems. Thank you, but I still wish to tell you the reasoning behind my previous decision. For your sake, please sit, Inos. Father moved to his left to make room for Naruto. Naruto slid in between the two Yamanakas. I'm really not upset, Naruto tried to say. Please, Naruto, this is about more than just your feelings. My name is Inoichi Yamanaka, and I am the head of my clan. Back when you and my daughter were children, there was a heavy stigma about being associated with you. Inoichi started slowly. Yes, because of a furry problem I'm hiding, Naruto stated, making the older man jump. I'm not too worried about talking about it. I plan to tell every team I work with anyway, Naruto reassured. Ah, I see, Inoichi mumbled as Ino looked like she was dying of curiosity. Nevertheless, I couldn't allow my daughter to be seen with you for these reasons. I personally know better than to believe all that. I'm comfortable in the fact that the storage scroll is not the kunai. The general ninja population has a much harder time coming to terms with this, though. You will not walk a smooth road to earn the village's love. Dad, I'm sorry, but what are you guys talking about? Ino finally spoke up. I'll explain what I can later. Naruto here seems to be in a rush for something, so we need to keep things brief. Naruto smiled at the man, happy that he understood. Naruto, you'll have to play the political game as much as the ninja game. You have no clan to protect you, but you also have no elders to hold you back. I encourage you to find out who your friends are and which enemies to look out for. Now that I am certain that you aren't like a few other cases, you have the support of the Yamanaka clan. Naruto didn't know what to say. Was the backing of a clan a big thing? Would this make the Yamanaka a target? Thank you so much. Come in, Ino. It's time we get back for dinner. Naruto, I suggest you find time to discuss the importance of what we talked about. Have a good evening. And the two left, leaving Naruto in the park. Not forgetting his other obligation, Naruto stood, shook his head clear, and used the shunshin to get to where his clone was talking with Hinata. Naruto appeared in front of the Hyuga heiress just as his clone popped, giving Naruto only a scant few memories. Hiya, I take it I didn't keep you waiting long? Naruto asked as he smoothed out his dark orange shirt. No, only a few minutes. Sensei kept me back to talk for a bit. I cleared up what happened last time. Her speech seemed much clearer than Naruto had ever heard it. Well, until she talked about the incident. But that's understandable. Oh, yeah. She wasn't mad, right? Naruto asked, just as nervously. She was more upset that you didn't come back like you said you would, although that is slightly because of me. She answered. No. I mean, kind of, but only because I was too scared. You know I didn't mean what I said literally, right? Naruto asked the last part with a small grin. Hinata slapped Naruto's arm lightly before she laughed in response. I know. That it was an accident. Naruto laughed with her for a moment and then fell silent. I meant what I said, you know. I've made my choice, she whispered. What exactly does that mean? Naruto adopted her stutter in his hesitation. Her voice was nearly inaudible. I want you, Naruto. Naruto's mind was a mess at the moment, and if he hadn't cut ties with Kurama when he showed up, he was sure he'd hear laughter by now. What are you supposed to say to that? She's pretty much a princess. How do you respond to this? Well, I think you're strong? Hinata's face fell at that. Gods, he was bad at this. Look, Naruto, I know it would be hard because of my clan and all, but I'm sure if you follow your dream and become Hokage they would let us, at least be together, she pleaded. She wanted to Would it be pushing it to ask for just extra friends? Or isn't that basically what dating is? Why would it be difficult? Naruto asked to buy himself some time. He was actually sweating right now, and there was no way in hell he'd ask the Kyuubi for help. Well, I'm not really supposed to choose my husband. I have to marry in order to strengthen the clan. But my father has argued for my case, and I'm allowed to at least give approval to my suitors if I prove to be a powerful shinobi, Hinata said. Also, there would be the fact that you don't come from a clan, and all clan heads of the Hyuga are married to men that increase either clan wealth or clan standing. We would be the first exception. If you agree, of course. I don't want to get married yet or anything, just. I really like you, Naruto. Naruto literally had no idea how to respond to this. What was with all this clan stuff hitting him today? Also, you'd have to start paying the clan tithes for every mission for the protection of the clan, Hinata added as she twiddled her thumbs. Hinata, you are a girl. I am Naruto. Naruto started talking mostly because he felt like it was expected of him at this point. And I don't know. You're my best friend, and I really, really like you too. He felt like that summed up the situation nicely. Problem solved. So you want to try? Her eyes were hopeful. Naruto was scared. Actually, genuinely scared. He had no experience in this field. This wasn't really something you could train for. I think no? Because then things would change and be really hard for you, right? That had to be a pretty decent answer. Oh, Hinata looked away, hiding the tears that threatened. Maybe she wasn't actually good enough for the boy of her dreams. Then, sensei wanted to see you on the training field. I have to go now. She stood as she said so, her tone starting to revert back to its timid predecessor. Naruto, almost oblivious to the change, also stood. Yeah, guess I should go see her then. Bye, Hinata. Naruto yelled as he ran from the unfamiliar scene. He looked back once, and he saw his best friend slowly walking away. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk much the same way as he did daily. The years had not been kind on the third Hokage. His service had run long by many, many years. He was getting to the end of the letters that had been flown in that morning, and he was getting weary of the daily trudge. Most letters came in from other, smaller villages ran by a few elite jonin of his choice. These smaller outposts stood to protect whatever village it was stationed in and take the local missions. The letters contained a report on what missions were taken and how much was sent to Konoha's bank in form of taxes. Hiruzen gave most letters the big red stamp and sat in a pile to be sorted by a secretary. The last letter, though, was sealed with the kanji for oil, a telltale sign that it was from his white-haired student Jiraiya. Reports from Jiraiya weren't uncommon, but this one came in the middle of the expected report dates. Whatever Jiraiya had discovered through his spies must warrant immediate attention if it couldn't wait for the remaining 2 weeks. Things are not looking too good out in the big bad world. IWA has somehow gotten word of an orphaned, blonde-haired genin with no ties to the Yamanaka. Rumors are starting to spread that the fourth has a legacy, and IWA is starting to stir because of them. I think there's a spy in the village. Naruto is only known within Konoha, and I don't think he'd associate with travelers enough to get the word out about himself. On another note, the war in Kirigakure has taken a bad turn. Their Mizukage, Yagura, has disappeared, the three tails along with him. Fighting has picked up its pace, and the insurgent side is starting to feel more hopeful. Some say that there is a mercenary group called the Akatsuki, hunting Yagura. I don't know if they are being paid or are interested in the Sanbai for themselves. Also, Orochimaru has been busy. He has followers now. Their numbers are growing quite rapidly due to a business partner he's picked up somewhere. I haven't found the identity of this man, but I will keep looking. To sum the worst of things up, watch out for cloaks that depict red clouds. They are the symbol of the Akatsuki. Be prepared to defend against a raging Biju, although the three tails should be much more manageable than the Kyuubi was. I suggest keeping that Mokutan user relatively close. And lastly, I suspect Orochimaru to try something within 2 years. I have no real proof, but something about the thought of that scaly bestiality makes me tense. Keep Naruto out of trouble for me. Poor news indeed. It was nothing immediately threatening, but enough to think about making preparations for large-scale battles. If not war with IWA. And anything involving Orochimaru was bad news, so that surely didn't help the Hokage's frayed nerves. The training field with Kurenai. Can you feel your clone? The Genjutsu mistress asked Naruto, who had his eyes closed in concentration. Yes, he's just over to my left a few dozen yards, Naruto answered her, his nose scrunched with the mental effort. Good. Now, make another clone right next to him. Don't make him do it, mold the chakra yourself. Naruto did so, but the first 2 clones popped into existence next to him. The third attempt, however, made it to the first shadow clone. Granted, it had almost no chakra and was destroyed a second later, but it was there. I can't believe that worked. Naruto yelled in excitement. Being able to sense your own chakra is one of the first steps to becoming a sensor-style shinobi. You probably don't have the patience or need to learn that much though, Kurenai thought aloud. Why am I doing this again? Naruto asked as he dispelled the remaining close. One way to make genjutsu stronger is to already have your target surrounded by your chakra. In a sense, it's a lot like your trick with the shadow clone, but personally, I use my presence. That sounds great, but I don't use genjutsu. And I don't know what presence is. You probably know it as killing intent, but once you've mastered it, Kurenai smiled and Naruto felt a sense of complete peace around him. You can make it whatever feeling you want. It's just your emotions controlling the chakra you emit and aim at a target. Naruto nodded and felt the comforting presence draw away. This was the kind of interactions he was used to. Training and learning. Not whatever else he was doing earlier. So, wherever your killing intent reaches, you should be able to summon a clone. I've seen people envelop an entire field in their aura before, so it should really open up your choices. Naruto knew that she had earned the title of sensei in his eyes. She had gone out of her way and had taught him something, and he was grateful for that. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. The woman only smiled. Now, how did things go with that sweet little girl on my team, huh? And just like that, Naruto was lost again. Well, we talked about how we were, friends and stuff. And then she said a bunch of things about clan restrictions and I'm not really sure about the rest. But when I told her that she was my best friend and I didn't want to make things harder within her clan, she said okay and went home. So I think I did pretty good. Kurenai knew it wasn't her place to interfere, no matter how much she adored Hinata. Either Naruto was really that dense, or Hinata didn't lay things out as clearly as she said she would. Or, heavens forbid, Naruto really just wasn't interested. Well, it's good to hear you two are so close, Kurenai managed. I'm going to go and make dinner now. Thank you for the lesson, sensei. Naruto called out after the silence stretched for too long. He ran off and waved, leaving a conflicted Kurenai behind. Naruto sat at his dinner table eating the fried rice and fish he had just finished making. Kakashi sat across from him, reading that perverted book that Ero-sensei wrote. Well, Naruto, you've impressed all the Jonin. Does that mean, Naruto swallowed what was in his mouth, that someone will take me on a mission soon? I believe Guy is taking his team out for an easy C rank at the beginning of next week. I'm sure I could ask him to fit you in. Most of his team like you already. All right. Naruto celebrated the information with another massive mouthful. On the downside, IWA might be out blonde hunting again. Wait, what? Naruto asked, not bothered enough to stop eating. You remember how the Yondaime is a war hero from the Third Great War? Well, that's because he decimated like 1,000 of their shinobi and they're sore losers, right? I mean, geez, it was a literal war. What did they expect to have happened? Naruto, they think the Yondaime had a child before he died, and they want to kill whatever remains of their country's biggest stain in their history. And they are going to do this by killing blondes? What about the Yamanaka? Naruto, that's not the point. Kakashi remembered the letter from Jiraiya he had received. It was time Naruto knew. He was strong enough to defend himself from or run from most anyone IWA could throw at him, and he was hopefully mature enough to handle keeping the secret for now. There's a point to this? Oh, wait, did the Yondaime actually have a kid? Is it going to be my mission to protect him? Man, that would make everyone respect me. I'd be a step closer to the hat and… Naruto! Kakashi interrupted. Naruto took note of his uncle's tone and even stopped eating. It's time you knew the truth. Your full name. The reason why Jiraiya is your godfather. Kakashi took a breath. 2 of 3 of Jiraiya's students didn't see the end of the Third Great War, and the one that did was the only one close enough to name Jiraiya the godfather of his firstborn. This bit of information sunk in immediately and Naruto paled in realization. But things were kept hidden for your safety. Precisely because of what he was trying to pull now. They would do anything to get to you. But Jiraiya thinks you're strong enough to know the truth. He told me to apologize for him. He wanted to be here to call you by your name. I'm closer to your brother than your uncle since your father stepped in for mine. Naruto's mouth was gaping, and he felt dizzy. This had to be a dream. He was dreaming. And when you become a Chunin, you will receive all the benefits that your name demands, Naruto Namikaze. That was it. Naruto knew that he was going to start a war just because of his name. Naruto knew that he carried a name that most would kill for. And Naruto knew that his greatest idol was also his father. Well, hey, this is interesting. And Naruto blacked out. Naruto spent the next week mostly traveling between his house where he sulked within his mind and the training grounds where he sulked while training. Kurama was a constant companion at least, as much as that didn't help. Naruto had managed to get the Gale palm down on his own in a day's worth of solo training, and the rest of the week there were a handful of clones working on getting the technique down to his left hand, and possibly with fewer signs. Every day was also filled with practice in summoning clones further and further away from the original Naruto. Naruto would stand a few yards away from the fence post normally used in taijutsu training, and he directed his ki at it. Once he was sure his chakra was around the post, he would summon a clone next to it and have it attack immediately. By the end of the week, Naruto could manage about 15 yards with decent results. The clones were never as good as the ones summoned next to his person or even next to another clone, and it took twice as much chakra, but Naruto had chakra to spare and they could fire off a jutsu or 2 to get the job done. The next step was managing more than one target at a time, but it wasn't going to be easy. Naruto also spent a lot of time studying whatever sealing techniques he could find. There was one that would come in handy for someone like Kakashi, a masking seal that placed a genjutsu over the face of the person wearing it. The seal went on whatever article of clothing went over a person's head, like a hood or headband, and formed a one-way genjutsu over either all of or half of the person's face. In fact, Naruto suspected it was what Kakashi used whenever he had to eat in public. Eventually, Naruto could no longer escape the attention of his friends. On the walk back to his apartment at the end of his week of fairly intense training, Naruto was intercepted by Choji. "Hey, Naruto. How've you been?" the chip-eating boy asked. Training, studying up on some seals, you know how it is," Naruto told him as he walked. "Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Say, my team is meeting up for a barbecue dinner, and Sensei said we could invite you. Wanna come?" The question was punctuated by the crunching of potato chips. Naruto thought of his fridge and realized he would have to stop somewhere on his way home if he didn't go. Yeah, why not? The 2 boys walked towards one of the better-known barbecue joints in town, making small talk along the way. As soon as the restaurant came into view, Choji started barging ahead. Naruto couldn't get any words in edgewise as he was dragged to a far corner booth that had the rest of Team Asuma in it. "Naruto, glad you could make it?" Asuma called as he flipped a grilling piece of meat. "Yeah, it's nice seeing you guys again," Naruto replied as he slid into the booth next to Shikamaru, who looked ready to fall asleep. "Something smells delicious. Eat whatever it is for me, will you?" "Hey, let me have some peace, will ya?" "I'll eat, but I'm also networking. Gotta work my people's skills." Whatever you say, Kit. What have you been up to this last week, Naruto? Ino asked as she poked at her salad. Training, Naruto told her as he threw on his own pieces of pork. And? Ino pushed. Studying sealing. Techniques. Naruto added hesitantly. That's it? Ino asked incredulously. Hey, sealing is hard. It takes time to perfect and I don't like to use shadow clones to do it unless I'm in a rush, Naruto defended. Well, how has your training been going? So far I've almost perfected my shadow neck binding technique, and Choji and Ino have both gotten stronger, Shikamaru asked to diffuse the tension. Mostly working my shadow clones in conjunction with my killing intent. Oh, and I'm trying to turn my killing intent into pure presence like Jiraiya-sensei did. To show what he meant, Naruto focused a tiny bit of Ki on an empty booth's table. The target was pretty close, so not too much intent leaked out and no one felt it. Naruto summoned a pair of clones sitting at the table, let them wave at his friends, and then mentally dispelled them. Show off. Naruto, that was amazing, Ino said as she saw the clones dispel. I'm working on it, Naruto responded as he took his first bite, a little bit after Choji took his first. Oh, that is good. Don't I know it? Keep 'em coming. So, Naruto, what do you like to do when you're finished training? Asuma asked, trying his best to make small talk and learn about the blonde. Well, I guess study. Then eat and sleep. The table was quiet for a bit as everyone ate, waiting for Naruto to add to his answer. Naruto, however, was content to just shovel more of the grilled meat chunks into his mouth. So Shikamaru, has sensei beat you at shogi yet? Ino asked to break the silence. Friend Naruto, are you still here? Naruto jumped along with everyone else at the sudden yelling. That was Lee. Naruto stood and looked at the door where Lee had run in from. Hi, Lee. There was a green blur, and suddenly the genin was in front of Naruto holding out a scroll. I am here on behalf of Guy-sensei. This is a formal invitation to accompany my team on a C-ranked mission starting tomorrow at noon. Do you accept tea? Gods, yes. Naruto yelled enthusiastically as he snatched the scroll. I am off to prepare with 5,000 push-ups. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Naruto. Lee vanished in a burst of speed, the wind blowing napkins around. Naruto looked at the friends he was eating with and prepared to leave himself. Thanks for dinner, guys, it was great. Naruto then went for a handshake with Shikamaru. Halfway there, though, Naruto's hand changed to a fist, and then hesitantly back to a hand to rest on the boy's shoulder awkwardly. I had fun, later, and Naruto was gone. Sometimes I forget how much like Guy that Lee kid is, Asuma commented. My gods, he is horrible at social interactions. He's strong as hell, but he can't operate around people. Ino cried out in despair as she took a bite of salad. Sensei, are all strong genin crazy? Choji asked around his grilled pork. Just the really strong ones. You guys will be quirky like that one day, probably right before you become Jonin, Asuma told them, taking a long drag from a newly lit cigarette. Naruto sat in his room and opened the scroll almost reverently. This was his ticket to his first C-rank mission, and in a sense, it was also the last handout he'd be getting from Kakashi. Naruto looked over the details carefully. Mission description, missing household near northwestern border. Difficulty, C-rank. Expectation, possible bandit involvement, likely lost campers hunters. Total payout, 50,000 Rio. Total time estimated, 26 hours to the border, light travel speed. 3-day mission. 26-hour return trip. Messenger Hawk arrived with the following message. Word from the correctional facility near the Kyuubi border is that there is an entire hunting family that supplies the facility with fresh game that has gone missing. The warden is willing to pay for a low-level C-rank mission. Nearby towns lack proficient tracking ninja. Konoha's assistance is requested. Naruto was excited. His first real mission would take him about 500 miles away from home, at least it was that far if he remembered the maps correctly. He could get away from all these people problems and finally do something ninja-like. Someone's excited. Don't pretend you aren't too. Oh, I never said that. So, you prepared for a week-long mission? Naruto thought for a minute. He'd need a storage scroll of provisions, probably another set of kunai and shuriken just to be safe, a few changes of clothes, and maybe something like a travel coat or cloak. I'll have to pick up some rations, a new cloak, and another set of throwing weapons. Other than that, I can pack my clothes tonight and be ready to go shopping tomorrow morning. It's about DMN time. You did something worth staying awake for. Naruto walked into Higarashi's shop once more. He liked the place. It had a very ninja vibe going. Naruto needed a new set of weapons to throw, a week's worth of rations, and a travel cloak. Naruto was even considering adding one of the new seals he learned to hide his face. It would do little to protect him as a traditional porcelain mask might, but it also shouldn't impede his vision or smell. "Hello, kid. Here for weapons, clothes, or rations?" An older-looking man greeted as Naruto walked past the counter. "Bit of everything, actually," Naruto replied casually. Naruto had 3,000 ryo left from the initial 10 he had kept from his first check. A normal set of kunai and shuriken would run him a full 1,000, but he'd get a dozen kunai and a full 2 dozen shuriken. And nothing at this store was less than well-crafted. "Do you forge your own weapons?" Naruto asked as he looked through the various packages. "Most of them, yes. My daughter Tenten actually helps me with some of them. The rarer ones we have in stock we traded for, but I can attest to their quality," Mr. Higurashi boasted. A true salesman indeed. Naruto didn't spend too much time grabbing the rations he needed. There was a decent deal on standard travel rations, a week's worth for 500 ryo. For less than 100 ryo a day, Naruto couldn't complain. The travel attire is where Naruto spent most of his time. If his new cloak was half the quality of the gloves he bought, he knew that they'd be well worth whatever price was set. There were several different coats for sale, and there were about half as many traveling cloaks. Naruto noticed that none of the jackets had hoods attached, which was something Naruto was looking for to keep out whatever rain he might be in. Naruto started running his hands over the various cloaks, feeling how well the fabric seemed to glide under his fingertips. They all felt slick and tough on the outside, definitely waterproof. The inside felt a bit softer but still fairly tough. They all seemed to be made the same way, so Naruto only had to worry about color and design. One cloak on the end caught Naruto's eye. It was jet black, and the sides didn't seem to come all the way around the front. Perfect for fighting in, his hands wouldn't get caught. The hood looked deep, and would likely hang over his face when pulled up. "How much for this one?" Naruto asked. Good choice. The outside is waterproof and much more durable than it looks. No branches will even come close to ripping that beauty. Nothing short of a blade will tear into that cloak, and the front stays open during combat to keep your arms free. I can give it away to you for little more than 1,200 ryo. A little pricey, sure. But boy, did this man know how to sell. Granted, he probably thought Naruto was a typical genin that only wanted the cloak because it looked cool. Naruto brought all of his purchases to the counter and laid them out. One set of kunai and shuriken, a week's worth of provisions, and one medium-sized travel cloak. I'd suggest hemming this up for now, but I'm sure you'll grow into it. Now, this brings your total to a nice even 2,700 ryo. Mr. Higurashi smiled politely as Naruto paid for his haul. "Thanks, Mr. Higurashi, I'll be sure to put these all to good use," Naruto promised as he left. Naruto stood at the north gate 1145, everything sealed away and in a bigger scroll hidden in a large pocket on his left leg. Naruto's new, black cloak was on, complementing his dark blue shirt and pants. The masking seal was already applied to the inside of the hood, and Naruto would activate it when he pulled it up. Before long, an excited Lee ran up to the gate, literally bouncing in excitement. He had more energy than Naruto did sometimes, and he had the Kyuubi in him. "Naruto, I very much like your new look. Very mysterious." Lee managed to compliment in a halfway normal volume. "Thanks, Lee. I see you're ready to go." Naruto asked this with a small smile, joking about how the other genin couldn't stop moving. "Yash. I cannot wait to start our youthful mission," was the response from the excited teen. At that, Naruto noticed Tenten and Neji walking towards the gate. Guy wasn't too far behind them. "Naruto, I like the cloak. I recognize it from the shop," Tenten teased. "Naruto, I know this is your first actual mission, but don't you know enough to bring supplies? Niji asked in a borderline rude manner. Naruto kept his cool though. He pat the pocket halfway down his left leg as he said, extra clothes, my tent, rations, spare weapons, and a few bottles of water are all sealed away. This slightly shocked everyone present. I am impressed, Naruto. I was unaware that you were proficient in the art of sealing. Guy exclaimed. I wouldn't say I'm proficient, but I manage. Check this out. Naruto pulled up his hood and activated the seal, which caused a momentary shimmering effect to blur Naruto's vision before it cleared away. Naruto, I can no longer see your face at all. Not even your eyes. Can you still see? Lee jumped to Naruto's side, trying to poke at where Naruto's eyes would be. Lee, stop it. Naruto backed away as the other two laughed. It's just a genjutsu, Niji can still see through it. Niji momentarily activated his Byakugan and then confirmed it. In that case, if we are all ready to go, we should get a move on. If we travel at twice the suggested travel speed, we can make it in a day. Guy-sensei yelled while posing. I say we triple the speed, Guy-sensei. Lee shouted, matching his sensei's pose. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Ten jumped at Naruto, knocking him to the dirt. Look away. But it was too late. Naruto got a full view of the powerful genjutsu of Lee and Guy hugging and crying in front of a sunset before he was driven to the dirt. Naruto was mentally scarred already, and they hadn't even left the village. The sun was set, and there was only about half an hour of daylight left. The team had pulled up about a mile from the house of the missing hunters, and 3 out of 5 of the group were absolutely exhausted. Naruto stood hunched over, hands resting on his knees as he gasped for air. He had thought that the 2 spandex-wearing ninja were joking about trying to triple the travel speed, but boy was he wrong. That was the most boring trip ever. It was just a bunch of running through the trees with those 2 green Morans yelling at each other. And I thought you kept in shape. Why are you so tired? Can we please, oh God, do this later? Spoil sport. When are you going to fight something? Geez, Kurama. There doesn't have to be fighting. They probably just got lost. Time to set up camp. We have 30 minutes, so everyone set up your tents. Naruto, you are on firewood duty. Niji, you check the surrounding half-mile for any shinobi or dangerous animals. Ten, I want a 50-yard perimeter around camp, detection traps more than defensive ones. Lee, start a fire. I'm going to run ahead and look at the house. Go! Naruto had never actually set up the particular tent he had brought. The fading light made things a bit harder for him. Something he knew Niji likely found amusing. Naruto sent out 3 clones out to gather wood as he worked on setting up his small tent and bedroll. Naruto finished his arrangements for the night and noticed that everyone was moving on to their second objectives. The light was fading quick, so Naruto sent the mental message for his clones to hurry back with what wood they had. Naruto walked over to Lee as the 3 clones re-entered camp. I got a good bit of wood to start. Here, Naruto took the bundle of smaller wood from the first clone. Lee struck his fire-starting rod once and immediately had an ember catch in his tinder bundle. Naruto was impressed. Lee was definitely suited to the job. The other 2 clones dropped their armloads and walked off to find more. Another full trip from the 3 of them should suffice for the night. Niji then stood from his seated position in the center of camp. Naruto figured he had scanned the area with his Byakugan. Not long after Ten walked back into the small clearing, also finished with her task. As the 3 sat silently near the now crackling fire, Guy-sensei reappeared. Okay, eat up and get some rest in no more than 2 hours from now. We leave at first light, and we have some investigating to do at the house. It was too dark for me to see clearly by the time I found it, but I'm almost positive we aren't dealing with lost hunters. The usual jovial tone was missing from Guy's voice, but it was only for a moment. Sleep well, my little genin. Tomorrow will surely be a day to showcase your fiery youth. Why did we have to partner with his team again? Oh, shut up about it already. At least it looks like there'll be a fight like you wanted. I definitely told you so. Niji, take lead, Guy said as the 5 approached the empty house. Naruto figured that Guy was trying to ready his team to be Chunin at this point. Yes, sensei, Neji replied shortly. Naruto had to take his orders from this guy now. Naruto, check the yard and surrounding forest for signs of a struggle. You'll be fastest with your clones. Lee, check the shed for any hunting supplies. If you find any, then they definitely aren't hunting. Tendon, Neji activated his Byakugan. I count 6 beds in the house. You go see how many pairs of boots or shoes are in the house. Check each room. I will scan the living room and kitchen for signs of kidnapping since that would most likely be where the family would have been. The genin all took off to follow their orders while Guy stood and watched the performance. This was probably the real reason Naruto was invited. Not because they needed the backup, but because they needed another genin to make simulating orders and planning more realistic. Naruto felt one of his clones pop, sending him memories of a trail that looked more than a little suspicious. Naruto walked over to the area in question and looked more closely. This was something he was good at. Tracking, whether it be people or animals, was something Jiraiya had drilled into him during his last year training with him. The trail was suspicious. True, it had normal animal tracks in it such as boar and deer, but the outsides of the trail were clean, brushed almost, and there were a few recently broken ferns and twigs along the sides, something animals were less likely to do than a human. Especially a human carrying someone. Naruto followed the trail for a few yards and spotted what he was looking for. A brown patch of human hair. A woman's, judging by the length alone. Naruto dispelled his clones, sorted through their collective memories, and found nothing else out of the ordinary. Naruto met the group back in the middle of the yard, where Neji asked for results on everyone's jobs. I can confirm that the family did not take their hunting equipment out of their shed, Lee reported, standing in a stiff salute which everyone ignored. I counted 3 pairs of boots in the house. Not everyone was prepared to leave unless there are extra pairs of footwear, although I find it unlikely given this family's profession and likely income, Tenten reported, still professional but not stiff like Lee. Naruto stood straighter and looked Neji in the eye. He may have been a prick, but he was the one Naruto got orders from for now. I noted one false game trail. The trail has been doctored, with obvious signs of involuntary human usage signified by a lock of brown hair ripped off by a branch. The skill of hiding the trail suggests that it was either done by someone with training or a very good hunter. Neji gave Naruto a surprised look before one of reluctant respect. I see. I found no sign of a struggle in the kitchen or living, but also no sign of recent usage. I suspect it was also covered up by the attackers. Guy-sensei, my judgment is kidnapping by either a rival hunting family or ninja of some kind. Possibly samurai with ninja training. You all did very well, and I agree with all of you. Very impressive. Neji, you did well in command, but I'm taking back over, Guy announced with a thumbs up and a smile. Naruto let out an internal sigh of relief as he was no longer under Neji's command. We will track these unyouthful scum. Neji, please follow the trail Naruto mentioned as far as you can, and then lead us there. The 5 Konoha shinobi stood silently in the trees. Naruto had his hood up and mask on, making him appear like a being shrouded in darkness the way he was hugging the shadows. Neji had his Byakugan activated, and was speaking lowly to everyone. I see 8 enemy shinobi surrounding 6 civilians, definitely our targets, he muttered loud enough for everyone to hear him. Sensei, I need orders on my methodology for when fighting breaks out. Naruto spoke up, just as softly as Neji. The other genin looked confused, but Guy was filled in by Kakashi about this aspect of Naruto. Naruto, fight to kill all but one will need answers. Naruto silently nodded as Neji turned off his Byakugan. Tenten then spoke up, Sensei, will we wait for nightfall to attempt our rescue? Lee chimed in before Guy could answer, we may wish to make our move now since we do not know if the captives are in any danger. You both make good points. It would be safest to get in, secure the civilians under the cover of nightfall, and get out. I'm sure we could take them head-on if we had to since they are likely 2 standard teams of 3 genin and a higher-ranked leader, but I'd like to avoid that since they could use the hostages against us. Here's the plan. Guy motioned for everyone to huddle on the ground in order to draw in the dirt. Neji drew the camp from his memory, and Guy-sensei circled spots surrounding where he wanted everyone positioned. Now this is what I'm talking about. Some action. Sure. Niji, check on the captives again. Make sure they are in whatever areas you think they'll be in tonight, Guy ordered. Niji ID so, and then looked panicked. Sensei, they have killed one of the captives. Everyone jumped at that. While everyone was focused on listening to Niji's explanation on what was happening, it sounded like they were getting ready to kill another civilian. No one heard the whistling projectile as it flew through the air. Just as Niji realized there was only 7 enemy shinobi at their camp, the small ball hit Guy's chest. The effect was immediate, and the puff of smoke enveloped the area before anyone could react. Naruto managed to get underground after only a single breath of the stuff, and Kurama was able to nullify its effects. Oh, this is going to get fun. You may as well come out of the ground, little genin. Naruto heard a giggling female voice call out. I'm a sensor shinobi, and a stealth and poison specialist. All of your friends will be sleeping for the next hour, or until I kill them. Naruto rose from the ground, and the sight he was greeted with did not look too inviting. Standing on the far side of the clearing on the opposite side of his sleeping team was a jonin. From IWA. Oh, scary mask. Hey, since you're all Konoha nin, would you happen to know of a blonde orphan? He may or may not be carrying the name Namikaze, but I'm not too picky. That poor family over with my friends won't talk, but they must at least know rumors. We killed a couple to make him talk, but oh well. She talks too much. Naruto thought after her first sentence. Want my help? This is a jonin here. You could probably take her alone since she's not a fighting specialist, but she's still a jonin for a reason. You would eat up a lot of time and energy. Is your seal off? Kurama finished before she commented on being picky. It was off once I learned we'd be fighting, so I'm loose. I have a plan, just be ready to give me a tail's worth on my signal. It should be enough. Naruto told Kurama shortly, beating the jonin to her line about rumors. Passage. This is why you don't talk in a fight. Naruto clenched a fist as the lady stopped talking and shot the entirety of his ki at her. She took a step back from the magnitude of it. Oh, impressive for a genin. Naruto paid her no mind and summoned a clone directly behind her, and it stabbed at her neck with a kunai as soon as it could. Its black-veiled face made it look like the Shinigami himself had come for the woman. And shadow clones from a distance? My, I'll have to kill you. She blocked the initial strike without even turning around, showing the gap in skill between her and Naruto. Then she turned around to finish off the clone. Now Kurama. Suddenly, Naruto was enveloped in a dark, angry red cloak of the Kyuubi's chakra. The tail and claws sprouted immediately, and Naruto dashed forward towards the IWA jonins turned back at speeds that rivaled a shunshin. The jonin had no chance to spin back around as Naruto drove both sets of claws into her back and out her chest. Naruto dropped the cloak and the woman at the same time. Her cocky attitude killing her just as much as the attack to her spine did. Beautifully done, Naruto. You had better hurry to the civilians, no telling how long they have now. And remember, you only need one alive. Naruto moved much more freely with the seal off, reaching the camp in well under a minute. Naruto saw the IWA nin shuffling about, the 6 genin in strategic positions as the remaining jonin stood guard over the civilians. There were only 4 of them now. The mother and the oldest son had been killed. Do you think you could help me with making all the clones I'd need for the attack? Naruto asked his companion. No, I can't mold chakra for you. You'll have to make do with not attacking the one you want alive. Okay, we'll modify the last plan then. I can manage to distance shadow clone 4 targets. I'll hit the jonin from the back like last time, and then I'll need a 2-tail cloak to get there in time. He looks like more of a fighter. Probably has better reflexes. I'll take out the next nearest 3 with clones, they won't stand a chance against the technique. That leaves what, 3? 2 clones can use a Gale Palm and Kunai combo while the increased KI from the 2-tail cloak has the genin stunned, and that should leave my last one. Good plan, Kit. It's quick and brutal. I like it. I've got this. They don't stand a chance. I've got this. Naruto stepped out onto a large rock outcropping, breaking his usual rule of stealth. The Jonin saw him first and called the genin to attention. Naruto didn't waste any time at all listening to their attempts at planning and even intimidation. The younger genin were already practically wetting themselves at fighting a faceless monster, and Naruto had even leaked his ki yet. In a massive burst, Naruto unleashed his chakra around him. The rock beneath his feet cracked with the force his chakra exuded. The air was suddenly filled with a powerful feeling. It wasn't the usual feeling of fear or dread that came with killing intent. Felt like what it was. Powerful. Confident. Within a few seconds, everyone was under the influence of Naruto's newly discovered presence. The poor civilians nearly passed out due to the feeling, and many of the genin were brought to their knees. The Jonin likewise struggled to stand for a split second. Naruto created the clones. 3 genin fell immediately, kunai shoved into the sides of their necks. The Jonin spun to block the incoming blow and did so with relative ease, but Naruto's speed in the two-tailed cloak put a quick if a brutal end to the larger man. 2 more genin fell at the mercy of kunai enhanced by a gale palm, their forehead protectors failing to stop the speeding weapons. All of the clones dispelled at once, leaving the area with 3 innocent-looking puffs of smoke. The remaining genin tried to run, but now Naruto could focus all of his presence on the poor boy. He was no older than Naruto, but he was now being crushed under Naruto's powerful presence. Naruto appeared next to the downed genin in a swirl of leaves, holding a kunai at his throat. "Why are you here? Do not lie, and I will let you return to your home." The IWA genin was crying at this point. "We were sent to find rumors about the Yellow Flash's secret child. That's all, I swear. I should kill you as well. For what you've done to this innocent family. You are lucky that my orders are to leave one of you alive." Naruto knew he was stretching the truth a little, but he wanted word to get back to IW. He wanted them to know what happens when you mess with Konoha and its people. "Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Naruto cut off his presence and watched the sad excuse of a shinobi run for his life. Naruto summoned 7 clones. 6 to each carry a body back to his team's location and a 7th to ensure that the genin didn't double back. It was more of a formality at this point. "You're telling me, you eliminated 7 of the 8 enemy shinobi, rescued all the remaining civilians, and managed to interrogate the surviving IWA nin?" Niji asked incredulously. Naruto simply nodded, moving the bodies into position to be placed into stasis scrolls. They would take the corpses to Konoha to be sent to IWA as a warning. Or something. Naruto didn't really care. "Naruto, that is simply incredible. You may be the most youthful young genin I've ever met." Guy yelled in jubilation as he dug out all the scrolls needed for the transport. "I am only remorse in the fact that I was not able to take part in your youthful battle, Naruto." Lee added on as he nursed a sore head. The gas seemed to affect him especially hard. Tenten had remained quiet, even while Naruto and Guy-sensei worked on sealing away the bodies. "Naruto, how do you feel? Killing is hard, especially the first." Her tone was gentle and caring, although Naruto brushed her off. "Oh, that, I've been killing on orders for years now. Nothing to get excited about. I did follow orders though. I left one alive. And he's probably halfway back to IWA as fast as he ran away." Naruto gave his attempt at an in-the-moment joke. Tenten wasn't laughing. "You let him escape? Why?" Niji demanded. He was also still sitting down, trying his best to shake off the drowsiness. "I had orders to kill all but 1 ninja. I did so, and then I decided to let IWA know what happens to teams that enter our land without permission." "Naruto," Guy started, "you may have made the right choice in letting him live, although it may have been better to take him as a prisoner." Naruto bowed his head. "I apologize for my lack of judgment, sensei. I will do better the next time the opportunity presents itself." Everyone was a bit unnerved at Naruto's reaction. Guy knew it was the way he was trained, but it was still disturbing. Team Guy spent 2 days with the family, helping them cope with the loss of 2 family members, regaining a sense of security in their home, and making sure that there were no follow-up parties inbound from IWA. They had finished their mission early and had the time, so they decided to spend it with a family in need. During that time, Naruto had recounted the events after the rest of the team had been incapacitated numerous times. His peers still couldn't quite believe him, but Naruto never changed any details, and the presence he showed them was definitely powerful enough. Naruto also told them of Kurama. He's the reason that it went so smoothly. If it wasn't for his help, I would have really struggled with the two Jonin, Naruto explained. And don't you forget it. That does explain how you managed against such odds, Neji muttered to himself. Naruto felt indignant at his own skills being brushed off that way, but Tenten came to the rescue. No, Naruto said he only needed the help to make things go quickly with the Jonin. Everything else was all him. Naruto is surely worthy of becoming my eternal rival. Lee shouted, startling everyone present. Lee, I thought I was your rival? Neji asked. He was sad so much as cautious about getting his hopes up. I shall have two rivals, and become twice as strong. Lee boasted. I was afraid of that, Neji sighed as Tenten laughed at him. So wait, you guys aren't freaked out by Kurama? The Kyuubi? Sealed inside me? Naruto asked in disbelief. He had expected this to be more painful. Nah, if anyone can handle him it's you. I couldn't care less. I believe that your relationship with the Kyuubi Kurama is most youthful. Naruto smiled to himself in silent thanks as the group prepared to head home. Team Guy walked into Konoha at a leisurely pace. They had traveled hard for the first half of the day, and then after lunch adopted a more pleasant speed. Naruto and Kurama both had had about all they could handle of the two spandex-clad ninja they were traveling with. Naruto just wanted to go see the Hokage, get his money slip, cash out, and go sleep in his own bed. Naruto, this was your first real mission, right? With an experienced team? Guy asked with an odd smile. Yeah, and the new rating should be around a mid rank, right? Naruto asked. Usually, after a mission, you go straight to the mission desk. But since this mission had been increased in pay grade, they had to see the Hokage. Guy had already sent a message ahead via a falcon from the nearby correctional facility, so hopefully, the meeting would be short. I see. Guy's smile was now as wide as ever, but it didn't hold its usual cheery energy. Naruto found it odd. Some small talk continued until they reached the Hokage's desk. Team Guy, reporting from a mission with advanced risks. Guy announced. The third just looked at him, still astounded by his energy after all these years. Is it true that you encountered two genin teams of IWA ninja, each led by a jonin? Hiruzen asked out of formality. Guy nodded and set the 7 stasis scrolls on the Hokage's desk. Enbu suddenly appeared, swiped the scrolls, and were gone. And Naruto eliminated the threat if your report isn't mistaken? Without assistance. The Sandai made no attempt to hide the skepticism in his voice. Yes, sir. Naruto completed the mission after we were all caught in a trap sprung by a stealth specialist jonin. The third smiled at Naruto and then nodded as he puffed a few rings from his pipe. That is all. Take these papers and give them to the mission desk with your report, Guy. It's Naruto's first real mission if I'm not mistaken, and there was the same sheet-eating grin again. What's with that? On the way down to the mission desk, Naruto noticed that everyone was smiling, and he didn't like it. Something was wrong here. When they got to the desk and the Chunin took all the papers, he also smiled. Now Naruto was genuinely worried. And Kurama wasn't responding. Well, since our first-timer here is the hero of the day, you get your check first. The total payout of the mission was 500,000 Ryo. Split into fifths, you each get 100,000 Ryo. Now, Naruto, you are no longer protected by new ninja cushion laws, so you will be taxed the same as the rest as your experienced team. That was the reason for the smiles. Son of an actual beach. 10% for the Hokage, elders, and council members. 10% towards your health insurance. 10% in tribute to the daimyo. 10% towards the reconstruction and development of Konoha. You have no clan tithes to pay, so your total tax rate is 40%. Naruto was actually going to cry. And the worst part was he could see his teammates trying not to laugh. Here you go, Naruto. 60,000 Ryo. Not bad by any means, but he lost almost half of his paycheck. What the heck was that? I am going to assume you missed the class with the lectures on taxes in Konoha? Niji asked smugly as he was given an even smaller check. Apparently, the Hyuga clan also demanded a 10% cut. Bullshit. Shut up, Niji. Naruto stormed out to laughter both behind him and in his head. Naruto left the bank with the same amount he did the last time he left. By only keeping 10,000 Ryo on him, Naruto had saved up over 50,000 in the bank. On his way home, Naruto was stopped by an expectedly still reading Kakashi. I hear you've learned about taxes, Kakashi commented as he started to walk with the upset Genin. I know you're smiling underneath that mask. I don't want to talk about it. How'd the mission go? Well enough, Naruto stated before he recounted the events to his uncle. He still wasn't sure on what to call Kakashi. That's amazing, Naruto. That's a feat you can be proud of, and I think it will earn you a name. In fact, do me a favor and pull up your hood. Naruto did so, and he activated the seal at the same time in hopes to surprise the older ninja. I thought so. IWA just let out their new bingo book. I get mine the day they come out, and yesterday both IWA and Kyuubi were scheduled to release an updated version. I thought this person sounded like the report copy guy sent me. Here, take a look. Faceless Nin. Moniker, Konoha's Shadow Reaper. Allegiance, Konoha. Threat level. Description, seen in a black cloak, his face is hidden in a black veil. Possible genjutsu. Confirmed known jutsu, Kagebunshin, Futon, Repusho, Shunshin. Bounty, 500,000, dead or alive. IWA. Notes, is proficient in the usage of presence. Is extremely fast and can manifest red claws out of pure chakra. Approach with caution. Naruto read with wide eyes. He was in shock but so happy. Nice to make your acquaintance, Mr. Shadow Reaper.